Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-20. Many of the mountainback giants looked relieved, but the Cyclops were also ecstatic. The mountainback giant king glared at the Cyclops king before dying. "You didn't kill me. You can't kill me, you'll never be able to kill me. Cyclops, you didn't kill me." The Cyclops Wang Qi stepped forward, wanting to deal the final blow to the mountainback giant. Woodcarving suddenly raised his blade and slashed at the Cyclops king. The Cyclops king was shocked and hurriedly dodged, glaring angrily at Woodcarving. "What are you doing?" Lu Yin passed through Woodcarving and arrived in front of the mountainback giant king, his infinite inner world appearing. "I'll give you the final blow. His life is mine, little one. Get out of my way." The Cyclops king roared, wanting to charge over. Woodcarving raised his blade again and slashed at the Cyclops king. The Cyclops king roared angrily. The mountainback giant king watched Lu Yin's punch with satisfaction. "He can't kill me in the end, ha 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 ha." Lu Yin stepped forward and unleashed 100 punches. There was a loud bang as the mountainback giant king's head shattered, and his huge body slowly collapsed. At the same time, Wang Jian and Xia Zhen began to sweep through all of the mountainback giants. The mountainback giants had to die within a short period of time, or else they would be reborn under the rules of spacetime. This was a terrifying curse. They had unlimited lives, but they were trapped in this spacetime and had to fight against the colossal giants. Who had set such a vicious sequence law for them? Lu Yin looked at the mountainback giant king's corpse, and the commander appointment platform appeared in front of him. It was time to appoint someone. He wanted to deal the final blow to the mountainback giant king, not to help him. The mountainback giant king had helped the Eternals kill so many people, so how could he help him? He just wanted to appoint someone. The commander appointment platform had not been expanded in a long time, and his opponents had always been the Divine Seal catalog. However, the top expert in the Divine Seal catalog was only Xia Xinji. Xia Xinji was no longer enough, and Lu Yin urgently needed someone with sequence laws. The mountainback giant king was a powerhouse with sequence laws, and even Woodcarving was not confident that he could kill him in a duel. Such an expert would be of great help to Lu Yin once he was appointed. The only problem was that he was afraid of backlash. Lu Yin could still remember the pain of the backlash when he had tried to forcefully summon a half-ancestor during his first origin tribulation. Now that he was a half-martial ancestor, he might suffer the same kind of pain if he forcefully struck the mountainback giant king. However, for the sake of the mountainback giant king, he had to try. "In my name, I appoint a general." It had been a long time since Lu Yin had last called out a general. As he watched the mountainback giant king's image slowly appear on the platform, a loud sound suddenly rang out in his mind. It was as if something had exploded, causing him to feel dizzy. He had experienced this feeling before. It was the backlash he had received when he jumped ranks to attack a half-martial ancestor. As expected, if one used the strength of a half-martial ancestor to attack a sequence law powerhouse, they would also suffer such a backlash. Not only that, but the general appointment platform also shook, and the mountainback giant king that had been imprinted on it seemed to come alive as it charged towards Lu Yin. This was not the real mountainback giant king, but rather a sequence law. Lu Yin was now facing not only the backlash of the mountainback giant king, but also the backlash of the sequence laws. Lu Yin was now facing the backlash of not only the mountainback giant king, but also the backlash of the sequence laws. Woodcarving hurriedly attacked, wanting to use its blade to cut through the sequence precepts. But there's still a portion of the sequence precepts swept past the blade, carrying with it the mountainback giant king's resentment that had been accumulated over countless years as it charged towards Lu Yin. This sequence law was extremely powerful, and even though Woodcarving had blocked most of it, the remaining portion would still cause Lu Yin serious damage. Left with no other choice, Lu Yin released the space in his heart. The void world isolated him and weakened a portion of the sequence law. The remaining sequence law ruthlessly bombarded his body, and Lu Yin felt as if he had been punched by the mountain-backed giant king. Fortunately, he could still withstand the power of this punch. Lu Yin smiled bitterly, as he had not expected the backlash of attacking a sequence law powerhouse to be so severe. Lu Bujing definitely did not know that Lu Yin would be able to attack a sequence law powerhouse, and Lu Tianyi and the others would not have expected him to attack a sequence law powerhouse. There were very few sequence law powerhouses, and even during the era of the Daosor sect, it was hard to say how many sequence law powerhouses there had been in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Aside from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the most powerful sequence law powerhouse had been Xiaoshenji. None of them had ever been chosen, so it was possible for them to suffer a backlash when they ascended to godhood. However, ancestor Lu Tianyi had already surpassed the 9 mountains and 8 seas, so how could he possibly suffer a backlash when he ascended to godhood? No one would have thought that a half-ancestor cultivator like Lu Yin would actually be able to choose a sequence law powerhouse if he wanted to. On the platform, the mountain-backed giant king's brand had a sinister expression, and Lu Yin could hear a roar that caused the entire platform to tremble. Lu Yin forcefully endured the dizziness. Since he had already suffered a backlash, as long as it was not to the point where he could not endure it anymore, he would continue. Otherwise, he would have suffered for nothing. The brand grew deeper and deeper, and Lu Yin's dizziness grew heavier and heavier. The veins in his eyes were on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, the mountain-backed giant king's corpse suddenly shattered. At the same time, all of the mountain-backed giant corpses shattered as well. There was no flesh or blood left, and only specks of debris spread throughout the entire giant's hell. On the platform, the mountain-backed giant king's brand instantly vanished. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What the hell? Everyone stared blankly at this scene. They had clearly been corpses, but they had been shattered, so how could there not be any blood? There had been some during the previous battle. The Cyclops King was stunned, and he hurriedly looked down at his own body. It was true that he had flesh and blood, but how could the mountain-backed giant king have? The specks of debris that had spread throughout the giant's hell converged in one direction and finally appeared above where the mountain-backed giant king's corpse had originally been. They condensed into a screen of light, and on the other side of the screen was a starry sky. 2 enormous forces were colliding, and they were the mountain-backed giants and the Cyclops giants. They saw the Cyclops King and the mountain-backed giant king, and they saw the same tragic scene as when they had first arrived in the giant's hell. However, the starry sky on the screen was different from the giant's hell. Within the starry sky, there were planets, people, and living creatures. As the 2 colossal giants collided, planets were shattered, living creatures were destroyed, and the starry sky was overturned. The screen shrank to a planet, and on it was a hellish scene. Countless people were howling as they were swallowed up by magma. Countless people were struggling on the brink of death, and countless people were fleeing for their lives. However, the starry sky was vast, and there was no way for them to survive. Any chain could pierce through the heavens, and any shockwave could shatter an area. Cries and cries for help resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone in the Second Legion looked at this familiar scene. Anyone who had fought in the starry sky would have seen such a scene before, and Lu Yin had seen it many times before. He had experienced countless wars, and he had seen countless people struggling to survive. This was especially true for the ordinary people who only wanted to live. They wanted to survive, but in the end, they were destroyed by some unknown attack. This was the cruel starry sky. The screen finally stopped on a little boy who was standing alone at the edge of a cliff, looking up at the starry sky. Below his feet was half a planet, and he was about to be swallowed up. Following the boy's gaze, they saw 2 colossal giants fighting. It was the Cyclops King and the mountain-backed giant king. The boy's eyes were filled with hatred and malice, and it caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Why are you doing this? You can fight your own battles, but why do you have to destroy my hometown? Why are you implicating my family, my parents? You deserve to die, you bastards all deserve to die. I swear, if I can survive, I will make you suffer the pain of war for generations to come. I will make you beg for death, but you won't be able to. The boy's venomous oath resounded throughout the giant's hell, and everyone looked at the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King's eyes widened, and he stared at the screen with the same venomous hatred. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. It's him. He's the one who created this giant's hell. He's the one who made us suffer the pain of living forever. It's him. Lu Yin's gaze was calm, and on the screen, the boy leaped off the cliff. The screen then disappeared. Although it hadn't been long, it had shocked everyone, as they had personally witnessed a cycle of reincarnation. The colossal giants had destroyed the planet, and the only survivor had succeeded in his revenge. He had become the absolute powerhouse who had created the giant's hell, forcing the Cyclops and the mountain-backed giant king to fight each other for eternity. He had succeeded, and the joy of revenge made everyone's hearts heavy. Among all the cultivators, which one of them had never harmed the innocent? These innocent people were like karma. One day, it would fall upon them. Lu Yin closed his eyes and thought back to everything he had experienced. Had he ever harmed the innocent? Of course he had, but did he really know? Just like the Cyclops King, when they had fought, had they ever cared about this ant-like child? In the end, it was this child who had made them experience hell. Saruzin had proven the existence of karma, and the Lady of Fate had removed the harm by transferring karma. Lu Yin had fought many battles to reclaim the fifth mainland, and no matter how many high-sounding reasons he had, they could not make up for those who had suffered the pain of war. Lu Yin took a deep breath, but he did not regret it. If he had not done this, how would the Above Heaven sect have existed? How would there have been a crusade? What he had done had benefited humanity, and the karma that he had created would be borne by him. Inexplicably, he thought of the future he had seen in the Book of Destiny. Was that scene the karma that he had to bear? The void was shattered by a single punch, and the Cyclops King panted violently. He was filled with anger, and only now did he know the reason for the giant's hell's existence. It was no wonder that the rules of this spacetime had allowed him to fight the mountain-backed giant king. He hated the latter, and even if he was tired of living, he did not want to die at his opponent's hands. This person had taken advantage of their mentality and caused them to fight for so many years. The Cyclops King roared angrily. In the distance, all the Cyclops giants roared, their eyes bloodshot. They wanted nothing more than to destroy this spacetime. The Second Legion was silent as they watched the Cyclops giants vent their anger. Some of them did not sympathize with them, but rather saw a certain shadow in the Cyclops giants. It was the cruelest truth of the universe. Listen up, the Cyclops King roared. All the Cyclops giants looked over. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-21. The Cyclops King's eyes widened. Remember to clean up the battlefield in the future. Continue to destroy the planets that have been destroyed but still have living creatures. Tear apart the creatures that hate us. Tear apart all the creatures that oppose us. All of the Cyclops roared in response to the Cyclops King's declaration. Lu Yin looked at woodcarving, and coincidentally, woodcarving was also looking at him. Lu Yin then looked at Mu Xia, Wang Jian, Xia Zhen, and the rest of the Second Legion. The cultivators of the Second Legion all looked at the Cyclops with unfriendly gazes. How long, senior brother? Ask Da Heng to cooperate. It won't take long. Leave the rest to the Second Legion. This might cause a huge uproar in the Six-Way Society. It doesn't matter. I, Lu Yin, represent the Six-Way Society. A blade flashed past, and the Cyclops King felt a sharp pain in his back. He turned to see wood carving descending and slashing down. The Cyclops King was shocked. "Wood carving, you want to kill me?" Wood carving did not say a word, and on the other side, Dahang attacked at the same time. The same scene played out again, but this time, the Cyclops King had been replaced by the mountain-backed giant king. Mu Xia and the others charged at the Cyclops. Ku Wei was rarely so serious. These giants were inhumane, and it might have been a coincidence that the mountain-backed giants had cooperated with the Eternals. If the Eternals had found the Cyclops, then they could have cooperated as well. They could see this clearly. Neither the mountain-backed giants nor the Cyclops took the humans seriously. They were like the Eternals, another race that could attack the humans at any time. Since that was the case, then they might as well destroy them. "Wood carving, don't you want to stop the Eternals in the giants' hell? I've already removed the rules and can leave at any time. I'll join the Six-Way Society and help you deal with the Eternals. Do you dare kill me? I have a use for you." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Whether you live or die, you can be useful." The Cyclops King heard this and recalled the strange scene of Lu Yin killing the mountain-backed giant king. His heart chilled. "It's you. You want to attack me? I have an agreement with the reincarnation spacetime and that Grand Empyrean. You can't attack me." No matter what the Cyclops King said, the wooden carvings didn't hesitate at all. With the experience of surrounding and killing the mountain-backed giant king, it would be even easier for them to surround and kill the Cyclops King now. Mr. Dahang silently cursed Lu Yin for being a madman. There were too many people like him in the universe, and if news of Lu Yin trying to kill him were to spread back to the Six Direction Society, it would greatly affect their reputation. How would they explain this to the other parallel universes of the endless battlefield? If the lips die, the teeth will feel cold. However, since Lu Yin had given the order, he would not reject it. Although it was dangerous to surround and kill the Cyclops King, wood carving was standing in front of him. First, they destroyed the incorporeal spacetime. Now, they annihilated the Cyclops giant clan that had defeated the mountain-backed giant clan. Although the Crusade group had made great contributions to the endless battlefield, some things could not be avoided. But Lu Yin didn't care. At this point in time, he didn't need to care about anyone from the Six Direction Society telling him what to do. Moreover, just as Wang Wen had said before, there were some things that could be made known and publicized, but there were some things that the people below did not need to know too much about. The Cyclops King fought to the death, but he still could not escape the fate of being surrounded and killed by the Second Legion. Before he died, he cursed viciously. Guang looked exactly like that little boy. Lu Yin looked on calmly. "You taught me that I should destroy any creature that has a grudge against me." After he finished speaking, he punched out. Just like how he had killed the mountain-backed giant king, the Cyclops King also died at Lu Yin's hands. Afraid that there would be another unforeseen event, Lu Yin hurriedly appointed a general. With the previous experience, the Cyclops King's movements were much faster this time. Furthermore, he had endured the dizziness before, so he was prepared. Soon, the Cyclops King was appointed a general. Lu Yin stood shakily on the back of the caged WIRM, retracted his battle platform, and let out a long sigh. He clenched his fists. Although it was a pity that he had not been able to appoint a general for the mountain-backed giant king, the same went for the Cyclops King. With his current ability, he could only appoint one general at most, but that was enough. In the giant's hell, the Cyclops King had been killed by the Second Legion. It was not that Lu Yin was cold-blooded, but rather that these colossal giants had been fighting for countless years and were no longer normal creatures. Who knew how many tragedies they would cause if they were released? As for the giant's hell, to be honest, he had not considered this much before deciding to kill the Cyclops King. The three hells could not be left empty, and this place had to be controlled by the Six-Way Association. In that case, this place would be the front line for the Genesis space to attack the Eternals. Through the giant's hell, he would be able to reach the other two hells, and he would also be able to reach the Eternals' battlefield. Luin had never been so close to the Eternals before. When it came to hell, it was hell. The death of the Cyclops King was different from that of the mountain-back giants. They had flesh and blood, and their corpses floated in space. In fact, if the Cyclops King died first, they would also turn into specks of light. This was the natural order. Luin admired the person who had created the giant's hell. He had truly taken revenge on the colossal giants, but he had forgotten to ask how that person was doing. Perhaps the Cyclops King would know. The caged worm spread its claws, pleased with itself. All the colossal giants had been dealt with. It no longer had any opponents, and it was also the largest in the entire spacetime. When it thought of this, it decided to bare its fangs and brandish its claws to make its presence known. With a roar, the caged worm raised its head, startling many. "How's the First Legion?" Luin asked. Someone reported there was a great battle in the life hell. The First Legion joined forces with the Grand Evolution Sacred City to suppress the Eternals. Luin pondered for a moment and decided to go to the life hell to help the First Legion deal with the Eternals first. The end of this crusade was the three hells, and the entrance to the Eternals was just ahead. He didn't want to draw the only true God out. Just as the Second Legion was about to head to the life hell, a pillar of light appeared, connecting heaven and earth. It attracted everyone's attention. Then, a second and third pillar of light appeared, illuminating the giant's hell. Everyone looked at the three pillars of light that had suddenly appeared, not understanding what was going on. Luin narrowed his eyes. There were no sequence particles, so it wasn't a natural order. This was an effect of the outside world on this spacetime. Someone was about to enter. Wood carving was vigilant. The Eternals wouldn't let the giant's hell fail, but how would they have the strength to take it back? In the first pillar of light, the void split open, and a huge, strangely shaped creature struggled to twist its body out of the crack. It was about to descend into the giant's hell. It had 4 limbs and 6 eyes, and it looked like a wolf or a tiger. The caged worm's bared fangs and brandished claws immediately disappeared, and a large one appeared. Luin looked at the creature and blurted out, "The Star Devourer." The creature that had suddenly appeared was the Star Devourer, which had participated in the Sovereign Tournament. This was because this astral beast, which devoured planets as its source of power, had 6 eyes. Luin had a rather deep impression of this creature, even though it had long since been unable to keep up with him. The creature in front of him looked exactly like the Star Devourer, but it had been magnified countless times. There was no mistaking it, it was definitely the Star Devourer. The Star Devourer. What's that? Wood carving didn't understand, as the Hexagon Association had never seen such a creature before. Mr. Daheng and the rest stared at the pillar of light. Finally, the enormous creature emerged from the spatial crack. It shook its body, and all 6 of its eyes closed. The only thing that was different from the Star Devourer that Luin had imagined was that its head, which was the center of its 6 eyes, was transparent. There was a tube inside that seemed to be flowing with something. Luin explained the Star Devourer's origins, and Mr. Daheng frowned. "I think I've heard of this creature before." Wood carving's tone was solemn. There are many strange creatures in the universe, but it's rare to see a creature that can grow by devouring planets. Luin stared at the Star Devourer. How many planets had it devoured? This creature was definitely not any smaller than the Cyclops King. Why had it appeared? I think I heard someone call out my name. Star Devourer. I used that name a long time ago. A low, hoarse voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it echoed through the heavens. One of the Star Devourer's 6 eyes suddenly opened and turned around like a human. It stared at the Second Legion, especially wood carving. "Are you calling me human?" Why are you here, Star Devourer? Luin asked, drawing the creature's attention. The creature stared at Luin with its one eye open. I want this spacetime. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Did the Eternal send you? A smile appeared in the creature's eyes. You can say that. They said that if I help them seize a parallel spacetime, they'll give me enough planets to devour, at least one of them. Lu Yin's expression changed. Looks like it's the Eternal's outside helper. Woodcarving said, the Hexagon Association has outside help, but so does the Eternals. They can't hold on any longer, so they called for help. This thing isn't easy to deal with. Mr. Daheng was apprehensive. If he could tell, then so could Luin. How could something that the Eternals had entrusted to them be easy to deal with? This creature's strength might not be any weaker than the 7 sky gods at their peak. Star Devourer rolled its eyes and stared at the Second Legion. Its gaze lingered on Luin, Woodcarving, and the others before finally landing on the Hellworm. It was clearly interested. Is this food prepared for me? Although I like devouring planets, I've also devoured many creatures. There are also many humans and many astral beasts. Delicious. The Hellworm was flustered and subconsciously retreated. Lu Yin's expression sank. Woodcarving slashed out without hesitation. At his level, he dared to slash out at anyone, and the chances of his opponent instantly killing him were very low. The blade flashed through the void and pierced through the pillar of light to strike the Star Devourer's body. Star Devourer's enormous body was forced back by the blade, and it stared at Woodcarving. Human, you're unreasonable. I didn't say that I wanted to eat you, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to eat you. With that, the creature bent its 4 limbs and exerted all of its strength. The void collapsed as its enormous body charged towards the Second Legion with an unstoppable momentum. Luin barked, Hellworm, ram. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-22. Crash. The Hellworm was horrified, but it still obeyed Lu Yin's orders and charged forward. At the same time, Woodcarving and Mr. Daheng attacked while Luin punched out. All of the progenitors attacked as well. In front of the Hellworm, the second battle group attacked Star Devourer. Star Devourer's eyes turned, and all of the attacks were strangely diverted in a different direction. It slammed into the Hellworm's body, causing it to howl as it was sent flying. The Hellworm had not reached the level of a sequence law, so it should not have been able to withstand Star Devourer's attack. After all, Star Devourer had been summoned by the Eternals to steal the giant's hell. However, Luin had never underestimated the Hellworm. This idiot had withstood the Thunder Lord's attack and had even been praised by the Forgotten Ruins god for its high defense. Luin did not believe that it would be killed so easily. Behind the Hellworm were the cultivators of the second battle group. Star Devourer stopped in place and looked over in shock. What a tough scalp. In the distance, the Hellworm finally stopped and shook its head vigorously. It looked at Star Devourer again with fear in its eyes. It could not crash into this big brother. It decided to flee. Lu Yin's words were useless. Woodcarving had already leaped high into the air and slashed down with its blade. Star Devourer's eyes turned, and this time, Luin saw it clearly. Sequence particles appeared in front of Star Devourer's eyes, transforming into a powerful attractive force that attracted Lu Yin's blade. Star Devourer's sequence law was attraction. Star Devourer opened its mouth and bit down on Woodcarving. Woodcarving pressed down on the hilt and slashed horizontally. Star Devourer's eyes turned again, but this time, it was unable to divert the blade. Mr. Daheng was frantically using the law of lightness, but his law of lightness had been diverted by Star Devourer. It was equivalent to blocking Woodcarving's path. Although Star Devourer had used a lot of sequence particles, it was difficult for it to be effective without preparation. The blade landed squarely on Star Devourer's mouth. What had been expected to be a successful attack shocked everyone. There was nothing on Star Devourer's mouth besides a red mark. It had used its mouth to block Woodcarving's attack. This attack had broken through formless spacetime and heavily injured Ching Kong when it clashed with the corpse god. Star Devourer had easily blocked it. Lu Yin's expression changed. It grows by devouring planets, and the toughest part of its body is its mouth. Attack its abdomen. The Star Devourer stared at Lu Yin. Human, don't casually reveal my weakness. It's not good. As punishment, I'll devour you. After saying that, the second eye opened. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. During the Sovereign Tournament, he had clearly understood that the Star Devourer's power had undergone a transformation when it opened its eyes. Every time it opened an eye, its power would double, and it would be equivalent to a Corpse King transformation from the Eternals. When all 6 of its eyes opened, they would contain a terrifying might that could destroy all forms of power. Be careful, it has terrifying power, far above mine. Star Devourer was even more dissatisfied. Human, you seem to understand me very well. Is there someone similar to me in your spacetime? That's not good. I want to go to your spacetime and devour all of my kind so that no one will know my weakness. With that said, the 2 eyeballs spun to the sides as 2 sequence particles formed on both sides. One attracted Woodcut's attack, while the other attracted Mr. Daheng's attack. As for its main body, it charged towards Lu Yin in a bid to devour him. Lu Yin waved a hand, and the summoning platform appeared. With my blood, I summon the general. He had just summoned the Cyclops King, but now, he was using it. The Cyclops King appeared. It was relying on Lu Yin's power, but it could not use any laws since Lu Yin himself had not comprehended any sequence laws. However, the Cyclops King's body was covered in a black halo of a void world, which was the same as the void around Lu Yin's heart. The source of its power was the void around Lu Yin's heart, but this power was rejected by the current spacetime, forming a void world. Although it did not have any sequence laws, it could still cancel them out. The Cyclops King's physical body was extremely powerful. Star Devourer charged towards Lu Yin, but the Cyclops King opened its arms and hugged it. The 2 colossal beings competed in outer space. The Cyclops King retreated step by step. Star Devourer's head was pressed against the Cyclops King's body, and its 4 limbs exerted force as it continued to press forward. Even the Cyclops King could not withstand Star Devourer's power unless he used a sequence law. Lu Yin took this opportunity to take out the Young Darkness card. This was the only way he could think of to deal with Star Devourer. The Young Darkness card isolated the sequence laws, and once Star Devourer entered, it would be a battle of strength. Lu Yin did not believe that the few of them could not kill Star Devourer. Although Star Devourer was strong, he was at most at the level of the 7 sky gods. Mu Xia, Wang Jian, and Xia Zhen did not interfere, as they did not have the strength to deal with the sequence laws. If they were touched by the sequence laws, it would cause unpredictable losses. The Cyclops King could not compete with Star Devourer in terms of strength, and Star Devourer had only opened 2 eyes. However, the Cyclops King could capture Star Devourer for a certain amount of time, which was what Lu Yin wanted. Lu Yin took out the Young Darkness card, and he stuck it to Star Devourer's body without any obstruction. Star Devourer was immediately sucked in. This attractive force was not the same as the laws that existed in the universe. It was more like opening a door to another spacetime. Star Devourer did not resist at all and allowed himself to be sucked into the Young Darkness card. The Young Darkness card was pitch black, and Mu Xia and Mr. Daheng appeared at the same time to attack again. They were also unable to use the sequence laws, so they would fight Star Devourer here. Suddenly, Luin saw an inconceivable scene. Star Devourer's eyes spun, and then, the attracted sequence particle appeared. How was this possible? Young Darkness should be able to block the sequence laws, so why was it not working on Star Devourer? Mu Xia and Mr. Daheng were both pulled towards an unknown abyss by the sequence laws. Human, you don't understand me that well. I know about the Lost Tribe card, and I was deliberately sucked in by you. Look, the victor will be revealed immediately. Star Devourer's low voice was filled with pride. Although it had 4 limbs and 6 eyes and looked very strange, it was actually very shrewd. Luin had not expected that Star Devourer would not be bound by Young Darkness. Its sequence particle did not come from outer space, but rather from within its transparent head. This creature was too strange. Luin waved his hand and unfurled the wordless heavenly book, directly isolating Mu Xia and Mr. Daheng from the law of attraction. Star Devourer was confused. Human, how did you do it? Luin did not waste any more words and left Young Darkness. Once they left, Star Devourer naturally left as well. He returned to the giant's hell and put away Young Darkness. Across from him, Star Devourer slowly opened its third eye. Luin took a deep breath. Retreat. This decision allowed Mr. Daheng to relax. Mu Xia did not refuse, even though he was not willing to accept the giant's offer. However, against a monster like Star Devourer, they could not do anything for the time being. Furthermore, there were still 2 pillars of light, which were clearly a threat. If the subjugation team lost to Star Devourer, then even if they won, 2 more powerhouses would appear. This meant that the subjugation team would have to fight against 3 of the 7 sky gods at their peak. Luin was not confident. If the Eternals could lure 3 powerhouses to the giant's hell, then they might be able to lure them to the Genesis space as well. The subjugation team's results were enough to shock the 6 Directions Society, and they had achieved their desired effect. Mu Xia stepped forward and slowly raised his blade to face Star Devourer, slashing out. Star Devourer's eyes darted around. This saber strike was Wu Yu, who did not hold back. He had unleashed all the sequence laws he could currently wield. Even Star Devourer had to be cautious. His 2 eyeballs' law of attraction faced this saber strike head-on. However, this attack was only enough to make the second team retreat. Mu Xia tore through the void, and Helldrake impatiently rushed in to leave the giant's hell. As Mu Xia's blade fell, the blade in front of Star Devourer was constantly distorted. Humans, you're quite capable. If you were any stronger, I would be in trouble. Luin looked over. Senior, let's go. Mu Xia stepped forward and arrived at the side of the torn void. He looked at Star Devourer again, his eyes filled with killing intent. Star Devourer stared at Luin and the others. Humans, don't run. Before he could finish speaking, Luin and Mu Xia had already entered the torn void and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. In the life hell, Big Sis's first team had also received the news, and they had no choice but to return to the Eternal Kingdom to end the subjugation campaign. The subjugation campaign had lasted 11 months, and the results had been fruitful. More than 10 progenitor corpse kings had been killed, and more than a third of the parallel universes in the endless battlefield had been given the green light. The Eternals had no choice but to seek help from the powerhouses from the outside. Among the 7 sky gods, the Undying God and the Corpse God had both been heavily injured, and Bai Wuxian had also been forced out. It could be said that this subjugation campaign had truly stirred up the deathly still lake. Although they had paid a price, compared to the Eternals' losses, the cost of the subjugation campaign was negligible. In the Eternal Kingdom, Big Sis was dissatisfied. Why are you in such a hurry to retreat? It's too useless. Give me a little more time and I'll be able to break through the life hell. Luin was helpless. If the powerhouses from the outside get involved, even if the Eternals in the life hell are dealt with, the powerhouses from the outside will take over. Big Sis snorted. Then take care of them all. There are so many experts in the subjugation campaign. How many powerhouses from the outside are we afraid of? It's not like the Six Paths sect doesn't have the help of the powerhouses from the outside. I don't believe that the Eternals can find many of them. Louis naturally knew this, but he couldn't take the risk with the subjugation campaign. He had to figure out the situation of the powerhouses from the outside first. This time, the Eternals had launched a sneak attack on the Above Heaven sect. On the surface, it was for the sequence particle equipment, but in reality, they had attacked Earth and drawn out the experts under the Lightning Lord. Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue were also in the Above Heaven sect at the moment. Lu Yin could understand the situation of the powerhouses from the outside through them. It took a lot of persuasion to suppress Big Sis's desire for battle. After a short period of recuperation, the subjugation campaign returned to the origin space with the advance announcement by Wang Wen and the others. What greeted the subjugation campaign was endless cheers. They had indeed won the battle, and fought beautifully. Although there were some accidents in the process, it was fine as long as the result was good. This battle had displayed the might of the Above Heaven sect, and Lu Yin's reputation in the Six Directions sect had reached an unprecedented height. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been updating for the third day in a row. Thank you. Sui Feng has worked very hard. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-23. The boundless battlefield was like a millstone of life and death for the Six Directions sect. Even if the three great saints of reincarnation, time and space, and the great Empyrean joined forces, they had never heard of anyone being able to break through the boundless battlefield. But today, Lu Yin did it. He did the most appropriate thing at the most appropriate time and received the most appropriate reward. The moment he returned, Lu Yin immediately announced to the Six Directions sect that there would be another crusade against the boundless battlefield. This announcement ignited the blood of countless people in the Six Directions sect. They also hoped to return with a great victory amidst the cheers of countless people. The casualties of this crusade weren't that high. It was also the dream of countless cultivators to follow so many experts to participate in the war. It was imaginable that the scale of the Second Crusade would definitely surpass the first. As long as there is another great victory, the faith of the Six Directions sect will all belong to Taoist Master alone, Wei Rong said respectfully. Lu Yin sat in the main hall of the Heavenly Sect. Those who are fighting outside are having a hard time. Those who stay behind aren't having it easy either. Wei Rong bowed deeply. We are far inferior to Taoist Master who risked his life to fight. What about Jiang Qin and the others? They are still on Earth. Lu Yin stood up and left the Heavenly Sect, heading towards Earth. Zhu Ji's attack was blocked by the dragon turtle. Although Earth was suppressed by the aura of the Ancestor Realm, fortunately, it didn't suffer any substantial damage. A huge statue was erected in the square. A group of people surrounded the statue to express their admiration for Lu Yin. Far away, in a stylish coffee shop, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue were sitting opposite each other. The dragon turtle was lying on Jiang Qingyue's shoulder dispiritedly, looking as if it would die at any moment. The crusade is back. Lu Yin should be here soon. Sister, are you nervous? Jiang Chen teased. Jiang Qingyue was a cold person, but she was always the center of attention. Right after Jiang Chen finished speaking, a man walked over and magically presented a flower to Jiang Qingyue. With a handsome smile on his face, he said, "Beautiful lady, this is for you." Jiang Qingyue didn't even look at it. The dragon turtle opened its mouth and yawned. Jiang Chen stirred his coffee and watched with interest. The man wasn't embarrassed at all. Obviously, he was very experienced in this kind of thing. He took out another flower. The previous one was a red rose, but this one was not a common flower. Beautiful lady, I personally planted this in the courtyard of my home in Jinling. It comes from the bustling island of the cosmic sea. The flowers of the secular world are not worthy of your beautiful face. Only this flower can show your true heart. The man was very particular with his words. His words revealed his background. Jinling was currently the most expensive place in the world. It could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The fact that he was able to own a house with a yard and grow flowers in Jinling was quite remarkable. Especially since this flower came from the cosmic sea, it represented the man's ability. Regardless of wealth or influence, the man was impeccable. With this sentence, he was confident that he would be able to date many girls. The man looked at Jiang Qingyue with confidence and modesty. No woman would reject him. However, Jiang Qingyue still did not respond. The dragon turtle stared at the flower. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed it. Jiang Chen laughed. The man looked at the bare flower path and was a little stunned. In his many years of experience, he had never thought that such a thing would happen. Just as he was about to get angry, the dragon turtle's voice rang out. Tastes average. Tui. The man's anger was immediately extinguished. He stared at the dragon turtle cautiously. A cosmic beast that could speak. This was not a product of Earth. It must have come from the universe. This woman was not simple. No wonder she ignored him. Thinking of this, the man smiled again. I'm sorry to disturb the beautiful lady. This meal is on me. Please don't take offense. After that, he smiled at Jiang Chen and returned to his seat. His actions were very elegant from beginning to end. Jiang Chen praised, this kid is not bad. He's handsome, has good eyesight, and can endure. Sister, why don't you consider him? Don't worry about cultivation. You know that Dad doesn't need you to consider that. Jiang Qingyue frowned and looked at Jiang Chen. When did you start talking so much nonsense? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Can't help it. Only an interesting soul can get the lady's love. Just a handsome appearance is useless. Well said, young Master Chen. The dragon turtle praised. Jiang Chen became more and more proud. Why are you smiling so happily? Lu Yin arrived. He was dressed plainly and looked like an ordinary person. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yin. He pointed at the seat opposite him. Sit here. Lu Yin looked over. Beside Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue's gaze turned cold as she stared at Jiang Chen. If you continue like this, we'll spar for half a month. Jiang Chen was stunned. He smiled awkwardly. Sister, I was just joking. I'll sit. After that, he moved aside and sat next to Jiang Qingyue. Lu Yin sat across from him. Lu Yin sat down and looked at Jiang Chen. It's been a long time. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yin and sighed. It has indeed been a long time. The last time we met, you gave me a gardener. Lu Yin smiled. You appeared just in time. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. Jiang Chen said grumpily, nothing good happens every time I meet you. Even so, I'm a person who repaid evil with kindness and saved your above heaven sect. Tell me, how are you going to thank me? Lu Yin really should thank Jiang Chen and the others. If it wasn't for them, above heaven sect aside, Earth and this space-time would have been destroyed. He had a lot of feelings for Earth. This meal is on me, Lu Yin said. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. I risked my life to invite Uncle Kong to help you defeat the Eternals, and you're only going to treat me to a meal. Lu Yin shrugged. As the son of the Lightning Lord, I don't think there's anything you'd like on my side. There's no need to be so formal. Jiang Qin scoffed. I can, but you're too shameless. What, do you want to go further down the path of stinginess? I heard that Dao Lord Lu is a money grubber. You're right. Since you know that, you should know that I'm being very sincere by treating you to this meal, Lu Yin joked. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. Sister, I realize that I won't be able to go far down the path of a womanizer's brother-in-law. The dragon turtle moved closer to Lu Yin. Young Master Chen doesn't lack anything, but I'm different. Dao Lord Lu, I played a part in protecting Earth. If it wasn't for me, Earth would have been reduced to a flat surface. He was just joking. Lu Yin faced the trio with a solemn expression. On behalf of Earth, I, Lu Yin, would like to thank the three of you for your help. I will always remember this kindness. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin. We come from the parallel universe of Earth. Whether it's the Earth of this universe or the Earth of our universe, we'll help when we're in danger. You don't have to thank us. But there's one thing that I'm curious about. Why did the captain of the eternal race's true god guards attack Earth? Speaking of this, Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had thought about it a lot before he came here, and he had a guess. I'll answer that question later, but I have a question here. I have a question, and I hope you can answer it. He looked at Jiang Qingyue. The Lightning Lord is in your universe, right? Jiang Qingyue nodded. That's right. Earth went through a catastrophe and my father rose to prominence. Because of his ability to travel through parallel universes, some parallel universes had a different flow of time, allowing my father to attain his current strength. If it wasn't for that, we would only be in an ordinary parallel universe of Earth. There wouldn't be a Lightning Lord. Do the Eternals know? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Qin was puzzled. Know what? Of course, they know that my father is the Lightning Lord. Lu Yin said, I mean, do the Eternals know that the Lightning Lord is in a parallel universe of Earth? Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue looked at each other. They should know about this. My father has fought with the Eternals for many years. They know us very well. I don't know, the dragon turtle suddenly interrupted. They all looked at him. The dragon turtle looked pensive and murmured, when I accompanied the old master to explore the parallel universe, he always used the name of White Cloud City. He never mentioned Earth. The old master was already at the ancestor realm when he fought with the Eternals. The Eternals couldn't gain the upper hand against the old master, especially when the old master came into contact with the Six-Party Society. The Eternals didn't dare to provoke the old master. After so many years, it wasn't the Eternals who fought the old master, but the experts who allied with the Eternals. They weren't humans. They only knew the old master's name, White Cloud City. They never had the concept of Earth. Jiang Chen was surprised. I see. My father never mentioned Earth to the outside world. Jiang Qingyue said, there's no need to. White Cloud City was built by my father. Compared to it, Earth is just a planet, our home. It doesn't represent anything in the universe. She then looked at Lu Yin, is there a problem? Lu Yin's expression was grave. As expected. It's getting closer and closer to my guess. He stared at Jiang Qin. When we first met, you said that you had the ability to travel through parallel universes. You also said that you were chasing a rabbit. That rabbit came into contact with the Lightning Lord and also obtained the ability to travel through parallel universes, right? Jiang Qin nodded, then grew impatient. What's going on? Just tell me directly. Don't beat around the bush. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Did you rely on an external object to travel through parallel universes? A bead, Jiang Qingyue answered. Lu Yin was serious. Aside from the bead, the Lightning Lord should have two other extremely powerful external objects from the same era as the bead. How did you know? Jiang Qin was surprised. The dragon turtle was also surprised. Even the old master didn't mention this to anyone when he was roaming the universe. Lu Yin took a deep breath. There was a person called Undying Yushan. He was the emperor of the Great Yu Empire of the Fifth Mainland. His true identity, Lu Yin told him about how Undying Yushan was controlled by the evil scripture and how he was searching for the three divine tools. The key point was the strangeness of Earth. Undying Yushan had his eyes on Earth and told Lu Yin about it before he died. It was at that time that Lu Yin thought of Jiang Qin and had his suspicions. Now, the eternal race had suddenly attacked Earth. What could Earth have? The only possibility was that Undying Yushan was searching for the three divine tools under the evil scripture's control. The Fifth Mainland's Earth definitely didn't have them. However, White Cloud City, where the Lightning Lord lived, was a different story. Lu Yin believed that the Lightning Lord's rise had something to do with the three divine tools, just like how he had the ability to use dice. Otherwise, no matter how talented an ordinary person was, it would be impossible for him to rise so quickly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-24. The Eternals must be looking for the three divine weapons. Before this, the Eternals wouldn't have been able to find the three divine weapons even if they reduced Earth to a flat surface. But now that you've appeared and brought with you an expert who can kill the captain of the true God Guard, things are different. I'm guessing that the Eternals already know that the three divine weapons are in White Cloud City, a parallel universe to Earth. If the Eternals don't give up looking for the three divine weapons, they'll definitely target White Cloud City. Lu Yin voiced out all his guesses. His guesses weren't baseless. Otherwise, why would the captain of the true God Guard attack Earth instead of the heavenly sect? Earth was a strange place. Every once in a while, it would go through a cycle of extinction. Lu Yin still didn't know the reason for this. To cover up this fact, the Hidden Earth Society would attack planets with primeval surnames every once in a while to hide Earth's uniqueness. In fact, this situation had nothing to do with the primeval surnames. Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that it had something to do with the three divine weapons. Even the Eternals wanted the three divine weapons, but they had landed on Earth. This was enough to prove something. The evil scripture was also looking for the three divine weapons. They were the forces of the heavenly sect era. Jiang Chen's expression was grave. Lu Yin's guess was very likely true. If so, the Eternals would definitely target White Cloud City. The reason why White Cloud City was so carefree and the Eternals didn't want to kill Jiang Qingyue and the Sixth Mainland was because they didn't want to face the Lightning Lord directly. However, if the Lightning Lord had something they wanted and needed, it would be a different story. White Cloud City already had enemies. Once the Eternals attacked, they would be caught off guard. Thank you for the reminder, sister. I'll go back first, Jiang Qin said solemnly. Jiang Qingyue nodded. She knew that he had to go back and warn his father. Jiang Qin was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He looked at Lu Yin. Do you want to come with me to White Cloud City? Lu Yin paused. Me too. The dragon turtle was helpless. The old master isn't here. Jiang Qin remembered. That's right. Father isn't here. What a pity. Otherwise, the Lightning Lord of White Cloud City and Lord Lu of the Heavenly Sect would be a wonderful story, murmured the dragon turtle. Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth. She grabbed the dragon turtle and threw it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin took the dragon turtle. Sis, you don't need its protection anymore. Take him away. Jiang Qingyue was displeased. The dragon turtle shouted, Little master, I won't say anymore. I definitely won't say anymore. Young Master Qin, please help me beg for mercy. I can't leave Little Master, or else Little Master will be in danger. Jiang Chen helplessly placed the dragon turtle on the table. I have to go back and remind Dad. Just bear with it for a while, sis. He left after saying this. The dragon turtle looked at Jiang Qingyue pitifully. It would be great if that Helldrake was half as smart as the dragon tortoise. Right, Helldrake. Did the Lightning Lord strike the prison dragon before? Jiang Qingyue took a sip of coffee. That's your mount. Lu Yin nodded. Jiang Qingyue shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin looked at the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle shook his head as well. Although I've traveled with my old master, I wasn't always by his side. There are some things that Kong Tianzhao knows more about. Kong Tianzhao. The one who killed the captain of the True God Guard with a single strike. He's my old master's eternal rival. His sword is #1 in White Cloud City. Although he lost to my old master many times, my old master once said that he's not as good as Kong Tianzhao in terms of sword purity. One day, Kong Tianzhao will reach the pinnacle of the sword, the dragon turtle said. Lu Yin praised, there are so many experts in White Cloud City. The dragon turtle was speechless. More than your above heaven sect. It's not easy to become an ancestor. There weren't many people in my old master's generation. Moreover. It paused and looked at Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue's tone was calm. My master killed his other master. Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? The dragon turtle sighed. There are similar people in parallel universes. My old master built White Cloud City in both parallel universes. Kong Tianzhao also had a person called Kong Tianzhao. In order to become an ancestor, Kong Tianzhao battled with his parallel universes in an attempt to break through. He did break through in the end. One of him killed the other and completed the transformation. Lu Yin nodded. Although he didn't see the scene, he could imagine how tragic it was. He couldn't imagine how it felt to kill one's own self. The Six Paths Association is also a parallel universe, but I've never seen two people who are the same, Lu Yin said. Jiang Qingyue looked up. There are too many parallel universes, and each parallel universe develops differently. The probability of the same person appearing is very low. That's what my father said. Lu Yin didn't dwell on this point. He invited Jiang Qingyue to the Above Heaven sect as a guest, and since she wanted to continue her tour of Earth, he left. After Lu Yin left, the dragon turtle lamented, Little mistress, you really won't be able to find a man like this. Can't you talk about romance? Jiang Qingyue ignored it. At this time, the man came over again with a gentle smile. Beautiful lady, sorry to disturb you again. Can I invite you to tour Nanjing? The dragon turtle looked up. We want to tour the Above Heaven sect. The man's face paled. Tour the Above Heaven sect. Was this turtle crazy? Was that even a place to tour? Even his father, who could sit down with Lord Zhou Shan and enjoy tea, wouldn't dare say that he could enter the Above Heaven sect, let alone tour it. Not long after Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect, someone from Lu Tianjing came to tell him that Madman Lu wanted to see him. Lu Yin headed to Lu Tianjing and met with Lu Tianyi first. He wanted to see you half a year ago, but I suppressed it and waited for the patriarch to come out of seclusion. There's no need for you to meet him, but he's been getting crazier these past few days. Lu Yin grunted, I'll go see him and see what he has to say. Even Lu Tianyi didn't want to deal with Madman Lu, so he had to wait for the patriarch to come out of seclusion. Not long after, Lu Yin met with Madman Lu. Madman Lu grinned when he saw Lu Yin arrive, you finally dared to come see me. Lu Yin was indifferent. Why wouldn't I dare? Madman Lu sneered, you're the one who doesn't dare to meet me, and you're also the one who has no choice but to meet me. You're also a spy. Lu Yin shook his head. This is Lu Tianjing, and no one will believe you no matter what you say. I'm a spy. That's the Six Paths Association's biggest joke. This is the Eternal's greatest scheme, Madman Lu growled. Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu. The two stared at each other, but the madness in Madman Lu's eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. His tyrannical aura was stifling, and the chains rattled softly. You have divine power. Lu Yin was shocked. How did he know? Madman Lu said, during the battle in the treasury, you saw me use the Corpse King transformation, so you were certain I was a spy. I also saw you use divine power. Since you can use divine power, how can you say you're not a spy? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Humans are divided into good and evil, but power is not. Ha 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 ha, naive, power is not divided into good and evil. You've obtained the celestial eye and seen the sequence laws, yet you still say such laughable things. Some people's power comes from their thoughts, and divine power comes from the one true God's thoughts. Once you use it, you'll be affected by the one true God. It will drive you mad, make you kill, and turn you into a different person. You've used divine power before, so how can you not know? Are you still yourself? Lu Yin frowned. Enough, what are you trying to say? If you want to threaten me, then forget it. Even if Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others know I have divine power, they won't believe I'm a spy. Madman Lu stared at Lu Yin. You can't escape the one true God. Even if you're not a spy now, one day, you'll be affected by his power and become the greatest spy in human history. The higher you climb, the greater the damage you'll cause to humanity and the Lu family. How interesting, the person who the Lu family placed high hopes on, the person who can lead the family to glory, will ultimately push the Lu family into the abyss. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin turned to leave. He thought this madman had something else to say. If he really wanted to expose that he cultivated divine power, then so be it. At worst, he'd make it clear to everyone. Divine power had always been a thorn in his heart. Back when he saw the future in the Book of Destiny, he believed he could change it. He wasn't a spy, so there was nothing he couldn't say. Don't you want to know who was the one who pushed the general appointment stage away and saved your life? Madman Lu shouted. Lu Yin stopped and slowly turned around to look at Madman Lu. Madman Lu sneered. Do you know who it was? Do you want to know who it was? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Back then on the back battlefield, Madman Lu wanted to kill him with the general platform. At that time, he couldn't move, couldn't use any of his strength, and no one could save him. But at that moment, a hand with the power of time flowing on it tore through the void and pushed the general platform away, saving his life. Since then, Lu Yin had always wanted to know who had saved him. That palm was truly a life-saving grace. Do you know who it was? Madman Lu's crazed expression disappeared. I didn't know back then, but I thought about it for a long time. Who could have saved me at that moment? Finally, I thought of it. He stared at Lu Yin. That person isn't from our era. I thought back to the past and the present, and I thought of who that person was and the price he paid for that palm. I don't know why that person saved you and paid such a huge price, but kid, that palm isn't just for your life. There's more that you can never repay. You owe that person too much. He has sacrificed too much for that palm. Who was it? Lu Yin shouted. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. Do you think I'll tell you? Do you think I'll believe that you know? Lu Yin retorted. Madman Lu disdainfully said, It's your business whether you believe me or not. Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu. Was this madman telling the truth? Reason told him that it was very likely, but he really wanted to know who that person was. That person had saved his life, but he couldn't find a clue even after many years. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-25. Lu Yin didn't want to let go of even the slightest chance. He still remembered that moment when he saw the scars on Lu Yin's palm and heard the words, "Is it worth it?" He couldn't tell if it was those two words, but those two words made his heart heavy. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, even if I told you that I was lying, would you believe me?" "Ha ha ha ha." Madman Lu laughed maniacally. Lu Yin stared at him coldly. "What are your conditions?" Madman Lu's face turned cold and he leaned forward, the chains rattling violently. "I don't want to be punished by that old bastard Lu Yuan. Even if I die, I want to die honorably. Kid, let's fight to the death. No one is allowed to interfere. If you win, I'll tell you who that person is before I die. Otherwise, you'll never know." Lu Yin was so angry that he laughed. "You want to fight me one-on-one? Aren't I courting death?" Madman Lu grinned. "You can choose the time. It can be now or any time you think you can defeat me. Actually, breaking through to the progenitor realm is a good opportunity. Do you dare?" Lu Yin turned and left, leaving behind Madman Lu's maniacal laughter. When he met Lu Tianyi again, Lu Yin brought up Madman Lu's conditions. Lu Tianyi's face turned solemn. "Are you sure?" Lu Yin nodded. "Who is that person? I really want to know. He has already been confirmed as a spy. Once you fight to the death, he might use his corpse king transformation and god force. The reason why I could defeat him so easily was because he didn't dare to use those powers in that situation. He was prepared to be taken away by me, but a fight to the death is different," Lu Tianyi reminded. Lu Yin said solemnly, "I'm sure. Don't worry, ancestor. I won't fight him without absolute confidence. I'll take all the circumstances into consideration." Lu Tianyi looked deeply at Lu Yin. "My Lu family's children are not afraid of death. Since you've decided, the family will fully support you. Before the fight to the death, the family won't punish him." This was Madman Lu's goal. Lu Yin knew what Madman Lu was thinking, but he had indeed grasped his weakness. Was it worth it? What did that person pay? At the Void God spacetime border, outside a new inn, a figure walked out. "This is the place. What a strange place." Soon, the door opened, and a figure walked in, throwing out 3 corpses. They were half-ancestor corpse kings. Everyone in the new inn looked at the newcomers. When the guests saw the corpses of the 3 half-martial ancestor corpse kings, they were all shocked. To them, a half-martial ancestor corpse king was an expert that was beyond their reach. The woman with heavy makeup walked over and carefully looked at the corpse on the ground. Her gaze fell on the person who had come. She revealed a charming smile, but her eyes were vigilant. "May I ask what is the meaning of this?" "My name is Shan, and I'm from the Above Heaven sect. This is the condition that our Lord Lu has agreed to, 3 half-ancestor corpse kings." It was Master Shan, as there was no need for Lu Yin to personally make a trip to the new inn. He already knew what he needed to know, and he had only asked Master Shan to settle the karma of the new inn. The woman looked upstairs. Cho Huo walked down the stairs and stood in front of Master Shan. "Master Lu has fulfilled his promise. Please send my regards to Master Lu on behalf of my new inn." Master Shan nodded and prepared to leave. "Oh right, old chump is dead. Please help us pass the message to Master Lu," Cho reported. Master Shan did not know who the old man was. He was just fulfilling his promise. Return. When he arrived at the Above Heaven sect, Master Shan passed Cho Huo's message to Lu Yin, who had not expected the old man to actually die. This should have nothing to do with the new inn, as Cho Huo was not someone who would go back on his word. Old Chump had already learned of the 100 Styles clan's enmity, and he knew that he would never be able to kill Chenlo for revenge. He had already done everything he could, and there was no place for him in the new inn. Death might be the best release. Thank you for your hard work, Master Shan. It's my honor to be able to share your burdens. For the next period of time, the Above Heaven sect was very quiet. Even the Six Direction Society and the Endless Battlefield were very quiet. The Eternals did not take any revenge, and the Giant's Hell Star Devourer seemed to be sleeping. Even when Lu Yin sent people to keep an eye on it, there was no movement. Now that Ultra Space belonged to Lu Yin, no one had any objections. Lu Yin moved the back garden to Ultra Space and assigned some experts to protect it. At the same time, he had Wang Wen sort out the power that Ultra Space could use. Whether it was the carrier of the feed technique or the energy source, they were all necessary to ensure that Ultra Space could become one of the Six Direction Societies. Lu Yin wanted all of these cultivation techniques. The Dimensional Master was dead, Yu Fang was dead, and Bai Qian was missing. Everything pointed to disaster. Now, Lu Yin handed Ultra Space over to He-Ran. It was ironic, as Lu Yin had personally thrown He-Ran into the abyss and made her his mascot for so long. Now, he was throwing her to manage Ultra Space. There was no other choice, as no one was more suitable than her. He-Ran had never dreamed that she would one day be able to return to Ultra Space and sit on that staircase. At the bottom of the staircase, Uncle Mo was even more excited. He had never thought that he would be able to protect He-Ran one day. The two were silent for a long time. In the past, everything they had came from the Dimensional Master, but now, it all came from Lu Yin. This person had clearly tricked them, but now, he was their master. He-Ran's thoughts were complicated, and she thought about many things. There was resentment, anger, and panic. She hated Lu Yin for taking her from the heavens to the abyss, and now, he had brought her back from the abyss. However, no matter how much she hated him, she did not dare to show it. All of this had been given to her by that man. He had toyed with her in the palm of his hand. Ultra Space's misfortune did not cause any waves in the Hexagon Society. The Dimensional Master had died, so logically speaking, there should be a parallel universe that would replace Ultra Space as one of the Hexagon Societies, but no one mentioned it. In the past, anyone who wanted to abolish or promote one of the Hexagon Societies would need the approval of a Grand Empyrean. Now, many people in the Hexagon Society were thinking about this problem. Should they look for the reincarnation spacetime or the sky sect? Soon, half a year passed. During this time, Lu Yin was very calm, and the only thing he was looking forward to was the star essence that the four-way balance had calculated. Of course, it had not been delivered yet, but it was an enormous amount that would stun even Lu Yin. It would definitely bring about some changes to him. On this day, Wu De arrived outside the Sky Sect to listen to a subordinate report on recent events. Right, what about that youth who wanted to be apprenticed? How is it? He still remembered that there had been a youth who had come from the reincarnation spacetime who had wanted to be apprenticed to Tao Lord Lu. However, that youth had never cultivated before, and Wu De had believed that it would be impossible for him to succeed. However, Tao Lord Lu had asked Wu De to keep an eye on that youth because he had received him. Wu De had kept an eye on the youth for 3 years and then left the last 2 years to his subordinates. He had never slacked off, and every time he came to the Sky Sect, he would ask about the youth. It had already been more than 5 years. The subordinate reported, "He's still here, and he hasn't given up." Wu De nodded and thought for a moment. "Let's go take a look." Not long after, Wu De arrived at a spacecraft. Because the youth had no cultivation, he could only stay inside the spacecraft and face the Sky Sect. He respectfully kowtowed and begged to be accepted as a disciple by Lu Yin. He did not know if Lu Yin knew of his existence, but this was all he could do. As long as there was a chance, he would not give up. So many people were kneeling outside the Sky Sect, begging to be apprenticed to Lu Yin meant that there was a chance, even though not a single person had succeeded. "How much longer will you last?" Wuda walked over to the youth and squatted down to look at him. The youth was resolute. As long as I don't succeed, I won't get up. Wuda sighed. Actually, this is useless. Master Lu doesn't even know of your existence. The youth did not give up and continued to kneel. Wuda was curious, just what was it about this youth that had attracted Master Lu? He did not know that Master Lu had been watching him this entire time. As long as he could persevere, he would definitely soar. In reality, many people hope to know the results before doing anything, but that was just wishful thinking. If someone knew that their efforts would definitely lead to success, then it would be completely different from working hard with a confused mentality. If someone knew that they would definitely make money by gambling, then they would risk their lives to gamble. If someone knew that they would definitely make a fortune by learning a certain skill, then they would still learn it no matter how much they disliked it. This was the benefit of knowing the results first, but it was just wishful thinking. Who could know the results first? Countless people walked this path, and only those with a strong will and luck could succeed. This was what separated people from each other. However, this youth already had a result. From Wu Da's perspective, being noticed by Master Lu was a result. As long as this youth persevered, he would definitely become Master Lu's disciple. To be honest, Wu Da was envious. If he had known that Master Lu would one day reach such heights in the Astral Combat Academy, then even if they were classmates, he would have knelt in front of Master Lu and begged him to be his master. No, he would have sworn brotherhood with Master Lu. Wu Da sighed. Then continue. I hope your perseverance is meaningful. If this youth gave up, Wu Da did not know if he would feel sorry for him. He definitely would. Just as Wu Da was about to leave, a woman walked in and looked at him calmly. This glance caused Wu Da's entire body to turn cold. He had never felt this way before. It was as if this woman was the master of his life and could decide whether he lived or died at any time. It was not that he had never experienced life and death in the universe, but he had never felt this way before. This woman carried an indescribable dignity as she slowly walked over. Wu Da stood in place and did not move. He just looked at her. She glanced at him. Leave. Wu Da did not dare to refute and quickly lowered his head to leave. At that moment, the void in front of him rippled, and a figure walked out. Wu Da stared blankly, then became overjoyed and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Path Master. The newcomer was Lu Yin, and the woman was the reincarnation spacetime's Yalan. Even though the woman had not attacked Wu Da had felt that his life was in danger and had been terrified. Now that Lu Yin had arrived, he was completely relieved. Lu Yin glanced at Wu Da and then at Yalan. You've come to the above heaven sect. Is it appropriate for you not to greet me? Yalan did not expect that Lu Yin would still be able to sense her even though she had already concealed her aura. She took a deep breath and bowed slowly. Greetings, Master Lu. Wu Da's courage grew as he looked up at the woman. What a beautiful woman. However, if Master Lu was able to say this, then this woman could not be a progenitor, right? Thanks to my brothers for their support, I'll continue to update. It's been 4 days since I've started to update. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-26. Not far away, the young man kneeling on the ground looked at Lu Yin and said excitedly, Master Lu, you are Master Lu. Please accept me as your disciple. I beg you. Lu Yin looked at the young man. At this time, Yao Lan's face changed. She hurriedly blocked Lu Yin's sight and said politely, Master Lu, Tuo Lin is rude. Please let me go. I will take him back to the reincarnation spacetime and discipline him strictly. He will not disturb Master Lu again. Lu Yin looked at Yao Lan. No, I think he is very good. The young man named Tuo Lin was even more excited. He knelt and kowtowed, please accept me as your disciple." Yaolan shouted, "Tuolin, shut up." Luyin frowned, "Yaolan, are you here to trouble me?" Yaolan's face was ugly, "I dare not. I just don't want Master Lu to blame Tuolin. His ancestors have made great contributions to mankind. Please let him go this time." Luyin laughed, "He came to worship me as his master. What's there to blame?" Yaolan said, "This child, Tuolin, has no cultivation at all. At such an old age, he has long since lost the possibility of cultivating. Even so, he still wants to become Master Lu's disciple. He simply wants to throw away Master Lu's face. Thus, after I found out about this, I specially came here to bring him back." Yaolan's words made Tuolin's face gloomy. He did not cultivate and could not cultivate, but he wanted to. No one in the reincarnation spacetime could help him. He saw hope in Luyin during the battle at the tea party. Master Lu was young, but he created a miracle and became the most prominent person in the six-party society. How could he do it? Since he could do it, maybe he could help him create a miracle. So he came. "Master Lu, no one in the reincarnation spacetime can help me cultivate, so I came here to beg Master Lu to help me. I really want to cultivate." Tuolin begged and kept kowtowing. He was just an ordinary person, but he kowtowed so hard that his forehead was bleeding. Yaolan frowned, "Tuolin, let's go back first." Tuolin ignored her and kept kowtowing. His blood gradually dyed the ground red. Wu sympathized with him, but he had no right to speak here. Luyin put his hands behind his back. "Tuolin, right?" Tuolin looked up. He was dizzy and his face was pale. He staggered and almost fell. "Yes, my name is Tuolin. How long have you been kneeling here?" Tuolin's mind wasn't very clear due to the excessive blood loss, but he still insisted on not letting himself faint. 5.5 years. Not much. I will continue to kneel here as long as Master Lu accepts me as his disciple. Yaolan said in a low voice, "Tuolin, stop talking. Come with me." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "All right, I'll accept you as my disciple." Tuolin was stunned as he looked at Lu Yin. You said you would take me as your disciple?" Yaolan looked at Lu Yin anxiously. "Master Lu, please reconsider. This child will never be able to cultivate, and he will only embarrass you if he becomes your disciple. Please allow me to bring him back to the reincarnation spacetime. The reincarnation spacetime will be eternally grateful." Luyin felt strange. "It's just a child. Why are you so grateful on behalf of reincarnation spacetime?" Yaolan hurriedly said, "This child's ancestor has made great contributions to the human race. The great Empyrean has instructed that the descendants of this lineage should spend the rest of their lives in the reincarnation spacetime and not participate in cultivation. Master Lu, for the sake of the great Empyrean, please let me take him away." Lu Yin was indifferent. "The great Empyrean has no face in front of me." Yaolan's heart sank. She knew that the Lu family's relationship with the great Empyrean. The relationship between the great Empyreans was bad, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. Lu Yin didn't give them any face at all. "I said I would accept him as my disciple. Tuolin, come and pay respects to your master," Lu Yin said lightly. Tuolin stood up shakily. He had long lost his strength, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He saw the world spinning, but even if he had to crawl to Lu Yin. Tuolin slowly walked past Yaolan. If possible, Yaolan wanted to grab him and leave, but it was impossible. This was the above heavens sect, and Lu Yin was standing in front of her. She couldn't do it. Even if she wanted to take this boy away, Lu Yin had to agree. Otherwise, she could only watch. It was less than 10 meters away. Tuolin walked for a minute, dripping blood along the way, but he still came to Lu Yin, knelt down, and kowtowed again. Tuo Lin greets Master. Yao Lan gritted her teeth. Master Lu, please. Lu Yin did not allow her to speak. He lowered his head and looked at Tuo Lin. You can be considered my first official disciple. From now on, you are my disciple. Ku Wei had become Lu Yin's disciple as a lockbreaker, so he could be considered half a disciple. Tuo Lin, on the other hand, was his first disciple. Lu Yin might not have accepted this boy as his disciple, but Yao Lan's attitude was very strange. He wanted to see how the reincarnation spacetime would react, and he also found it strange that this boy seemed to have some secrets. Tuo Lin kowtowed fiercely, and it was considered a success. After kowtowing 3 times, he fainted. Wuda looked at Tuo Lin with envy. This boy would soar into the sky from now on, and there would be few people in the origin space who had a higher status than him. He did not know why this boy had attracted Master Lu's interest, but since he had attracted a progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime, he probably had some background. Yao Lan watched helplessly, unable to stop it. When she saw Tuo Lin faint on the ground, she looked at Lu Yin. Since things have come to this, I ask Master Lu to treat this child well. Regardless of the relationship between the origin space and the reincarnation spacetime, I hope Master Lu will not be biased against him. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Lu Yin was indifferent. Yao Lan was helpless and left. Lu Yin's indifference and overbearingness made her uncomfortable. As the above heaven sect grew stronger, this person also became more overbearing. When had the six-way society ever been so aggrieved? After Yao Lan left, Lu Yin looked at Wuda. You've worked hard during this period. Wuda quickly bowed respectfully. It's my honor to be able to work for the Path Master. I will do my best. Lu Yin grunted and left with Tuo Lin. Looking at the empty spacecraft, Wuda felt as if he had been in a dream. In the dream, a progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime had been scolded like a dog by the Path Master and had run away. When he looked again, the boy was no longer there. This was not a dream. From now on, there would be a lord named Tuo Lin in the origin space. In the above heaven sect, Lu Yin brought Tuo Lin back and examined him. His expression was strange. It was not that this boy did not cultivate, but that he could not cultivate. The meridians in his body were fake. What was going on? It was like he was just a shell. A clone. No, it should not be a clone. Then what was it? Lu Yin invited various progenitors to examine him, so perhaps some of them knew. However, no one knew what was going on with Tuo Lin. In the end, Lu Yin thought of someone, Senior Mu Xia. He asked him to use tracing back to time to find the source of this boy's problem. How do you know that tracing back can do this? Mu Xia was surprised. He had only told Lu Yin to use tracing back to time to find a certain time, but Lu Yin had asked him to do something different. Tracing back to time was indeed possible. Lu Yin told Mu Xia about how Mr. Mu had used tracing back to time to help him learn the plan's secret art. At the time, Lu Yin did not know how Mr. Mu had done it, but now he knew that it was tracing back to time. He had used the Su family's bloodline to find a time when he could see the chessboard, allowing an outsider like Lu Yin to enter that time to learn the plan's secret art. As Lu Yin's cultivation increased, he gradually understood many things that he had not understood before. However, the universe was too vast, and there were still many things that could not be explained even by progenitors. Otherwise, the primogenitors would not have disappeared. Even Lu Tianyi did not know what had happened to Bai Xianer. Senior Mu Xia's tracing back to time was far inferior to Mr. Mu, but it was not impossible to find Tuo Lin's problem. Yi Bo has been dealt with by you. I'm looking for the next target of tracing back to time. This boy is suitable, but I don't know how long it will take. As Mu Xia spoke, he walked in front of Tuo Lin, and a dark relic appeared. This was the main dark relic that Senior Mu Xia had placed in the trunk of the mother tree to use tracing back to time. After Yi Bo had been dealt with, this dark relic had naturally appeared. Senior Mu Xia had not displayed much of his strength in the endless battlefield subjugation battle. Ordinary progenitors were not needed for him to display his strength, and sequence law powerhouses did not need him to face them. As a result, even after this dark relic had returned, Lu Yin had not seen his true strength. Senior brother, if you reach the sequence law level, what will it be like? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Mu Xia laughed. Why don't you look forward to what junior brother Qing Ping will be like? It should be soon. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior brother Qing Ping is still in the endless battlefield. Mu Xia nodded. I can confirm that he is in the endless battlefield. As for which spacetime he is in, I don't know. In the past, Master told us not to be anxious and to cultivate slowly. However, it is different now. Junior brother, your cultivation speed is so exaggerated that junior brother Qing Ping must be under pressure. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I have no choice. Senior brother Qing Ping has just broken through to half progenitor. There is no need to be anxious. Mu Xia shook his head. Although Master's sect was harmonious, it did not mean that there was no competition. This junior brother's talent had suppressed Qing Ping to the point that he had no choice but to enter the endless battlefield. Mu Xia was the same. Even senior Mu Xia could not ignore this. Qing Ping had to break through. It could be considered as protecting his dignity as a senior brother. The dark relic slowly floated above Tuo Lin's head. The surrounding void distorted, causing time to change. Images constantly flashed past. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this scene. He had seen it many times in the past. Now that he could chase after time and reverse it, he naturally understood it even more clearly. However, the mighty power of time was vast and boundless. What they came into contact with was just a drop in the ocean. With time as the carrier, countless battle techniques and cultivation techniques appeared. Old ancestor Tianyi guessed that Bai Xiener's technique might also be related to time. Lu Yin slowly walked out and looked into the distance. He was very envious of seeker tracing. This battle technique was very suitable for him. What a pity. He took a step forward and came to the side of the cauldron. He raised his hand and pressed it on the cauldron. A tree branch stretched out and touched Lu Yin's hand cutely. He ran left. Are you lonely? Lu Yin could feel the little sapling's emotions and asked with a smile. The little sapling rubbed the back of Lu Yin's hand, feeling wronged. Lu Yin smiled. All right, I will find another person to play with you. The little sapling's green leaves directly stood up. It was happy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-27. Soon, more than 10 days passed, and the relic floating above Tuo Lin's head suddenly rotated. The distorted void spread horizontally and countless images appeared, forming ripples that spread out. Mu Xia's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the relic. It sometimes condensed and sometimes disappeared as if it was being dragged by time. The distorted images flickered around, and suddenly, the same person appeared in all the images. It was an old man who opened his eyes and looked at Mu Xia. Master Lu, please come over. I'm Xixing. With a whoosh, the space returned to normal, and Lu Yin stepped in, senior brother. At this time, Tuo Lin woke up and looked around blankly. He saw Mu Xia staring at him. Who are you? Lu Yin came to Mu Xia's side. Tuo Lin was excited and quickly got off the bed to kowtow. Disciple Tuo Lin greets master. Lu Yin casually threw Tuo Lin back. Rest well. I'll see you when you recover. Tuo Lin respectfully replied, yes, disciple will listen to master. Lu Yin and Mu Xia went out. Mu Xia's face was solemn. I just saw a person, one of the 9 saints of reincarnation spacetime, Xixing. Lu Yin was surprised. Xixing. This young man is related to Xixing and has his bloodline. He invited you to reincarnation spacetime for a chat, Mu Xia said. Lu Yin nodded. He did not expect Tuolin to be related to Xixing. Among the 3 saints, Empyrean Saint Battle was recognized as the strongest and could fight alone. Xixing was the most mysterious. No one had ever seen him fight, but no one dared to ignore him because he was the oldest. Not even Empyrean Saint Battle was older than him, and he was the only one who could drink tea with a Grand Empyrean at any time. Xixing was the most unique person in reincarnation spacetime. That fearless spirit was something that Lu Yin cared about even now. He had faced Xixing in reincarnation spacetime and had a deep impression of this old man. In that case, I should go and meet him, Lu Yin said. Mu Xia frowned. This Xixing gives me a very unusual feeling. Be careful and ask senior brother Mu Xia to accompany you. Lu Yin nodded. If necessary, I will. In reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin came again, but this time it was very secretive. No one except Xixing knew. Xixing's location was one of the most secretive places in the reincarnation spacetime. Even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages did not know about it, but an outsider like Lu Yin had actually come. Xixing's location was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. He was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, planting flowers and raising grass. He lived alone in a thatched cottage, giving others the feeling that he was waiting for death. Even so, Lu Yin had a feeling that this old man was far from dying. Or rather, it seemed like it would be very difficult for this old man to die. He clearly gave people the feeling that he could die at any time, but at the same time, there was a contradictory feeling that he couldn't die. Lu Yin couldn't help but open his heavenly eye and stare at the cottage. Xixing walked out of the cottage and looked at Lu Yin with a gentle smile. Master Lu, I'm just an old man, and I don't have any offensive abilities. There's no need to use Senior Wu Tian's celestial eye. Lu Yin landed 100 meters away from Xixing. Is Tuolin your descendant? Xixing said, let's talk inside. There's no need for that. Let's just do it here, Lu Yin said. Xixing nodded. There was no table, just a stone, and they sat on the ground with boiling tea in the middle. Xixing didn't pay much attention to pouring tea for Lu Yin, and Lu Yin didn't pay much attention to it either. Someone once taught me the way of tea, but I'm not even 1% of that person. Otherwise, I would be able to brew a cup of tea that Master Lu will never forget. Xixing sighed, picked up the teacup, and politely handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it. Do you like tea? I also have people who can brew tea that you will never forget. Xixing laughed. Master Lu, this isn't the first time we've met. You've seen me during the reincarnation tribulation. Lu Yin took a sip of tea and asked casually, is Tuolin your descendant? Yes. Why did you want to see me? Please release Tuolin, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at Xixing. Do you think I want to borrow him to do something to your reincarnation spacetime? Xixing shook his head. Of course not. Master Lu doesn't understand Tuolin. Not to mention Tuolin, even I can't satisfy Master Lu's resentment towards the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin looked up. I've already accepted him as a disciple, so I'll treat him as a disciple. It has nothing to do with the reincarnation spacetime. I can't harm a child who doesn't even have a cultivation base. Xixing sighed. Although the Lu family is overbearing, they have a bottom line. I naturally know this, but Tuolin really can't cultivate. It's not that I'm afraid Master Lu will harm him, but if even Master Lu can't make him cultivate, then this child's heart will die. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why can't he cultivate? Some things will affect the source of the bloodline. My bloodline sacrificed itself, so all of my descendants have no bloodline to cultivate. Xixing sighed. Lu Yin looked at Xixing, so, I'm asking why he can't cultivate. Xixing and Lu Yin looked at each other. Master Lu, have you heard of Kuo? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, the legendary realm above the primordial realm. Xixing calmly asked, did Ancestor Lu Yuan tell you? Lu Yin was shocked, is there really a realm above the primordial realm? He had only guessed. Big Sis had said that the realm above the progenitor realm was called the primordial realm. This word reminded him of the 9 words in the Mirage domain. Ascending to the primordial realm, crossing Ku'a, obtaining eternal life. Although these 9 words didn't explicitly say that it was a realm, it should be similar. So it was true. He hadn't asked Ancestor Lu Tianyi about it. If they wanted to tell him, they would have done so long ago. They didn't want to affect his path. Xixing took a sip of tea. Ku'a represents a person's transformation. Ordinary cultivators think that reaching the progenitor realm is the peak, but in reality, reaching the progenitor realm is just the peak of the cultivation realm. They are still human, a person with flesh and blood and emotions. Only by crossing Ku'a can they transcend and become a different kind of life form, not limited to the human race. I am helping the Grand Empyrean cross Ku'a. I sacrificed myself and my descendants to help the Grand Empyrean cross Ku'a. Lu Yin was puzzled, how? Xixing shook his head, if I knew, I wouldn't be in the progenitor realm. Ku'a represents a person's most selfish desire, and this desire is magnified countless times. This is something I've heard before. Thus, everyone who crosses Ku'a is a madman, including the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean's wish is to deal with the only true God, which becomes a natural mode for her to cross Ku'a. Because of this, she always thinks about herself. What Lu family? What spy? Nothing is within her scope of consideration. She is willing to sacrifice everything to satisfy her selfishness and greed. Once she crosses Ku'a's greed, selfishness, once she crosses Ku'a's greed, she becomes another life form. I've never seen such a life form before. Perhaps she is still human, or perhaps she is not human. Lu Yin frowned. Selfishness magnified countless times. This was Ku'a. Everyone who crosses Ku'a was a madman. However, in their own eyes, they are not wrong. Xixing looked at Lu Yin, Master Lu, in the future, you will also cross Ku'a. Lu Yin looked at Xixing, are you saying that I will also become a madman? Xixing's gaze was complicated. Humans are creatures, and as long as they are creatures, they cannot escape their desires. No one is an exception. Even those who disregard life and death have their own desires. Ku'a is to overcome this desire. What is Master Lu's desire? Lu Yin laughed, I also want to defeat the Eternals. Xixing nodded, very good. It doesn't matter if you are a saint or a madman, as long as you can help humanity defeat the Eternals. Lu Yin picked up his teacup and swirled it. What you just said, are you trying to excuse the Grand Empyrean from banishing my Lu family? Xixing smiled, of course not. I'm just telling you the reason. The Grand Empyrean does not need me to excuse her. You can't do anything to her. She has reached the primordial realm and is someone who has crossed Ku'a. I don't know what level your Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan, is at, but he is definitely not someone who has crossed Ku'a. There has never been anyone who has crossed Ku'a in the universe, or else the situation would have changed a long time ago. Even the only true God has not crossed Ku'a. Lu Yin asked. Xixing said, perhaps the Eternals are the only true gods Ku'a. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Right, if the Grand Empyrean wanted to satisfy her desire to defeat the Eternals, then the only true God could use the Eternals' desire to defeat humanity. Perhaps that was also a way to cross Ku'a. You know quite a lot. I wonder how strong you are. Lu Yin looked at Xixing curiously. This person gave him a fearless feeling, and Lu Yin did not know where to start. Xixing was helpless. I don't have the strength. I only have the appearance to help the Grand Empyrean cross Kuo. Once the Grand Empyrean succeeds, I will disappear, and that will be the time for my descendants to rise. That is why I asked Master Lu to release Tuo Lin from the beginning. This era does not belong to him. My descendants only need to live. Lu Yin put down his teacup. You called me here just to say this. Xixing met Lu Yin's gaze. Master Lu, if you insist on not sending Tuo Lin back, then this old man who might die at any moment asks you to treat him well. Then, he stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression was calm. He is my disciple, so I know what to do. You've told me all this today so that I can understand why the Grand Empyrean is a crazy woman. I will use my own method to get back at her. Xixing did not speak. You don't have any objections to unifying the Six Direction Society, right? Lu Yin suddenly asked, his lips curling up as he smiled at Xixing. Xixing laughed. The matters of the outside world have nothing to do with me. What Master Lu does is not something an old man like me can decide. However, this old man has lived for too long, and I have some words of advice for Master Lu. He looked at Lu Yin seriously. There are some things that you should not be too stubborn about. Stubbornness will turn into heart demons, and the more heart demons there are, the more Kuo will suffer. If you cannot cross Kuo, then you will be a madman. But if you cross Kuo, then you may not be human. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he looked deeply at Xixing before turning to leave. Looking at Lu Yin's departing figure, Xixing muttered to himself, the purer a person is, the easier it is for them to cross Kuo. But at this level of cultivation, who is still pure? I hope this child does not become a madman. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-28. The more stubborn a person was, the easier it was for them to become a madman. This was not only true for those who had undergone bitter adversity, but also for ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, the actions of a madman were incomprehensible, but in the eyes of a madman, ordinary people were also madmen. The Grand Empyrean was high and mighty, and she had her own stubbornness and emotions, but she also had a crazy side to her. Unfortunately, the Lu family had encountered this side of hers. When Lu Yin returned to the above-the-sky sect, the thing that he had been looking forward to the most had happened. All of the four-way scales resources had been accounted for, and he had received a total of 100 trillion star essence. 100 trillion star essence was an amount that Lu Yin did not even dare to think about. Lu Yin had never received so many resources in one go before. This amount of resources was enough to stun him. He knew that the four cardinal scales were rich, and the minor ancestor planets had been given to the four cardinal scales junior ancestor to cultivate. Every minor ancestor planet had 1 trillion star essence, and Lu Yin had realized just how ridiculous the four cardinal scales resources were. They had used all sorts of methods to collect the resources in the cosmic tree. Even so, he had not expected to receive so much in one go. It should be known that a considerable portion of the resources had been taken away by the Lu family before the four-way scales had been suppressed. Otherwise, there would have been even more. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he stood in the above-the-sky sect star essence storage area. He almost lost his composure. Behind him, an old woman at the level of a demigod from the Lu family respectfully said, "Young master, these are all of the four-way scales resources. We're still tracking down the criminals who escaped from the four-way scales, and they must have taken many resources with them. Once we find them, we'll immediately send them to you." Lu Yin was astonished. "You're giving them all to me?" The old woman smiled. "You need them, young master, so I brought them all." Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed, as the resources of the four-way scale should have belonged to the entire Lu family. More importantly, they should have belonged to the cosmic tree. He should have been given a large portion of it, but he had not expected to receive all of it. Giving all of these resources to him could be considered selfish, but it could also be considered a reward for all that he had done for humanity. It could also be considered spoils of war. The old woman looked at Lu Yin's back, and her eyes were filled with reverence. She had watched Lu Shaoxian grow up, and she had never imagined that he would one day grow to his current state. Time passed, and they were both old people. Lu Yin now had 55 trillion star essence, and he still had another 7 trillion star essence that belonged to the reincarnation spacetime. However, that did not matter, as the Dai was not picky. Perhaps even Yi Xing was not as rich as him. Now that he had money, the first thing he thought of was the dice. When he thought of the dice, he immediately thought of enhance, enhance, and enhance. The Book of Destiny. He took a deep breath. It was time to repair the Book of Destiny. After announcing that he was going into seclusion, Lu Yin raised his hand and began shaking his die. Lu Yin's luck seemed to be off the charts, as he had directly obtained 3 fate points. He was filled with anticipation and apprehension as he placed the first Book of Destiny on the upper screen and then began to crazily toss star essence into it. Repairing a single Book of Destiny required at least 6 trillion star essence. In the past, he didn't have such confidence, but now he did. The only thing he was conflicted about was that if the Book of Destiny was completely restored, it would trigger destiny. But after thinking about it, even if he didn't restore it now, he would still need to restore it in the future. Besides, he wanted to see what his future held. He wanted to see if fate could really see the future. As the Book of Destiny continued to fall, the traces of being burned by the flames continued to disappear. With a thud, the Book of Destiny completely landed on the lower layer of the light screen. It had been completely restored, just as he had predicted. Yes, it was indeed 6 trillion star essence. He picked up the Book of Destiny and flipped through it, but he couldn't see any words. Let's continue. He placed the second Book of Destiny on the upper screen and then it completely fell. Another 6 trillion star essence had been spent. Again. As the third Book of Destiny continued to fall, Lu Yin's breathing became increasingly ragged, and his expression became incomparably solemn. Would destiny be triggered? Destiny was one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. If destiny appeared at this time, what would it bring? Even though he had been mentally prepared, Lu Yin still felt apprehensive at this moment. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He couldn't be afraid of the slightest thing when it came to improving. He needed the Book of Destiny to find Bai Xian'er's whereabouts, to see his future, and to look into his past. The Book of Destiny was too useful. If destiny really was triggered, then ancestor Lu Yuan would be there anyway. The current Heavens Above Earth sect was not necessarily afraid of destiny. Furthermore, the possibility of destiny appearing was extremely small. With a thud, the third Book of Destiny fell, completely restored. Lu Yin picked it up and took out the other 2 Books of Destiny. He hadn't cultivated the Book of Destiny, but someone else had. After leaving his seclusion, Lu Yin went to find Butian. When Butian saw the 3 intact Books of Destiny in Lu Yin's hands, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The headmaster, this is the Book of Destiny. Butian was stunned. Lu Yin tossed the Book of Destiny to Butian. Are you surprised? Butian wanted to curse. Was this a question of being surprised? This was simply unbelievable. The Book of Destiny had clearly been burned by that flame, and only half of it remained. How could it be restored? And where did these 3 books come from? If he remembered correctly, Bai Xian'er had the last book. When did the headmaster obtain the third from Bai Xian'er? Butian looked at Lu Yin with a gaze full of wonder. This person could really create miracles. It had to be said that Butian's gaze gave Lu Yin a sense of accomplishment. Let the books of destiny converge. I want to see the future. Butian was put in a difficult position. Headmaster, I can make the books of destiny converge, but to see the future, I need someone who cultivates the positive and negative Shantian mirror. Right, little Sher has been cultivating the positive Shantian mirror. Headmaster, you can call him over. Even without Butian's reminder, Luin naturally called for little Sher. Even without cultivating the positive Shantian mirror, little Sher could still see the words that appeared when the books of destiny converged. This was something that Butian could not do. Back then, Luin had asked little Sher to investigate Archaic City and draw out that flame that had burned the books of destiny. Little Sher quickly arrived, and Butian began to converge the 3 books of destiny. Luin saw the books of destiny converge once again. Previously, there had been 2 books, but this time, there were 3. Luin opened his celestial eye, and this time, it was different. In the past, he had not been able to understand and had only been an outsider. Now, however, he could see the sequence particles. He wanted to see just what kind of power destiny was. The moment the 3 books converged, Butian shouted, "Little Sher, positive Shantian mirror." Little Sher nodded and earnestly displayed the power of destiny. Butian also used the negative Shantian mirror at the same time. At that moment, in the primordial space, Lady Fate sensed something and looked in the direction of the above heaven sect. Star Sibyl did the same. Far away in the 6 Paths Society, Xianzhou also felt that something was wrong. Someone else has activated the power of destiny. That idiot. In a certain area of the endless battlefield, Baixianer opened her eyes. Her gaze contained a coldness that no one had ever seen before. It was filled with a sense of distance. A person's eyes were the windows to their soul, but these eyes were completely devoid of emotion. Did it activate? How? That shouldn't be the case. In the above heaven sect, as Xiao Shi and Butian used the inverse Shantian mirror, a strange and profound feeling descended upon them. Luin suddenly looked in a certain direction, and he felt as if a pair of eyes were looking at him. Was it just his imagination? Or was it the eyes of destiny? The positive and negative Shantian mirrors were activated at the same time, and the converging books of destiny continuously flipped their pages. Lu Yin's celestial eye stared at the books of destiny, and he saw the sequence particles. That was the power of destiny. He saw a line that stretched into the endless void, and he saw the blurry river of time. That line crossed the river of time and extended in 2 different directions. Was that destiny? Lu Yin's eyes widened. Destiny was neither time nor space, and it wasn't some so-called divination. It was a shortcut that allowed one to walk on the river of time. A person's life, from birth to death, was about 100 years for an ordinary person. This line connected that person's life for 100 years. Through this line, one could look forward and see that person's future. One could also look backward and see what that person had experienced. Within the river of time, that person's entire life had been seen, but it was difficult for ordinary people to see through the river of time. Only that line could do so. It connected the past to the present, allowing one to see the past and the future. This was destiny. Since the river of time existed, there must be something that could cross it. At this moment, Xiaoran walked over with a cup of tea. She had brewed some flower tea for the 3 of them. The moment she walked over, another line appeared in the Book of Destiny and moved towards Xiaoran. Another line appeared on Xiaoran's wrist and connected with the line of destiny. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Xiaoran was indeed related to destiny. Xiaoran was at a loss as she couldn't see the line. She could only see Lu Yin looking at her in shock and fear. Just as Lu Yin was about to use the Book of Destiny to investigate Xiaoran, Butian and Xiao Shi both spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. The 3 books of destiny that had been connected suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only 2 books that fell to the ground. The strangest thing was that these 2 books of destiny were exactly the same as they had been when they had been burned in Archaic City. It was as if Lu Yin hadn't used his die to help them recover. Lu Yin hurriedly picked up the Book of Destiny. How could this be? Why had it returned to its original state? Where was the other Book of Destiny? Where did it go? Bu Tian and Xiao Shi both fainted. Xiao Ran was shocked. Your Highness, what happened to them? Lu Yin looked at Xiao Ran, who was still as confused as before. She hadn't changed after coming into contact with the power of destiny. What was going on with her? And what was going on with the Book of Destiny? Seeing Xiao Ran frantically put down the teacup, Lu Yin said, "You can leave for now." Xiao Ran wanted to help, but she didn't know how to, so she could only leave. Master Shan arrived and saw Xiao Shi and Bu Tian fainted on the ground. "Young master, what happened?" "Ask Senior Mu Xie to come over," Lu Yin ordered. Master Shan didn't ask any more questions and hurried to the astral tree. Lu Yin himself went to the wood dimension and asked Senior Mu Carving to come over. Both Senior Mu Xie and Senior Mu Carving looked at the 2 books of destiny in Lu Yin's hands in disbelief. "Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Desert Dust is finished. Want more? Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Thanks for your support for the 5th consecutive day. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2929. If it's really as you say, then there's only one explanation. Mu Carving solemnly said, "Someone used a power similar to trace the past to deny the time when the Book of Destiny was given to you." Senior Mu Xie said, "If the time is denied, then the Book of Destiny is naturally not in your hands. If there's a cause, then there's an effect. Without the 3rd Book of Destiny, the effects of the 2 books you upgraded will naturally not exist." Lu Yin frowned. "But the other things haven't changed. If that person can deny a certain period of time during the tea party, then how can they not change other things?" "Yes." Mu Carving looked at Lu Yin. "Trace the past can do that. Using a parallel spacetime to replace the current parallel spacetime that produces the effect, and this parallel spacetime doesn't involve anything else. This is a kind of power that Master said could allow one to transcend. It's also something that we can't do right now." Mu Xie sighed. "We cultivate trace the past to reach this kind of power, but it's too difficult. Master said that we could transcend, but even we can't see any hope of doing so." Lu Yin was apprehensive. "You mean that someone has already reached trace the past to transcend and denied the time when I obtained the 3rd Book of Destiny? Using a parallel spacetime to shift the negative effects, the current changes have occurred." He didn't believe it himself. Could someone do such a thing? Wouldn't that mean that history could be changed at will? Mu Xie sighed. "There are too many strange powers in the universe. Even the laws are a type of power. Time exists in the universe, and since it exists, it can be changed. It's just a matter of whether or not it can be done. Junior brother, this person who changed karma is very terrifying." Mu Carving's voice was low. "Very terrifying. If you have the chance to see Master, you must tell him about this. This kind of existence surpasses our understanding." Lu Yin would have said it even without their reminder. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being watched by a monster. The first person he thought of was Bai Xiener. The figure that had walked out of her body had been able to stop forefather Tianyi. The second figure had killed the 7 heroes and put his father on the brink of death. Who knew how many more figures were in her body? What kind of existence was she herself? At the same time, Lu Yin felt lucky. If not for this matter, he wouldn't have known that such a terrifying existence existed. Was this the powerhouse that Xixing had mentioned? The most unfortunate thing was that everything had happened too quickly. Otherwise, he would have used the Book of Destiny to look at Zhao Ran, look at himself, and look at the future of the above heaven sect. After chatting with Mu Carving and the others, Lu Yin went to see Patriarch Lu Tianyi and Big Sis. Their explanations were more or less the same. Perhaps it was because they hadn't cultivated origin, so they didn't know as much as Mu Carving and the others. However, they were very certain that this was a terrifying existence, and both of them guessed that it was fate. Big Sis immediately moved to the above heaven sect, and Lu Tianyi hoped that Lu Yin would return to Lu Tianjing for a period of time, but Lu Yin refused. If such an existence wanted to attack him, it would have done so long ago. Bai Xian Fate, Curmudgeon Mo, Luo Shan, and so on. Lu Yin sighed. The universe was still too chaotic, and his cultivation was still too low. He should think of a way to increase his strength. For example, he needed to reverse the flow of his inner world for more than a second. The best way to improve one's cultivation was to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Lu Yin contacted Madame Naylan to find Yixing. Yixing's men would arrive soon, and in the meantime, Lu Yin found Zhao Ran. Have there been any new teas recently? Lu Yin asked gently as he looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran blinked. Are you thirsty, Your Highness? No. Then are you hungry? I'm not hungry either. Oh. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. If he was facing an enemy, he could test them or intimidate them, but he didn't know where to start with Zhao Ran. As he thought about it, his gaze landed on Zhao Ran's wrist. Previously, there had been a string on her wrist that was connected to Fate's string. He had clearly used the celestial eye before, but Zhao Ran didn't have any power. Even Lu Yuan had said that Zhao Ran wasn't Fate and that he couldn't find any aura related to Fate. But what was with that string? Zhao Ran pursed her lips, but when she saw Lu Yin staring at her wrist, she subconsciously retracted her hand. I've washed my hands, Your Highness. Lu Yin was helpless. Go make me a cup of tea. Zhao Ran was overjoyed. All right. She then ran off happily. As long as she could make tea, she would be happy. Lu Yin couldn't see through her as he watched her leave. What was going on with this girl? She was definitely related to Fate, but why couldn't Lu Yuan tell? She had lived for a long time, and she had once stayed by Ancestor Desolate's side as if she was waiting for someone. According to Lu Yin's usual style, he would test her or find a way to ensure that Zhao Ran couldn't do anything to him. Just like how the humanoid sourcebox could allow the desolate god to be reborn, Lu Yin had allowed it to be sealed by Ancestor Hui and not touched it. However, Zhao Ran was different. The two had been together for far too long. Ever since Enlighters were considered unreachable experts to Lu Yin, the two had been together. It could be said that Zhao Ran had accompanied Lu Yin for a very long time, and whenever he was in a bad mood, it had become a habit for him to drink her tea. Zhao Ran's blank expression made his heart ache, and she did her best to be friendly to him. Lu Yin couldn't do anything to such a person. While he was lost in thought, Zhao Ran brought over a cup of tea and handed it to him. She looked at it expectantly. Lu Yin looked at the teacup, and his eyelids twitched. Was this even tea? It was clearly poison. He had gotten used to it, but now, he suddenly hesitated. Zhao Ran moved closer and looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Your Highness. Lu Yin stood up. Right, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I'll drink your tea next time. He then tore through the void and left. Zhao Ran felt wronged, as she had spent a lot of time thinking about this tea. Lu Yin's meeting place was changed to the main hall in the sky. Bailan thought that something had happened, as this place was too formal. Lu Yin waved a hand. I was just thinking about something, so let's meet here. Bailan nodded. Madame Nalan was naturally present as well, as she was the middleman between the I Ching and the primordial space. Although she had only joined the I Ching not long ago, her status was very special, and even Bai Teng was polite to her. "What instructions does Master Lu have for me?" Bailan asked respectfully. Lu Yin replied, "I want a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time." Bailan was put in a difficult position. "Master Lu, the I Ching only deals with currency exchanges and not other things." "But you definitely know who has them," Lu Yin said bluntly. Bailan hesitated. There were some things that were inconvenient to say even if one knew, as it was taboo. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. "I don't want to waste time. If I Ching doesn't want to tell me, then I'll ask someone else." Bailan's heart sank, and her tone became even more respectful. "Luo Shan has them." Lu Yin did not say anything. Bailan gritted her teeth and continued. "I Ching has dealings with many of the Six Paths Association's powerhouses, so I know some things. If Master Lu needs it, I can report back to Lord Bai Teng and tell you the details." Lu Yin was satisfied. "All right, I'll wait for you." Bailan stood up, bowed to Lu Yin, and then left. Madame Nalan did not leave. After Bailan left, she smiled. "I Ching is very arrogant in front of others, but he's very obedient in front of the Tao Lord. The Tao Lord is still the most intimidating." Lu Yin looked at her. "This matter is very important to me." Her smile did not change. "I understand. Rest assured, Tao Lord." The above heaven had grown too quickly, and it had not been long since Madame Nalan had joined I Ching. Initially, I Ching had only allowed her to join as a chess piece that might be useful in the future. At that time, he had not allowed her to do anything for fear that I Ching would notice. But now, it did not matter. No matter what Madame Nalan did, I Ching would not do anything to her. Besides, no one was stupid. How could someone recommended to I Ching by the above heaven be a simple merchant? I Ching understood this, and so did Madame Nalan. On the other side, Bailan returned to the rotting god dimension with a heavy heart to see Bai Teng. Bai Teng had been waiting for her, and when he saw her return, his expression turned solemn. "Why is Master Lu looking for you?" Bailan replied helplessly, "He wants to know who has a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time." Bai Teng frowned. "I Ching does not do business. We only trade for resources." I told him, but... Bailan grew even more helpless. "Master Lu said that if we don't tell him, he'll find someone else." There was nothing wrong with that, but Bai Teng was no fool. He could guess that Lu Yin's expression had not been good at that time. If I Ching did not cooperate, who knew what Lu Yin would do? Bai Teng frowned. Although he had asked for help from the above heaven, in truth, if he had a choice, he would rather the above heaven had never appeared. The universe was originally a calm lake, and the Six Paths Society and the Eternals had different colors. They repelled each other, and sometimes they won and sometimes they lost. However, the appearance of the above heaven had added another color to the lake, one that was overbearing and unreasonable. This was especially true for the above heaven's master, Lu Yin, who treated the Six Paths Society's rules as if they did not exist. He dared to recklessly meddle in the affairs of other parallel spacetimes, but his background was extremely powerful and he had a good relationship with many of the Six Paths Society's big shots. He could even point at a Grand Empyrean and curse them. The appearance of such a person was simply disrupting the situation. Bai Teng had gone to the hyperspace and found that Dimensional Guardian had died. Everyone was certain that Dimensional Guardian had been killed by the witch spirit, and he also believed it. After all, the traces of the witch spirit at the scene were not fake. But did Dimensional Guardian's death really have nothing to do with Lu Yin? He had Yi Xing collect a lot of information about Lu Yin's deeds, and the more he learned about this person, the more he felt that it was impossible. This person was ruthless, shrewd, and extremely talented. He was also good at forming alliances. Such a person was too terrifying. Being friends with this person meant going through life and death with him, but being enemies with him meant stepping into the abyss. From the first time Yi Xing had asked for help from the above heaven, they were destined to have a connection with this person, and it would be difficult to separate from him. No, it should be said that from the moment Lu Fuxue joined Yi Xing, everything had changed. They had no choice but to ask for help, and they had to give gifts after completing the transaction. The more Bai Ting thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He slammed the table, causing it to shatter. He had been updating for 5 days straight, and it was indeed tiring, especially during this period when Bao Bao was suffering from bronchitis, coughing, and medicinal baths. He had almost no time to rest, and he still had to update at night. Fortunately, he had the support of his brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2930. Bailan was startled. She looked at Beating's ugly expression with a complicated expression. She had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to reach such heights. He was able to change Yi Xing's stance with just a few words. He was able to make Yi Xing smile and not dare to offend him. She would never have imagined that Lu Yin would be able to reach such heights. Even now, she did not dare to sit face to face with him. Hi, Yi Xing, don't participate in other transactions, so many people trust us. We also know some secrets, but we can't tell anyone about them. Otherwise, we will lose our reputation. Beating stared at Bailan. As a merchant, losing his reputation is the same as losing his life. Bailan said bitterly, "Of course I understand. Master Beating, what do you think we should do?" Beating's expression became uglier. He wanted to reject Lu Yin's request. If he wanted to know who had a parallel universe with a different flow of time, he could find it himself. It had nothing to do with Yi Xing. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Rejecting Lu Yin's request seemed simple, but the price he had to pay was huge. If Master Burong comes out of seclusion, no one in the Six Direction Society will dare to offend us. We are still a transcendent force. Bailan murmured. Her voice was low, but Beating could hear it clearly. He sighed deeply. Yes, it would be great if Master Burong comes out of seclusion. Oh right, Master, we can ask White Cloud City for help. The Lightning Lord and Master Burong are sworn brothers. They can definitely help us. Bailan's eyes lit up. Beating shook his head. Let's not talk about whether we can contact the Lightning Lord. Even if we can, it might not be useful. The Lightning Lord's daughter, Jiang Qingyue, has an ambiguous relationship with Lu Yin. Bailan was surprised. Really? Beating said bitterly, the Lightning Lord's son, Jiang Qin, is also sworn brothers with Lu Yin. Many people in the Six Direction Society know about this. Bailan was speechless. How many people did Lu Yin make friends with? Beating felt powerless. What should he do about Yi Xing's request? Bailan, tell Master Lu about the 5th and 7th universes. Beating pondered for a long time and said in a low voice. Bailan wasn't surprised. They had no other choice. They couldn't betray the Six Direction Society's experts. Otherwise, no one would believe Yi Xing. As for Luo Shan, he was just a stray dog. He didn't have a good relationship with Master Lu. Yi Xing didn't feel guilty about betraying him, but the others couldn't do the same. Bailan did not stay in Yi Xing for long before she went to Heaven Above Heaven sect. The 5th parallel universe. Lu Yin was puzzled. Madame Nalan was there as well. She was also at a loss because she had never heard of it before. After all, The time she had spent at Yi Xing was too short. Bailan patiently explained, Yi Xing, don't do any business other than trading resources. It's not that I don't want to, but there are some businesses that I don't need to do. If we want something, we can get it ourselves. For example, a parallel universe with a different flow of time. Because of the space-rotting god, everyone in Yi Xing is an explorer. They are constantly searching for civilizations in the universe, so naturally, they will occasionally find some. The fifth parallel universe is the one we found where the time flow is 5 times faster than the outside world. If Master Lu needs it, you can go in and cultivate at any time. No one will disturb Yi Xing. Lu Yin and Madame Naylan exchanged glances. Madame Naylan revealed a smile. Number 5. Does our Yi Xing have many of these parallel universes? Bailan glanced at Madame Naylan and knew that it was Lu Yin who was asking the question. Number 5 isn't a sequence, but rather a 5-fold time flow. That's why it's called number 5. It's convenient and easy to remember. Lu Yin was troubled. What price do I have to pay? Bailan politely replied, this is a gift for Master Lu to cultivate. There's no need for Master Lu to pay any price. Lu Yin shook his head. That won't do. You're making it sound like I'm taking advantage of you. Since it's a parallel universe, you can rent it and charge for it in your own way. Bailan stood up and bowed deeply. Master Lu, you're treating us as outsiders. When Yi Xing was in trouble, you also led the powerhouses from the sect above to rescue him. Progenitors stand at the peak of humanity, so how can they be bribed with star essence? You mobilized so many progenitors from the sect above, and I feel indebted to you. These star essences are just compensation, and they can't be equated to a rescue. Master Bailan has always wanted to do something for Master Lu, and since Master Lu needs it, Yi Xing is more than happy to oblige. Master Lu, please don't stand on ceremony. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest easy. Lu Yin smiled, as Bailan really knew how to talk. Bailan had called so many star essences of little, which was enough to make Yi Xing take it seriously. Not to mention, Yi Xing had even given Lu Yin gifts, especially that compass. Although Lu Yin did not know what it was for, it represented Yi Xing. From a certain perspective, Yi Xing was on Lu Yin's side. The universe was cruel, but humans were emotional. The better Yi Xing treated Lu Yin, the less Lu Yin could do anything to them. Back when he had attacked hyperspace, he had only wanted to snatch Sieging away, which had been part of his plan from the very beginning. Later on, Wei Zhu had tried to kill him several times, and he had even tried to kill him. No matter what Yi Xing thought of Lu Yin behind his back, Yi Xing's respect for him on the surface made it difficult for Lu Yin to do anything. When Lu Yin checked his cosmic ring, he saw that Bai Rong's corpse was inside. Yi Xing's people truly believed that Bai Rong was in seclusion. Bailan looked at Madame Naylan and gave her a meaningful glance. She stood up and respectfully said, since Yi Xing is so sincere, let's grant them their wish. Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll head to fifth spacetime to take a look. Thank you for your understanding, Master Lu. Bailan felt bitter. She had clearly paid a price, but she still had to thank him. The void distorted, and 2 figures appeared in the boundless heavens. One of them was Bailan, and the other was naturally Lu Yin. Master Lu, there are no humans in this spacetime. There are only creatures that we call rod nodes. These creatures are shaped like bamboo poles and have no eyes, ears, nose, or mouth. They don't look like intelligent creatures, but they have evolved to gain intelligence. It's incredible that they can even use tools, and they've even touched upon the shadow of civilization. These creatures occupy this spacetime, and there are at least 1 trillion of them. If not for the fact that this parallel spacetime isn't that large, there would be even more of them, Bailan explained. She then pointed at a planet in front of them. There are many of them on that planet. Lu Yin saw that within the planet's forest, there were many bamboo-like creatures jumping about. They had no eyes, ears, nose, or limbs, but they fought in groups against strange beasts and insects. They communicated with each other through tapping. They were truly strange creatures. If there's no civilization or cultivation, then how can they be spread throughout the heavens? They shouldn't be able to leave that planet. Bylan explained, not all creatures live in a planet's environment. A planet can be a unit of environment. Aside from that planet, no other planets in the heavens have such creatures. This situation is the majority, but there are also creatures that live in the heavens. As long as they're in this spacetime, they can be born on any planet. Actually, humans might be in such a situation as well. Lu Yin looked at Bylan in surprise. Humans. Bylan exchanged glances with Lu Yin. The Genesis space, the Hexagon Society, and countless planets. Humans can be found all over these planets. Could it be that humans have been reproducing on so many planets since the beginning? This question stumped Lu Yin, as he had never considered it this way before. Now that he thought about it, Bylan was right. There were countless people in the Genesis space, and there were so many that it was difficult to count them all. If the Hexagon Society and the Outlands were included, then there would be even more people. Either humans were reproducing and spreading throughout countless parallel spacetimes, or humans were living in a spacetime environment. As long as they lived in a certain spacetime environment, they could become humans. Compared to the first possibility, the second possibility was much more likely. Who could reproduce humans in so many parallel spacetimes? Who could reproduce humans in so many parallel spacetimes? It was not impossible, but it was beyond imagination. These were not things that Lu Yin needed to think about. He watched as Bylan left and then stepped onto the planet. He was greeted by the sight of the rod nodes. They clearly did not have eyes, but they seemed to be able to see Lu Yin. They all stopped and faced him. Gradually, they even surrounded him. Lu Yin had a feeling that these rod joints were treating him as prey. What did they eat? Just as he was thinking about this, the surrounding rod joints all jumped over, and it looked like they wanted to crush him to death. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he disappeared. All of the rod joints bumped into each other. What happened to that creature? The sounds continued to ring out as they communicated with each other, but they could no longer find Lu Yin. Lu Yin appeared in an empty space and slowly raised his hand. Ripples appeared in the air as he touched space. This spacetime had a flow of 5 times faster than the outside world. How was this possible? The power of time was truly mysterious. Gradually, Lu Yin's expression changed. What was going on? Even with the same amount of force, he found it difficult to distort space. The surrounding space was far tougher than the Genesis space and the Hexagon Society's parallel spacetimes. Lu Yin did not believe it and continued to increase his strength. He stared at the void, and when he saw the spatial lines, his expression changed. The spatial lines here were denser and thicker than those in the Genesis space. The entire space was tougher than the Genesis space. Ever since Lu Yin had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had experienced different levels of stability. For example, the fifth mainland and the neoverse space were completely different from the outerverse. One required an enlighter to tear through, while the other required an explorer. However, the difference in the stability of these different spaces was not that great. At least, to Lu Yin, the difference was negligible. The Hexagon Society's parallel spacetimes all had different levels of stability, but at his level, he did not care. However, the space in this spacetime was different, and it was much more stable than the Genesis space. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment, and his expression turned solemn. 5 times, almost 5 times the difference. This spacetime was 5 times more resilient than the Genesis space. It was 5 times the difference again, and the time flow was also 5 times faster. Was there a connection? There could not be such a coincidence, and there had to be a reason. Lu Yin had used space to transform his inner world into a ray of light, and he could use space to chase after time. Space and time were interconnected. Lu Yin slowly sat down. He needed to think carefully, and he felt as if he had touched upon something. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29-31. In a parallel spacetime of the endless battlefield, Corpse Kings stretched out endlessly on the ground. The Corpse Kings stood silently, waiting for orders to fight. They had been waiting here for years. The sky suddenly darkened like a curtain, covering all the Corpse Kings. Someone behind the Corpse Kings looked up. "You're courting death." A surging attack shot towards the sky, trying to break through the darkness. Above the darkness, Qing Ping looked down. Xiang Ho. The one attacking was Xiang Ho, one of the 12 marquises of the astral tree battlefield. Some of the 12 marquises had fled the battlefield, and Xiang Ho was one of them. Xiang Ho had not expected to meet someone who knew him here. "You're the head inquisitor?" Xiang Ho was surprised. Qing Ping raised his hand, and the darkness pressed down. "Skyless." Xiang Ho was afraid. Although Qing Ping was only a half-ancestor, the Eternals had records of his strength, especially since he was Lu Yin Sr. By now, everyone knew about Lu Yin Sr. and Jr. Mu Xia was a progenitor, and Mu carving was a sequence powerhouse. The rules of this sect had gradually spread. An emissary could fight a half-ancestor, and a half-ancestor could fight a progenitor. This was the unique characteristic of Lu Yin Sr. and Jr. Although Xiang Ho did not know who their master was, Qing Ping had clearly met this requirement. Although he was a half-ancestor, his strength was definitely not below that of an ordinary progenitor. One figure after another rushed out from the middle of the Corpse King, wanting to break through Wutian. However, Heavenless wasn't that easy to break through. The half-ancestor level Corpse Kings all disappeared into the darkness. Xiang Ho turned to leave. He did not want to fight Qing Ping. He was not confident, and even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. It would be troublesome if he lured Lu Yin over again. A battle had almost brushed past this parallel spacetime. If he had not been lucky, he would have died. Even the captain of the True God Guard had died, let alone him. Xiang Ho wanted to escape, but Qing Ping would not allow it. The area of Skyless continued to expand, swallowing up the endless Corpse Kings and heading towards Xiang Ho. Xiang Ho saw this and exclaimed, "You're that darkness monster." A person called the Darkness Monster had come to the endless battlefield several years ago. He had been killing Corpse Kings with ruthless methods, and he should have been hunted down by the True God Guard. Wutian's speed was even faster than Xiang Ho's, and he was about to swallow him up in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, Xiang Ho unleashed his inner world and used his innate talent, human face reading, to forcefully unleash Wutian. However, what awaited him was a blood-red bell that made a ringing sound, causing his mind to go blank. This was an ability similar to humanoid perception, but it was inexplicably more frightening than humanoid perception. In the past, the 12 marquises had terrorized the backside battlefield. They were powerful, and as long as Ancestor Realm experts didn't appear, they would be able to shake up the entire backside battlefield. But now, they were being suppressed by Qing Ping. Not long after, Xiang Ho fell. Qing Ping looked down at him from above. Xiang Ho was unwilling to accept this. Just one more step and I'll be able to reach the progenitor realm. I just had to be unlucky enough to meet you. Qing Ping's eyes flashed. He pressed down with his palm and ended Xiang Ho's life. He stood there in deep thought. Then, he sent a message to the Above Heaven sect. In the fifth spacetime, a few leaves had fallen from Lu Yin's body, and they had already turned yellow. He had been sitting there for half a month without opening his eyes. There must be a connection between space and time, and the only connection he could think of was space. It was a carrier of time. Since it was a carrier, if the flow of time was accelerated, the space naturally had to be able to withstand it. Otherwise, it would collapse. This was the only explanation he could think of. He released his inner world and activated flowing light. When flowing light appeared, it was clearly very slow. It was also an embodiment of space, but in this spacetime, it was as if it had fallen into a swamp. After all, it was 5 times tougher. But if flowing light was the same as this spacetime and was 5 times tougher, did that mean that it could withstand 5 times the flow of time? Did that mean that he could reverse time for 5 seconds? Lu Yin's breathing quickened, and this idea made him crazy. Reversing time for 1 second could change the outcome of a battle. If it was 5 seconds, then... He raised his hands and looked at his palm lines. This was really tempting. He had found a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time to cultivate flowing light. Someone could negate the flow of time that he had existed, which made him feel a deep sense of crisis. If that person negated his existence, then that would mean death. Lu Yin was not used to putting his life in someone else's hands. At that moment, the originally slow-moving flowing light trembled. Immediately after, the space above his head and in all directions trembled. A sense of crisis suddenly descended, coming from all directions and from this spacetime. Lu Yin subconsciously left. After returning to the eternal kingdom, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to the above heaven. What was going on? It was as if he had been targeted by the entire spacetime. Lu Yin directly went to the rotting god spacetime of the endless battlefield and arrived at Yi Xing's headquarters. Bai Ting had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly come and quickly welcomed him. Bai Lan and Madame Nalan followed closely behind. Yi Xing and a group of people came to greet him. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony. It's as if I've been targeted by that spacetime, and I'm in great danger. What's going on? Bai Ting was confused. Targeted by what? Lu Yin looked at him. It's as if the entire spacetime wants to eat me. Bai Ting looked at Bai Lan, who was also confused. Master Lu, we don't understand. Lu Yin turned and left. They did not seem to be faking it, and he had not been ambushed either. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave so easily. It should be a problem with that spacetime. Lu Yin found Big Sis and explained the problem to her. Big Sis was also confused. I've entered a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time to cultivate. In that era, this kind of spacetime was a hard currency that was equivalent to a progenitor's currency. Let alone 5 times, there were even 50 times, or even 500 times. I've never encountered a situation like yours. She looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Why was everything this brat did different from others? You must have used flowing light's inner world, right? This kind of situation involves space and time, so it's best to ask a progenitor who understands that kind of situation. Lu Yin thought about it and felt that she was right, so he went straight to Xiaoxinji. Although this was only a clone, he had fused with the main body, so he had both his cultivation and memories. Xiaoxinji listened to Lu Yin's question with a solemn expression. You can't try to enter a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Otherwise, you will suffer a spacetime calamity. Lu Yin raised his brows. You know. Xiaoxinji respectfully replied, the main body has encountered such a situation before. In the main body's memories, both the Lu family and the four-way Libra once had parallel spacetimes with different flow of time. However, as they were overused, they were slowly destroyed. These parallel spacetimes are unstable and can be easily destroyed, especially when they touch upon the taboo of space and time. Speak clearly, Lu Yin said seriously. Xiaoshenji organized his thoughts and told Lu Yin everything he knew. According to Xiaoshenji's words and his understanding of time, these parallel spacetimes with different flow of time were like tributaries to the river of time. The river of time's flow of time was constant, but the tributaries were different. They could be fast or slow, and Lu Yin did not know the exact reason. He only knew that once one entered a parallel spacetime and came into contact with the power of time, a terrifying danger would descend. In the most serious case, the entire spacetime would be destroyed. The river of time is a mighty force that formed the universe. The flow of time and the tributaries will change according to the flow of time. I don't know the principle behind this, but once you come into contact with time, it will bring disaster, Xiaoshenji explained. Lu Yin asked, then what do you mean by overuse? Xiaoshenji replied, back when the fifth mainland was still a single entity and had yet to split into the starry sky of trees, it was considered the fifth mainland's golden age. Shenluo Plain knew of at least 10 parallel spacetimes with different flow of time, and the organizations that controlled these spacetimes constantly sent people into them to cultivate. In the end, these spacetimes were destroyed one by one. Now, we all know that even if there are such spacetimes, we shouldn't enter them easily. We should only enter and use them when we need them. Lu Yin understood. It was no wonder that Transdimensional had only allowed Zi Jing and the others to enter when they had made some progress in their research of sequence particles. Before that, they had not entered. He had also almost never heard anything about the parallel spacetimes with different flow of time. Xiaoshenji did not understand the principle behind the formation of tributaries to the river of time, but Lu Yin might have guessed a little. It was exactly what he had thought about in the fifth spacetime, which was related to space. Only space could contain time. The stronger the space, the faster the flow of time that flowed into the space. It was like a container that cut off the river of time. Lu Yin did not know if his guess was correct, but he could only understand it this way. That was all that Xiaoshenji knew, so Lu Yin asked Lu Tianyi about it. Lu Tianyi actually knew about the same as Xiaoshenji, but he said that there were no less than 20 parallel spacetimes with different flow of time in the fifth mainland. There are quite a few such spacetimes, but it's very dangerous for someone to specifically search for them. However, once they are found, they are also very valuable. Of course, there are taboos when using them. An ordinary person's normal lifespan is 100 years. If they go to a parallel spacetime where time flows 100 times faster than normal, they'll be old by the time they return. The amount of time a human body can endure has nothing to do with spacetime, but rather with the individual. That's why these spacetimes are not as useful as one might imagine. Progenitors mostly use them to train their juniors for a period of time and to increase their advantage. They cannot use them forever. Just as Xiaoshenji said, overuse can cause the spacetime to be destroyed. In these parallel spacetimes, any laws are unstable, especially time and space. Once they come into contact with each other, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Yin's head hurt. He wanted to cultivate the power of time and space, but once he tried, he would be rejected. How was he supposed to play around? Lu Tianyi had taught Lu Yin a method, which was to be recognized by spacetime. Lu Yin had become the fifth mainland's Tao Lord and possessed the wordless heavenly book, which allowed him to write about those who had been expelled. Lu Yin had typed the wrong word in his speech this morning. He had wanted to say that he would have to work overtime at night, but he had written an extra chapter. Since he had made a mistake, he had to admit that he had written an extra chapter. Thank you for your support. I'll have to stay up late to write again. Tiring. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2932. Spacetime isn't alive, but it isn't dead either. It can give birth to countless laws, and perhaps it itself is a kind of law. Anyone who is recognized by this law is its master, Lu Tianyi reminded him. Lu Yin understood. So, if I'm recognized by a parallel spacetime, I won't be rejected? Lu Tianyi nodded. Logically speaking, there's no harm in trying. Even if you fail, you won't lose anything. Lu Yin thought of the rod nodes in the fifth spacetime. They couldn't be human, and no matter how he looked at it, they didn't seem to recognize him. Those rod nodes were all over the fifth spacetime, and only by gaining their recognition could he be recognized by that spacetime. How could he be recognized? This matter was related to Lu Yin's cultivation, and Lu Tianyi attached great importance to it. In order to prevent any accidents, he passed this matter to Lu Yuan, who was in seclusion. He thought that he would have to wait for a while, but unexpectedly, Lu Yuan replied the next day with only 8 words: "Gather all living beings, cross the sea by deception." Lu Yin entered the fifth spacetime again, and this time, he felt an additional sense of crisis and fragility. It was as if this spacetime could collapse at any time. This spacetime was about 5 times more stable than the origin space, and under normal circumstances, it wouldn't affect Lu Yin at all. Even if it was 50 times stronger, he could still easily tear through the void. What was truly affected was his control of space. He couldn't adapt to 5 times the toughness, and once he came into contact with space and time, it would lead to a crisis. This was the most troublesome aspect. Lu Yin came this time to try Lu Yuan's suggestion: gather all living beings, cross the sea by deception. The meaning of these 8 words was easy to understand, and it was similar to the result of Lu Tianyi's discussion. Obtaining the recognition of this spacetime was the same as obtaining the recognition of the fifth mainland. However, the fifth mainland had recognized him because he had done many things and was worshipped and respected by everyone. It had taken him too long, and he obviously couldn't spend that much time in this spacetime. Moreover, how could the rod nodes of this spacetime recognize him? Lu Yin was a little confused, and he could only try to get close to the rod nodes. Soon, Lu Yin found the rod nodes and approached them. At the same time, he didn't let them see him and began to observe them. These rod nodes' habits were completely different from that of humans. They were more like a combination of beasts and bamboo. They moved by jumping, and they ate both plants and beasts. The way they ate was very strange, and Lu Yin's scalp tingled. Their communication was mainly through tapping. Lu Yin had stayed here for an entire month before he finally understood the meaning behind these knocks, and that was only because he was a cultivator. If he were a normal person, he would never be able to understand them in his entire life. The weather is getting colder. We need to replenish our food quickly. We don't have enough water in our bodies, and the river will freeze. We need to dig out a location where we can extract water in advance. I've received news that the 3-section tribe was torn apart by the mist wolves and has been exterminated. Is there a mist wolf nearby? Yes. Then we have to move. The mist wolves are not something we can deal with. They can tear our bodies apart with a single claw. It didn't take long for the rod joints to move, and hundreds of thousands of them jumped up and down on the ground as they headed in a different direction. Along the way, they encountered a creature called the mist wolf. The mist wolf was a wild beast that was 10 times larger than a pole joint. It could tear apart a large number of pole joints with a casual swipe of its claws, and its speed was far from what these pole joints could compare to. The pole joints couldn't resist at all, and the only thing they could do was run and compete with the mist wolf in terms of stamina. They fought until the mist wolf ran out of energy before they could pull away, but once it recovered its strength, they would be slaughtered again. Lu Yin didn't help them. No wild beast attacked without a reason, either for food or revenge. These pole joints were clearly not food for the mist wolf, so they were here for revenge. This sort of bloody revenge was all too common among humans. The appearance of the mist wolf terrified the pole joints, and they kept jumping in the same direction in an attempt to escape. However, the mist wolf had locked onto them and wouldn't give up until it tore them apart. It's all the 9-section tribe's fault. If they hadn't eaten the mist wolf wouldn't have gone crazy and slaughtered us. We never provoked such a terrifying creature. Who can save us? If only we had that creature we saw before, it would have some sort of invisibility or evasion ability. If we did, our survivability would increase by a lot. Lu Yin was surprised to find that they were definitely talking about him. Aside from him, there were no other cultivators in this spacetime. Bailan had said that I Ching's people didn't come to this spacetime, so they had stayed behind just in case. I Ching clearly knew that if too many people came, the destruction of this spacetime would accelerate. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the pole joints move. Seeing their fear of the mist wolf, he decided to give it a try. Beneath the sky, the mist wolf's eyes were ferocious as it raised its claws and tore apart the pole joints in front of it. The pole joints fled. They had been chased for several days and had tens of thousands of their poles torn apart. The fear of the mist wolf was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and the only thing they could do was run. However, they weren't as fast as the mist wolf. Just as the mist wolf leapt up and continued to slaughter the pole joints, Lu Yin walked out and grabbed the mist wolf, fixing it in midair. All the pole joints froze in place. Although they didn't have eyes, ears, mouths, or noses, Lu Yin knew that they were looking at him in their own way. Lu Yin reached out with his other hand and knocked on them. "Do you need help?" All the pole joints were stunned. This was the first creature outside of their tribe that could communicate with them. Many of them immediately knocked on Lu Yin's head, asking him what kind of creature he was, how he could communicate with them, and how he could subdue the mist wolf. Lu Yin casually flung the mist wolf away. He hadn't killed it, and it wasn't wrong for it to take revenge. The mist wolf crashed to the ground and looked at Lu Yin in fear before turning to flee. Lu Yin gave it a feeling that it couldn't resist. A beast's intuition was very accurate. Seeing that the mist wolf had fled, the pole joints relaxed and stared at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin used their language to communicate with them, and they gradually became familiar with each other. His goal was to teach them cultivation and become a god in their hearts. It would be easier for them to accept his teachings as a god. Half a year later, Lu Yin left this planet and went to another to teach the other pole joints. The pole joints on this planet had already learned to show their gratitude to Lu Yin by lying on the ground. They would pass on the cultivation methods that Lu Yin had taught them to other tribes, and at the same time, pass on Lu Yin's image. To all of them, Lu Yin was like a god. What Lu Yin had given them wasn't a cultivation method for astral sources, but rather something that had been created based on their racial characteristics. It wasn't necessarily good, but it was enough to make them rebel. It was enough to resist the mist wolf. As time passed, these pole joints might be able to improve their cultivation methods. Lu Yin sprinkled a cultivation seed into this spacetime. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in this spacetime, and 2 years had passed in the Genesis space. Lu Yin had stayed in this spacetime for 10 years, and he had personally taught no less than 30 tribes. There were a few extremely large pole joint tribes that occupied entire planets, but that was only because of their numbers. When faced with the mist wolf, they could only flee. The mist wolf was just one of many disasters. There were many more that these pole joints couldn't deal with. However, things were different after they cultivated, and they had limitless possibilities. During these 10 years, countless pole joints had worshipped Lu Yin and treated him as a god. This worship that was close to faith gave Lu Yin the confidence to try touching the void. He didn't know if it was just an illusion or if he had stayed in this spacetime for too long, but he felt that it was much more intimate. Standing on the empty ground, Lu Yin looked ahead. 10 years. He had endured for 10 years to teach the pole joints and not try to touch the void. Today, he would give it a try. His gaze trembled as the scene before him changed. Spatial lines appeared, and Lu Yin raised his hand to touch them. His body instantly disappeared and reappeared in another location. This feeling was very smooth and bright. Lu Yin couldn't wait to use flowing light from his inner world. It was like a beam of light that constantly rotated around him. Sure enough, Lu Yin almost laughed out loud. Flowing light was smooth, and he no longer felt like he was stuck in a swamp. Lu Yin hurriedly returned to the Eternal Kingdom and waved his hand. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, and the scene around him retreated. He saw the moment he had appeared in the Eternal Kingdom, and before he had appeared, there had been no one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It really was 5 seconds. Lu Yin laughed as he saw the scene from 5 seconds ago. 5 seconds, it really was 5 seconds. That's right, time reversal. Lu Yin tried it, but it didn't go well this time. He could only reverse time by 1 second and not 5 seconds. There had to be a problem somewhere, so why couldn't he reverse time by 5 seconds? He stood in place and pondered. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it. Being able to see the scene from 5 seconds ago meant that there was a chance to reverse time by 5 seconds. That was enough. Cultivation had to be done one step at a time. Flowing light was space, and using space to chase after time could reverse spacetime. If the space of flowing light was strong enough and 5 times tougher, then he could see the scene from 5 seconds ago. Lu Yin wanted more, but 5 seconds wasn't enough. He wanted a minute, 2 hours, or even a day. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2933. Path Master, Tuo Lin requests an audience. The second Night King's voice rang out. Lu Yin said, "Bring him in." Soon, Tuo Lin followed the second Night King and walked over nervously. When he saw Lu Yin, he quickly knelt down. Disciple greets Master. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. You don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. Tuo Lin was nervous. Yes. Come and sit. Tuo Lin slowly walked over to Lu Yin and sat down. Is there something you need from me? Lu Yin looked at him. Tuo Lin quickly stood up and bowed. Disciple wants to cultivate. Master, please guide me. Lu Yin stared at him. Tuo Lin was nervous. In fact, he had tried to cultivate countless times in the reincarnation spacetime, and many powerhouses were willing to teach him because he was qualified to participate in the tea party. Those powerhouses might not be qualified. In their opinion, if they could teach Tuo Lin, they would be able to appear in front of the Grand Empyreans. However, many people had failed because he was born unable to cultivate. This was also why he had worked so hard to become Lu Yin's disciple. Lu Yin had reached such strength at such a young age, and the half-ancestor origin tribulation had made him excited. In his opinion, Lu Yin was someone who could create miracles if he could survive such a deadly tribulation. Only someone who could create miracles could lead him on the path of cultivation. However, during his time in the Above Heaven sect, he had not waited for Lu Yin to teach him. This made him more nervous and more panicked. He was afraid that Lu Yin could not teach him. He was waiting for an answer now, an answer that would make him hover on the edge of hope and despair. Lu Yin looked at Tuo Lin. I checked your constitution. Tuo Lin's face was pale, and his waist bent even deeper. He was even more panicked. It's a very good constitution. Tuo Lin suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. He thought he had heard wrong. What did he mean? Very good. Was that so? Master, what do you think? Very good. Lu Yin said matter-of-factly. Has no one told you that your constitution has returned to its original state and is very suitable for the human Tao? Is that so? Tuo Lin was sluggish. Returning to one's natural state, the great path of human beings. These words sound very high and mighty, but why didn't anyone say this in the reincarnation universe? Lu Yin looked at Tuo Lin with admiration. Your constitution is a constitution that has disappeared since the era of the above heaven sect and the primordial space. It can be said that it is 1 in a billion and has the possibility of cultivating to the peak. To exaggerate a bit, you are what countless people call a savior's constitution. Tuo Lin blinked his eyes with excitement, bewilderment, and disbelief. Naturally, he was a bit suspicious. Was there such a constitution? Savior's physique. What is this? Lu Yin stood up and looked at Tuo Lin ruefully. I've always dreamed of obtaining a physique like yours. Unfortunately, I don't have one, but you do. This kind of physique can't be cultivated normally. The meridians in the body are scattered, and it's almost illusory. It's difficult to store any energy that you cultivate. Tuo Lin was excited. Yes, that was it. With such a physique, everyone says that it's impossible to cultivate. Tuo Lin's eyes turned red. Yes, that's it. Master, do you know this kind of physique? Lu Yin solemnly said, I've said it before. This is a constitution that is 1 in a billion. This kind of physique bears the heavy responsibility of saving humanity. How can ordinary cultivation methods succeed? Not to mention those cultivators, even a space-time that didn't give birth to such a physique can't cultivate at all. If I guessed wrong, no one in the reincarnation universe can teach you. They don't even know what this physique is or how it came about. Tuo Lin quickly knelt down. Master is wise. This disciple is like this. Please teach me and let this disciple embark on the path of cultivation. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He was lying to Tuo Lin because he couldn't bear to see him in despair. Shi Xing was right. This child really couldn't cultivate. How could a person whose meridians were illusory cultivate? But if he told the truth, it would be a huge blow to him. Of course I will teach you. In fact, at the tea party, I saw your physique and wanted to bring you to the above heaven sect. But the war that day came too suddenly, and you were actually qualified to participate in the tea party. I thought that you were valued by the great Empyrean, so I left it at that. It wasn't until you came to the above heaven sect that I thought of you again. Making you kneel outside the above heaven sect is a test for you. You won't blame me, right? Lu Yin said slowly. Tuo Lin raised his head. How can that be? Master, everything you do is for the good of this disciple. This disciple understands. Lu Yin was satisfied. If it weren't for the reincarnation universe taking you away, you would have continued to kneel outside the above heaven sect for at least 10 years. This is not a test for you, but a test for a future savior. Your physique is destined to save the world. Such a person has to shoulder the great responsibility of prospering the human race. The test is naturally stricter. Tuo Lin's face flushed with excitement. At first, he had doubts, but now he didn't. Why would his master lie to him? There was no need, he was the master of the origin space. Seeing Lu Yin's sincere gaze, Tuo Lin gritted his teeth and resolutely said, this disciple is willing to accept any test from master. No matter what the test is, this disciple can pass it. I only ask that master take this disciple on the path of cultivation so that I can protect the above heaven sect and humanity in the future. Lu Yin grunted. You're worth teaching. He secretly sighed in relief. He had finally managed to trick this disciple. With your physique, once you cultivate, it will be difficult to control. Your cultivation speed will be very fast, and it will also bring about flaws in your temperament. When you break through the progenitor realm's origin tribulation in the future, there will be a trial called the Heart Inquisition. If you cultivate casually, you won't be able to pass this trial because you have an obsession in your heart. Tuolin respectfully said, "Master, this disciple will definitely pass the Heart Inquisition trial." Lu Yin was helpless, as he himself wasn't confident that he could pass it. "All right. I originally wanted you to kneel outside the Above Heaven sect for 10 years to hone your temperament, but it was destroyed by the reincarnation spacetime cycle. Since that's the case, let's change the method. I will have people collect the history of humanity in the origin space. You need to familiarize yourself with this history and understand its meaning and logic. Only then will you be able to prove your Tao. When your temperament matches your physique one day, Master will officially take you on the path of cultivation. From then on, you will leave everyone in the dust, and no one will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I also hope that you will be able to shoulder the heavy burden of protecting humanity at that time." Tuolin clenched his fists. "This disciple understands. I will definitely not disappoint Master." Lu Yin grunted. "You can go back." Tuolin suppressed his excitement and left. He had to study history diligently and spy on the traces of humanity to prove his Tao. His master had such high expectations of him, and he definitely couldn't disappoint him. After Tuolin left, Lu Yin found the second Night King. "Go, send him all the history books you can collect." The second Night King was stunned. "All of them?" Lu Yin was very serious. "All of them. A single planet had a lot of history, so how much history did the entire origin space have?" Lu Yin couldn't even calculate it, and the second Night King left with a blank expression. If he wanted to finish reading all of it, that amount would be enough to exhaust a progenitor to death. What was the Tao Lord doing? Next, I Ching's people arrived. It was Bailan. Bailan was now somewhat afraid of facing Lu Yin. "Master Lu." Bailan bowed. Lu Yin nodded. "I can't go to the fifth spacetime continuum. I've already told you the reason." Bailan hesitated. "Master Lu, what do you mean?" At this time, Xiaoran arrived and brewed tea. Bailan drank it naturally, but Lu Yin felt a little uneasy. However, when he saw Xiaoran's expression, he thought about it and drank it. "I Ching and I have a deep cooperation." Lu Yin put down his teacup. Bailan also put down her teacup. "Of course, I Ching and Master Lu are friends." Lu Yin said, "Since we're friends, I won't beat around the bush. If I Ching needs anything in the future, just let me know. Right now, I want to use I Ching to obtain more parallel spacetimes with different time flows. Of course, it would be even better if you have them." Bailan was helpless. Although there aren't many of these parallel spacetimes, it's still possible to find them. "Master Lu, why don't you have the Above Heaven sect search for them?" "I've already asked them to search for them, but I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and urgently need time. If we rely on ourselves, who knows how long it'll take." "I see." After a moment of silence, Bailan gritted her teeth. I Ching, have a 12th parallel spacetime continuum. If Master Lu wants to go, I can take you there." In fact, I Ching had already guessed Lu Yin's goal when he'd received the Above Heaven sect's notice. Bai Ting had made up his mind to take out the 12th parallel spacetime continuum. He had no choice, otherwise, he would not be able to maintain his relationship with Lu Yin. This was the disadvantage of an unequal cooperation. If I Ching had the strength of the Above Heaven sect, he wouldn't have to care about what Lu Yin thought. Unfortunately, they didn't. It seemed like a cooperation, but Lu Yin's coercion forced them to take a step back. Lu Yin knew that he had gone overboard, so he took out something and gave it to Bailan. I Ching is already very generous to lend me the 5th parallel spacetime continuum. I can't ask for it selfishly. Treat this black energy source as rent. Bailan quickly refused. However, she couldn't refuse this time. Lu Yin insisted on giving it to her. A black energy source was important to anyone, including Yixing. Lu Yin had paid a price for it. He had no choice. Forcing Yixing to take out the 12th parallel spacetime continuum was already going overboard. If he wasn't even willing to pay a price, how could they cooperate in the future? No one was willing to cooperate with a scoundrel. The price that should be paid must be paid. Bailin held the black energy source. It was extremely valuable. Yixing had wanted to purchase it from the hyperspace continuum, but Dimensional had rejected him. Having it was equivalent to having another extreme powerhouse. Although it was only the weakest extreme powerhouse, it was still not bad. Normally, a black energy source was more valuable than a parallel spacetime continuum with a different flow of time. This was because a black energy source was definitely a progenitor, but that kind of spacetime continuum might not be able to bring someone to the progenitor realm. At most, it could be considered a reduction in time. Baiting frowned as he looked at the black energy source. He still wants a parallel spacetime continuum from us. Bailin wanted to say something, but stopped. Bai Teng looked at her. Just say what you want to say. Bailin said, that parallel spacetime continuum is not for Master Lu, but for him to cultivate. We won't lose anything. Since Master Lu has paid the price, we won't lose anything. Why not deepen our relationship? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2934. Baiting shook his head. It doesn't matter to normal cultivators, but for someone like Master Lu, he can reverse time. At this point, he paused for a moment and said with some apprehension, for such a person, that kind of parallel universe is a consumable. Bailan didn't understand, but seeing Baiting's expression, she didn't ask. If it doesn't work, I'll just tell him about that place, Baiting muttered to himself, but Bailan couldn't hear him clearly. Along with the storm, the dark red sea surged with monstrous waves. In the distance, there were thunderbolts that connected the heavens and the earth and green fog that almost covered the entire sky. From time to time, huge creatures would leap out from the sea and swallow the seawater. Their bodies were covered in thunderbolts as they flew into the distance. This was Yixing's 12th spacetime. 12th represented that the flow of time here was 12 times faster than in the Genesis space. Lu Yin stood on a deserted island that was as large as a continent on Earth. However, it was the smallest island in the ocean, which was much larger than Earth's. This was just an ocean, and Lu Yin looked into the distance where the ocean connected to form a unique parallel spacetime. This was a parallel spacetime formed by the ocean, and the ocean was either silent on a planet or floating in space. They were constantly connected, and there was no end in sight. Lu Yin took a step forward and passed through the lightning, waving his hand to disperse the green fog in the sky to reveal a deep but slightly green starry sky. This space was poisonous, or at least not suitable for humans to live in. This was also a parallel spacetime with no humans, but this one was larger than the 5th one. Lu Yin's eyes trembled when he saw the lines in space. Sure enough, they were larger than the 5th one, and the flow of time here was 12 times faster than in the Genesis space. If flowing light could adapt, then he would be able to see what had happened 12 seconds ago. If he entered a parallel spacetime that was 50 times faster than the Genesis space, then he would be able to bypass the 12th one. Lu Yin had thought of this before, but he rejected the idea. The faster the flow of time in a parallel spacetime, the harder it would be to adapt. Flowing light would be stuck in a quagmire if it was 5 times faster, and it might be rejected as soon as it appeared if it was 50 times faster. It would also be difficult to gain recognition in such a parallel spacetime. Of course, this was all just Lu Yin's conjecture. Whether or not one could be accepted by a parallel spacetime had nothing to do with the flow of time. Perhaps there were times when the flow of time was tens of millions of times faster than the primordial space, but they were still easily accepted. These were all possibilities, and Lu Yin could only rely on guesses for now. Even if Yixing had it, he wouldn't give it to him. He should not place his hopes on I Ching. He had to find out if others had such a parallel universe through I Ching. With a cracking sound, the lightning swept across horizontally. Not far away, there was a huge tornado. Lu Yin took a step forward and began to understand this parallel spacetime. Only by understanding it would he be recognized. A month later, in the sky above the ocean, Lu Yin's astral source was frantically sweeping through the entire ocean, causing it to expand in all directions. Within the ocean, numerous behemoths stared at Lu Yin in fear. Some were fish, some were turtles, and there were even many other strange creatures. These creatures were constantly wagging their tails or praying to Lu Yin in their own ways. He discovered that although the creatures here were all beasts of the sea, they were quite intelligent and knew how to beg and submit. The entire parallel spacetime was an ocean that was divided up by these colossal creatures. They had territorial awareness, and some of them would even form alliances to deal with the stronger oceans first. The beasts would then fight their own battles. This was clearly a unique oceanic civilization. As long as they had a civilization, things would be easier. The only way Lu Yin could think of was to beat them all into submission. He could not possibly reason with these beasts and teach them. These beasts were not without a civilization, and their survival of the fittest was engraved in their bones. Thus, this was the only way to suppress them. Wherever Lu Yin went, his astral source's pressure would suffice. The stronger a creature was, the more they would feel fear, especially when faced with an irresistible force. No one would resist, and they would all choose to submit. 2 months, 3 months, and then 5 months passed. Lu Yin swept through the entire spacetime and made all the strongest creatures in this spacetime submit. Less than half a month had passed in the primordial space. 12 times the normal flow of time gave Lu Yin 12 times more time. He felt that this spacetime no longer rejected him. This feeling had not been noticeable in the past, but it had become increasingly obvious after going to the 5th spacetime. Now, Lu Yin was certain that he had been accepted by this spacetime. Compared to using force to suppress, educating the rod node was obviously more troublesome and would take 10 years. If I Ching had taken out this parallel spacetime from the beginning, Lu Yin knew that he would not have needed to waste so much time. Although it was a pity, he could not blame I Ching. From the beginning to the end, I Ching had been forced. It was time. Lu Yin used his inner world, flowing light. Flowing light appeared, and the feeling was the same as when it had appeared in the 5th spacetime. It felt like he had fallen into a swamp. If he had not adapted to the 5th spacetime beforehand, this feeling would have been even stronger. In the 5th spacetime, Lu Yin had been able to use flowing light smoothly after being accepted by this spacetime. However, he still felt like he had fallen into a swamp in this spacetime. Could it be that he had not been accepted yet? Lu Yin looked at the starry sky and waited. After a long time, he finally relaxed. There was no danger of being rejected, which proved that this spacetime had indeed accepted him. These sea creatures were the overlords of this spacetime, just like how Lu Yin was the master of the 5th mainland. Gaining their approval and even making them submit naturally meant that he was accepted by this spacetime. Since it had accepted him, why did he still feel like he had fallen into a swamp? Lu Yin began to use flowing light to adapt to this spacetime. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Above the sky sect, Tuo Lin stared blankly at the books piled up in front of him. The second Night King was behind the books and could not enter at all. These are the books that the Tao Lord ordered for you. Please take a look, Junior Headmaster. The second Night King respectfully said with a hint of envy. This youth had been accepted as the Tao Lord's disciple. In the primordial space, even a progenitor would not have a higher status than the second Night King. Tuo Lin was stunned. So many. The second Night King replied, this is only a small portion of a small portion. More are being shipped over. Tuo Lin's face paled. More? How could he possibly finish reading all of them? Looking at the pile of books, which was really piled up like a mountain, he started to have doubts in an instant. Junior Headmaster, these books are from the various sects and clans. They are all about human history. Once you've finished reading them, please inform me so that I can return them, the second Night King said respectfully. Tuo Lin frowned. Are these books very precious? Very, the second Night King replied. This was what Lu Yin had instructed him to say. Tuo Lin he took a deep breath. His master would not lie to him. If he wanted to, he could have just found some ordinary books. Why did he have to find these precious books? Only these books recorded the history that ordinary people could not see. Yes, his master's expectations of him were too high, so much so that his test was very heavy. He recalled every word that Lu Yin had said to him, as well as the look of praise in his eyes. For a moment, Tuo Lin felt a stifling sensation in his chest, but he spat it out fiercely. His gaze was unprecedentedly resolute. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, no matter how long his master's test lasted, he would complete it. He had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting humanity. He was the savior of the world. Come. Tuo Lin picked up the book in front of him and began to read. The second Night King did not know why Tuo Lin was suddenly so excited, but he decided to let him be and just read. These books were enough for him to read for several years. In the sky sect's back mountain, Lu Yin waved his hand, and a stream of light shot out. He silently counted, 1, 2, 3, 13. There's more. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. The stream of light returned to his body, and Lu Yin was shocked. How could it be 18 seconds? He had thought that after the stream of light adapted to a parallel spacetime that flowed 12 times faster, he would be able to see the scene from 12 seconds ago, just like how he could see the scene from 5 seconds ago after adapting to a time flow 5 times faster. But why was it 18 seconds now? 18 seconds could be understood as 1 second plus 5 seconds plus 12 seconds, which added up to 18 seconds. In other words, it was the origin space plus the 5th spacetime plus the 12th spacetime. Why was it like this? Lu Yin could not figure it out for a long time, but it seemed to be a good thing. He had originally thought that it would be 12 seconds, but now it was 18 seconds. If he went to a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, it could still be stacked, which meant that he could see even further back. 1 minute. 2 hours. 1 day. Or a month. Or even a year. Lu Yin used the stream of light again, but he could still only reverse time by 1 second. However, he could see what had happened 18 seconds ago. This was truly incomprehensible. He was now more and more eager to obtain a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Not long after, Lu Yin returned from the back garden with an ugly expression. He had asked Zijing about the spacetime that the hyperspace dimension had given them to study the sequence particles. The flow of time was 100 times faster than the origin space. It was a pity that the hyperspace dimension had been destroyed by Huizhu. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he contacted Madame Nalan and asked her to come to the above heaven sect. Path Master, you frightened Yi Xing's people by calling me here. They thought that you wanted a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Madame Nalan looked at Lu Yin lazily, and her bright eyes seemed to steal his soul. Lu Yin laughed. They guessed right. I really do want a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Madame Nalan was shocked. But it hasn't been that long. Lu Yin did not know how to explain this to her, nor did he need to. Does Yi Xing have such a spacetime? Madame Nalan was certain. Definitely, but they all tacitly agreed not to tell me. I asked Bai Ting about it, but he didn't tell me at all. As the Above Heaven sect grew stronger, Lu Yin and the other members of the Above Heaven sect became more direct in their actions. This phenomenon was a good thing, as it meant that the people of the origin space were very confident. However, it was also a bad thing, as this sense of superiority would destroy some people. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2935. The reason why the Above Heaven era had not dealt with the Eternals was partly because they were too arrogant and looked down on the Eternals. Why did the reincarnation spacetime hate the Above Heaven era so much? Because of this, if the Above Heaven era had dealt with the Eternals, none of this would have happened. The Above Heaven era had paid a huge price for their mistake, and Lu Yin did not want this mistake to continue. This was history, and not respecting it was the same as betraying the past and the future. Lu Yin listened to Zi Jing quietly. Now was not the time to correct this. There was no rush, and he could take it slow. Correcting it too early would be counterproductive. Are you saying that Yi Xing and everyone are deliberately hiding it from you? Lu Yin asked. Madame Nalan was distressed. They don't dare to offend me, but they won't get close to me either. Even Beilon is intentionally distancing herself from me. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the void. It seemed that this was indeed troublesome. Yi Xing did not dare to get close to him. Had he been too harsh on him? If that was the case, then he would put Yi Xing aside for now. He remembered that Beilon had said that Luo Shan also had a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. He would start with that. After Madame Nalan left, Lu Yin secretly asked Traceless to come to the Above Heaven. When Traceless received Lu Yin's notification, he was excited. Master Lu had finally remembered him, and he could not wait to head over to the Above Heaven. Traceless greets Master Lu. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you for making this trip. Traceless was terrified. It's my honor to serve Master Lu. If you have any orders, just say the word. I will serve Master Lu to the death. Lu Yin smiled. It's not that exaggerated. What has Mr. Daheng been doing recently? Traceless replied, Mr. Daheng has been staying in Freedom Palace. He hasn't gone anywhere. He didn't ask you to do anything. Yes, he asked me to hide in the three sovereign spacetime of the endless battlefield and report any movements to him. Lu Yin frowned. The landscape painting stone was in his hands, but Mr. Daheng was still keeping an eye on Luo Shan. Clearly, it was not just because of the painting stone. He doesn't know that you're here, right? Lu Yin asked. Traceless bowed. He definitely doesn't know. He can't monitor my whereabouts. Lu Yin was satisfied. In that case, please send a message to Mr. Daheng. Tell him that Qianlu has gone to the three sovereign spacetime. Traceless was surprised. Qianlu. Lu Yin looked at him. Can you do it? Wu Hen's gaze was resolute. Yes. Rest assured, Master Lu. Soon after, Traceless left without asking any further questions. Lu Yin was even more satisfied with her attitude. Although Mr. Daheng had used underhanded methods to control Traceless, his methods had caused Traceless to lose her self-esteem as a progenitor, which made it easier for Lu Yin to work for him. Qianlu was the same. After Wu Hen left, Lu Yin immediately ordered Qianlu to go to the Three Monarchs universe to investigate the passage between the Three Monarchs universe and the Fifth Mainland. He allowed Qianlu to conceal his cultivation to prevent Luo Shan from detecting him. Qianlu received the order and was a little confused. Go to the Three Monarchs universe? To him, that was not a place he should go. Luo Shan was there. However, he had no choice but to obey Lu Yin's orders. Left with no other choice, he could only hide his cultivation and head over there. As long as Luo Shan did not discover him, everything would be fine. It was impossible for Luo Shan to keep an eye on the entire Three Monarchs universe all the time. Elsewhere, in Mu Shikong's Freedom Palace, Traceless returned and relayed Lu Yin's message to Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng stared at Traceless. Did you see it clearly? It was Chenlu. Traceless was certain. It must be him. Although he concealed his cultivation, I recognized his back. This person thought that no one would notice him, but he was unlucky and just happened to pass over my head. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed. Why did Chenlu go to the Three Monarchs universe? He had two guesses before. One was that the sect above heaven had subdued Chenlu and helped him remove the seal he had placed on him, allowing Chenlu to break through to the extreme powerhouse level. The second was that Chenlu was forced to join the Freedom Palace by himself. In fact, Luo Shan had always been the mastermind behind it. The first possible loophole was that Chenlu should not have given the stone to Luo Shan. With Lu Yin's character, if he knew the importance of the stone, he would not have given it to Luo Shan. This was because he knew that Mr. Daheng would not suspect him. When Mr. Daheng really suspected the sect above heaven, the sect above heaven would have already been able to protect themselves. Mr. Daheng was more willing to believe the second possibility because he understood Luo Shan too well. This person was not simple, especially after what had happened between them. This made him even more certain that Luo Shan was controlling Chenlu and plotting against him. As for when Chenlu had given the stone to Luo Shan, he had not hidden it from Mr. Daheng. This was because he knew that Mr. Daheng had the stone and that he would not be able to enter the Mirage domain without one. He had not planned to hide it and had wanted to use the stone to negotiate with Mr. Daheng. However, too many things had happened along the way. The three sovereign spacetime had been plotted against, and Chenlu himself had been severely injured. Now, Chenlu had hidden his identity and secretly gone to the three sovereign spacetime, which further verified Mr. Daheng's guess. Mr. Daheng sat in the pavilion for an entire day and made various plans, but none of them came to fruition. There were too many uncertainties in the current Six Direction Association, and he was not sure if he could deal with Luo Shan. He had wanted to ambush Luo Shan in the endless battlefield because Luo Shan had participated in the battle between the hyperspace dimensional master and the witch spirit and had been injured. Now, Luo Shan might have recovered a lot. If he was not confident, he could not do it, but he had to do it. Mr. Daheng thought about it for a long time before finally going to the sect above heaven. In the sect above heaven, Lu Yin received Mr. Daheng in the main hall. Both of them had experience fighting against the Eternals in the endless battlefield. Even though Mr. Daheng had been forced, he had indeed participated in the crusade. The grudges between the two had been erased. Mr. Daheng, why have you come to the sect above heaven? Lu Yin asked with a smile. He did not seem to have any conflicts with Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng bowed slowly. Sorry to disturb Master Lu. Lu Yin waved his hand. You don't have to be so courteous. I plan to invite Mr. Daheng to participate in the next crusade. I hope that Mr. Daheng will not reject. Ha! Mr. Daheng smiled. I will definitely not reject Master Lu's invitation. Lu Yin nodded. After drinking some tea, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to speak. Mr. Daheng took the initiative to speak and chatted with Lu Yin about some off-topic topics. The atmosphere was rather relaxed. Not long after, Mr. Daheng drank some tea and muttered to himself. Master Lu, what do you think of Chenlu? Lu Yin was puzzled. Chenlu. Mr. Daheng nodded. Lu Yin thought for a while. He is fierce in killing and good at archery. He is an expert on the battlefield. Mr. Daheng said, Master Lu, have you ever suspected Chenlu? Lu Yin did not understand. Suspect him of what? Chenlu, maybe Luo Shan deliberately placed him in the sect above heaven. Mr. Daheng said seriously. Lu Yin was stunned when he heard it. He then laughed. Mr. Daheng, you are thinking too much. It is impossible. Mr. Daheng looked solemn. Why do you say so? Lu Yin said, Mr. Daheng, do you know that during the battle at the tea party, the Eternals attacked the sect above heaven? Luo Shan also came. His target was Chen Lo. If Lord Tai Bai Jinxing did not stop him, Chen Lo would have died. He risked being accused of being a traitor to kill Chen Lo because Chen Lo betrayed the three monarchs' universe. How could he deliberately place him in the sect above heaven? This is where Luo Shan is brilliant. Mr. Daheng said in a low voice. Master Lu does not understand Luo Shan, but I do. He will do anything to achieve his goal. One attack made Master Lu trust Chen Lo without reservation. This price is worth it. Lu Yin did not believe it. If it is discovered that he attacked Chen Lo when the eternal race attacked the sect above heaven, it will not be a simple matter. He will be regarded as a traitor to humanity. This price is not small. Mr. Daheng shook his head. But at that time, no one in the sect above heaven could stop Luo Shan. These words startled Lu Yin. He frowned and pondered. Mr. Daheng saw Lu Yin's expression change and hurriedly said, For Luo Shan, as long as his attack is not discovered, there is no problem. With his strength, no one in the sect above heaven can leave any evidence. As for the eternal race, it is even more impossible. They can't wait for human infighting. How could they say anything about this? Master Lu, have you thought about it? You trust Chen Lu so much. Once Chen Lu turns the tables and helps Luo Shan deal with the sect above heaven, it is very likely that the glory of the sect above heaven will end. Lu Yin disdainfully said, just because of Luo Shan. Mr. Daheng reminded, Luo Shan is an expert of sequence laws. Although the sect above heaven has many experts, and even has the Lu family, the enemy is the entire eternal race. Luo Shan is very likely to be the last straw. Lu Yin stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and did not speak. Mr. Daheng naturally stood up and faced Lu Yin, remaining silent. On what basis are you saying that Chen Lo was deliberately placed in the sect above heaven by Luo Shan? Mr. Daheng heaved a sigh of relief. Since Lu Yin could ask this question, it meant that he could believe it. Where is Chen Lo now? Lu Yin replied decisively, at the ultra-spacetime border battlefield. He is not there. Mr. Daheng was certain. Lu Yin looked at him with a cold gaze. You are monitoring my sect above heaven's people? Mr. Daheng bowed. Master Lu, don't misunderstand. I am only monitoring the three monarch spacetime. Chen Lo is in the three monarch spacetime. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Mr. Daheng bowed deeply. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He contacted someone through the wireless GU and sent someone to find Chen Lo. After an hour, someone replied that Chen Lo was in closed-door cultivation. Lu Yin put down the wireless GU. Mr. Daheng's lips curled up. Closed-door cultivation. What a joke, he was clearly in the three monarch spacetime. He did not urge Lu Yin and stood at the back, waiting for Lu Yin's decision. There is no evidence. Chen Lo is an ancestor realm expert and has a high status in my sect above heaven. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Mr. Daheng was secretly happy. I am willing to share Master Lu's burden. Reason, don't talk nonsense. You and I are not friends. Although our past grudges have been written off, you still have some resentment towards me in your heart. Mr. Daheng said, I want to get rid of Luo Shan. Lu Yin did not understand. You have enmity with Luo Shan. Something like that. Lu Yin waved his hand. I am not interested in your enmity, but are you confident in getting rid of him? Mr. Daheng shook his head. I am not confident. Lu Yin stared at Mr. Daheng. So you found me. Mr. Daheng bowed again and did not speak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2936. Lu Yin took out the landscape painting stone from his cosmic ring. This is what you really want, right? Mr. Daheng looked up and stared at the stone with a burning gaze. If Master Lu is willing, this is indeed what I want. Longevity in the Mirage domain is really attractive, Lu Yin muttered to himself. Help me capture Qinluo. As for Luo Shan, he dared to scheme against me, so he deserved to die. I will send someone to help you, but this matter must not be known to anyone. If it spreads to the Six Paths Society, it will be detrimental to the reputation of the Ether Court. Do you understand? Mr. Daheng was excited. Understood. Rest assured, Master Lu. I will definitely deal with that traitor Qinluo and that poisonous snake Luo Shan. Once this is done, I will give you the stone, but I will also go to the Mirage domain, Lu Yin said. Mr. Daheng promised, once I gather all the stones, I will definitely inform Master Lu and go to the Mirage domain together. In the endless battlefield, in the three sovereign spacetime, Qinluo stood on a planet far away from the passage to the fifth mainland. This place was not far from the Rainbow Wall ruins, and there were traces of the Eternals everywhere. However, after the Crusade army swept through the endless battlefield, the Eternals in this spacetime had been purged. Many parallel spacetimes had appeared again, but the three sovereign spacetime was still quiet. Perhaps it was because of that passage that the Eternals were afraid of offending Lu Yin. Was he watching the passage? He did not know how long it would take. Qinluo looked into the distance warily, in the direction of the Imperial region. He was afraid that Luo Shan would discover him. He had hidden his cultivation like an ant, so Luo Shan should not be able to discover him. Even if he did, he could not do anything to him. Was he not afraid that the Ether Court would find trouble with him? He was the Ether Court's assembly that Master Lu had personally recognized as a progenitor powerhouse. The more he thought about it, the more Qinluo felt superior. Although following Master Lu had made him nervous at first, he now had the capital to dominate the Six Paths Society. He could not help but feel proud of his decision. Suddenly, a sharp pain swept through his nerves. A deep ravine extended from afar and penetrated his body, pressing him against the mountain wall. Everything happened too suddenly. Qinluo was severely injured before he could react. Who? He was shocked. Luo Shan. Mr. Daheng walked out of the void with a gloomy expression. Long time no see, Qinluo. Chen Li's pupils shrank. Mr. Daheng. To think that you still remember me. Mr. Daheng clasped his hands behind his back. Qinluo was aghast. Mr. Daheng, you actually dare to attack me. I am an ancestor realm expert that the above heaven sect's Lord Lu has personally acknowledged. Do you want to become enemies with the above heaven sect? Mr. Daheng sneered and ignored Qinluo. His gaze swept towards the distance where Luo Shan had appeared. Mr. Daheng did not hide his attack on Qinluo, so it was natural for Luo Shan to sense it. Luo Shan saw both Mr. Daheng and Qinluo. How could this traitor be in the Three Monarchs universe? Luo Shan, long time no see. Mr. Daheng immediately took action. The power of wood gushed out and spread towards Luo Shan. Under the surging power of wood, there was a fishing rod that transformed the power of wood into a sea and extended towards Luo Shan. Luo Shan was surprised. Daheng, the stone has already been handed over to Lu Yin. Why are you still bothering me? Ha 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 ha, Luo Shan, oh Luo Shan, how many years have we known each other? Do you think you can fool me with such a small trick? Qinluo is a chess piece that you placed in the above heaven sect. He is also a chess piece that you placed in my Hall of Freedom. You knew that I was collecting that kind of stone through him, so you must be collecting it too. During the crusade, you saw that I had my eyes on you, so you gave the stone to Luin. Actually, you still have the stone. Mr. Daheng was certain. As soon as he finished speaking, the fishing line appeared directly above Luo Shan and fell vertically. Luo Shan was furious. Fool, if I let Chenlo enter the Hall of Freedom, when Chenlo gave me the stone, why would I let you know? The tricolor monarch's chi shot towards the sky, causing the fishing line to distort, but the fishing line still flew towards Luo Shan. Mr. Daheng sneered, that's because you knew that I had the stone. You couldn't get it from me, so you used the stone as a bait to negotiate with me in the future. At that time, you didn't think of hiding it completely, but you didn't expect the above heaven sect to intervene midway, turning the three monarchs spacetime into one of the endless battlefields. You were also injured because you participated in the battle between Master Wei and the witch spirit god. You were afraid that I would intervene, so you had no choice but to give the stone to Luin. Luo Shan, oh Luo Shan, you schemed against the Hall of Freedom and the above heaven sect at the same time. Do you really think that you are a master? Shut up, we agreed not to mention it. Luo Shan shouted and looked up. As the fishing line fell, his body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the distance. Mr. Daheng stared at Luo Shan and kept using the wood spacetime's battle techniques, but it was useless against Luo Shan. Mr. Daheng frowned. Why didn't the above heaven sect make a move? Daheng, I'll give you a chance. Get lost, or don't blame me for being impolite. Luo Shan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Following his words, the tricolor monarch aura replaced the starry dome. Whether you guessed correctly or not, even if I planted Chenlo in the Hall of Repose, the stone has already been given to Luin. It won't do you any good to fight with me. Mr. Daheng's eyes narrowed. Hand over the remaining stones. Luo Shan was furious. I don't have any stones. Mr. Daheng didn't believe him. If you didn't have more than 2 stones, you wouldn't have let me know that Chenlo gave the stone to you. You wouldn't have given the stone to Luin. You must have more. Give it to me, and from now on, our grudge will be written off. Luo Shan was angry. Idiot, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chenlo and Wu Hen were watching from afar. Only now did he clearly see how strong Luo Shan was. Mr. Daheng, who he thought was invincible, was not Luo Shan's match at all. The tricolored monarch aura suppressed the power of wood. Even if Mr. Daheng attacked with his sequence laws, he could not touch Luo Shan. On the contrary, Luo Shan's monarch world was constantly suppressing Mr. Daheng's range. I told you when you were young that you had unrealistic dreams and wanted to be free. How can there be freedom in this world? The more you pursue it, the more foolish you become. Daheng, you will die by your own hands. Luo Shan raised his hand. New world. He took a step forward, and his body disappeared. In front of him was a world of nothingness that was gradually dispersing. Mr. Daheng's eyes narrowed. The second style, you actually mastered the second style. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and Luo Shan walked out from behind him and retracted his palm. Mr. Daheng's back was struck, and the tricolor monarch aura entered his body, causing his power of wood to dissipate. His fishing line was broken, and that was his ancestral world. Luo Shan looked at Chenlo in the distance and frowned. Why is Chenlo here? Mr. Daheng knew that Chenlo was here and confirmed that he was one of my people, but Chenlo wasn't. This was a trap, a very familiar one. Mr. Daheng's gaze turned cold. Luin, it's him again. Hyperspace, it was this person who used Mu Jun to lure Mr. Daheng out to fight against Wei Zhu, and then he went to snatch sieging. Now, he used Chenlo to lure Mr. Daheng out. This person was too vicious to lure Mr. Daheng into a fight. Mr. Daheng's heart turned cold. Being targeted by this person, he wouldn't have a good life unless he betrayed the humans. However, he was a human, and he couldn't imagine what it would be like to join the everlasting tribe. The path left for him was very narrow. He looked at Mr. Daheng again. It wouldn't work even if he explained the situation clearly. If Mr. Daheng didn't believe him, he would still fight with Mr. Daheng. If he believed him, would Lu Yin let them go? Since Mr. Daheng had come to fight with Mr. Daheng, their fight must have been seen by Lu Yin. If Mr. Daheng didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't have allowed Mr. Daheng to speak. Sometimes, the truth wasn't important. The choice was the most important. Luo Shan decided not to explain the situation to Daheng, leaving himself a way out. Mr. Daheng panted heavily. Why weren't the people from the sect above heaven here yet? He wasn't Luo Shan's opponent, and he had never won against Luo Shan. If this continued, he might really die at Luo Shan's hands. Luo Shan, hand over the stone. Luo Shan sneered. What an idiot. Even now, he still couldn't see the truth. Mr. Daheng couldn't be blamed. How could he have known that Traceless had betrayed him? Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't have known that Lu Yin was scheming against him. Similarly, if Mr. Daheng had taken the initiative to scheme against Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to detect it either. This was the result of scheming against an unsuspecting person. Luo Shan had been wrongly accused, so he could see the truth. But so what? He could clearly tell Mr. Daheng the truth, but for his own sake, he forcefully restrained himself. Those who couldn't see the truth would be schemed against, while those who could see the truth would want to protect themselves. This was human nature. However, what Luo Shan couldn't figure out was that Mr. Daheng was clearly not his opponent, so where did Mr. Daheng get the confidence to ask him to hand over the stone? He didn't believe that the sect above heaven would openly attack him. Mr. Daheng might believe that, but in his opinion, if Lu Yin really used the sect above heaven to attack him, then he would be too foolish and lose the Six Direction Society's support. The sect above heaven had completed a nearly perfect crusade, and his reputation in the Six Direction Society had reached its peak. He couldn't ruin his own image at this time. He should be very clear about the battle through spacetime. Without a powerhouse from the sequence laws, it would be impossible to keep him here. Daheng, where do you get the confidence to force me? Luo Shan disdainfully asked. Mr. Daheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The people from the sect above heaven had yet to make a move, and when he saw the pressure from the tricolored monarch's aura increasing, his gaze turned sinister. When did you learn the second style? Luo Shan met Mr. Daheng's gaze. I've already said that you're too foolish. You can't even learn the first style, but I can learn the second style. Let me use the second style to send you to heaven. With that, the realm of nothingness appeared in front of him once more. Luo Shan took a step forward and was about to enter. Suddenly, he stared fixedly at Mr. Daheng, only to see Mr. Daheng take out a copper coin. The copper coin was the size of a human head. It looked ordinary, but Luo Shan's expression changed drastically. He stared at Mr. Daheng. You actually. Mr. Daheng tossed the copper coin out. Luo Shan, die. Luo Shan's expression turned ugly as he stepped into the realm of nothingness and disappeared. The copper coin spun around in the void before returning to Mr. Daheng's hand. Mr. Daheng stared at the copper coin in a daze. Did Luo Shan run away? Bastard, what is that Lu Yin doing? If the sect above heaven had made a move, Luo Shan wouldn't have been able to escape. Now that he had escaped, it would be difficult to find him again. Mr. Daheng had even been forced to use his trump card. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2937. Mr. Daheng kept the copper coins and quickly arrived in front of Chen Lo. He grabbed him and left. It didn't matter. If he was exposed, then so be it. He didn't plan to hide it for long anyway. Furthermore, it was also good that Luo Shan had escaped. Lu Yin was too shrewd, and having Luo Shan to pin him down was not a bad idea. The most troublesome issue was still Stone. Did Luo Shan even have him? Limitless, the light screen regained its tranquility. Wendy Yushan watched quietly. Behind her, Bodhi Sage and the rest were also watching. The screen was showing the scene of Mr. Daheng attacking Luo Shan and Chinlo. Wu Li had seen this scene from beginning to end. Bodhi Saint's face was gloomy. Inform Mu Shiqiang that Mr. Daheng attacked the three monarchs without permission. Ask Mu Shiqiang to send someone to take him down and ask him the reason. Although there were internal conflicts within the Six Directions Guild, they never involved the boundless battlefield. The endless battlefield was already a battlefield. It was the front line of the war against the everlasting race. If the Six-Way Society's internal conflict spread to the endless battlefield, it would have an unbearable impact on the endless battlefield. This was a responsibility that no one could bear. Of course, this was under the premise that the Six Paths Guild knew about it. Generally speaking, even if someone made a move on the endless battlefield, it wouldn't be detected by the six parties. With so many people having fought in the endless battlefield, who didn't have conflicts? It was fine as long as they didn't get discovered. Everything was hidden in the darkness. However, Mr. Daheng's attack on Luo Shan this time was too high profile. Distanceless had been watching from the beginning to the end. This wasn't a simple matter. If the Six Directions Guild didn't make a decision, how could they maintain the endless battlefield in the future? Once something happened in the endless battlefield, it would directly affect the entire Six Directions Guild. One had to know that not everyone in the endless battlefield was human. There were also other life forms. They could choose to side with the Six Direction Society, and they could also choose to betray the Six Direction Society. Mr. Daheng would never have dreamed that Limitless would be able to detect him. The three sovereign spacetimes did not have a place to gather information, and he believed that he would not be detected by the Six Directions Association. However, everything was going according to Lu Yin's plan. Lu Yin wanted to scheme against both Luo Shan and Mr. Daheng. The enmity between them couldn't be easily resolved, so he would take the initiative to resolve it. If he gave Luo Shan and Mr. Daheng a chance, they would definitely not let him off. Lu Yin was very clear about this. His goal was to unify the Six Direction Society, and there should not be anyone in the Six Direction Society who could scheme against him. The Grand Empyrean had been selfish and exiled the Lu family to complete her own plans for the everlasting race. Lu Yin wanted to unify the Six Direction Society and no longer had any misgivings. He wanted to make the Grand Empyrean pay the price. The Six Direction Association that the Grand Empyrean had created had to belong to the Lu family. With Spacetime, Freedom Palace, Mr. Daheng returned. He did not know that Wu Li had contacted with Spacetime. Chenlo was thrown onto the ground. His face was deathly pale, looking very miserable. Traceless looked on coldly. Mr. Daheng looked down at Chenlo. Chenlo, you've finally come to the repose hole. Chenlo was terrified. He still did not understand what had happened. Why would Mr. Daheng know that he was in the Three Monarchs universe and attack him? Mr. Daheng looked at Chenli's fearful eyes. This gaze is very good. Back then, it was because of this gaze that I chose you. Unfortunately, you were a chess piece that Luo Shan wanted to use against me. Chenlo was stunned. Luo Shan's pawn. When? Luo Shan is ruthless enough. On one hand, he wanted to use you to plot against me, and on the other, he placed you in the above heavens sect to plot against Lu Yin. However, he overestimated himself. Did he really think that he could plot against everyone? Originally, I wasn't sure that you were Luo Shan's people. It wasn't until you secretly entered the Three Monarchs universe that I was sure. He stared at Chenlo. Luo Shan, do you still have stones? This was why Mr. Daheng had always wanted to find Chenlo. At first, Chenlo was afraid of being retaliated by Mr. Daheng, so he gave the stones to Luo Shan. Lu Yin was also worried about this. In their opinion, this was because they were afraid of being targeted by Mr. Daheng. In Mr. Daheng's opinion, there was only one reason for giving the stones to Luo Shan so decisively. That was, they still had stones. Now that it was confirmed that Chenlo was Luo Shan's people, the one who still had stones was naturally Luo Shan. He guessed right. No one was stupid. Lu Yin did have stones, but he guessed the wrong person. Chenlo understood. It turned out that Mr. Daheng had always thought this way. He had never thought of this. He was sure that he was Luo Shan's people because he secretly entered the Three Monarchs universe. Suddenly, Chenlo understood. Lu Yin suddenly asked him to go to the Three Monarchs universe. This was suspicious. Now that Mr. Daheng confirmed it because of this, did it mean that everything was Lu Yin's plan? Why? What did he want to do? Could it be that he was planning to attack Luo Shan and Mr. Daheng? Mr. Daheng stared at Chenlo. I know you are afraid of death. Then tell me, Luo Shan, do you still have stones? Chenlo and Mr. Daheng looked at each other. The fear in their eyes was undisguised. He was afraid of death. Yes, but Luo Shan did not have stones. When he gave it to him, he did not know what it was. How could he say this? Lu Yin used his own plan to let Mr. Daheng attack Luo Shan in the Three Monarchs universe. He could not see his purpose clearly. Perhaps it was to scheme against Mr. Daheng. Then, what was his role in it? He should know that he could figure it out. Then, what role did he want him to play? Chenlo panicked. He was afraid that he would be destroyed by Mr. Daheng. He was afraid that Lu Yin would give up on him. He was also afraid that he would destroy Lu Yin's plan. He did not know how Lu Yin would deal with this matter. It was reasonable to say that he, a heavenly ancestor powerhouse, should not be abandoned. But if Lu Yin deliberately let him be killed by Mr. Daheng in order to deal with Mr. Daheng, then he had enough reason to deal with Mr. Daheng. Would it be like this? Chenlo became more and more panicked. He could not see through Lu Yin. Mr. Daheng frowned. Chenlo, tell me the truth. I can plead with the heavenly ancestor and ask Master Lu to spare your life. After all, you are also an extremely strong powerhouse. He may not be willing to let you die. Chen Li's body shook, and he looked at Mr. Daheng in amazement. Master Lu, you know? Mr. Daheng was indifferent. You are already a traitor of the heavenly ancestor. But this matter, only Master Lu and I know. I can let you live, but I can also let you die. How do you know that I went to the Three Monarchs universe? Chen Lo asked. Wu Hen said, I have been watching the Three Monarchs universe. Chen Lo looked at Wu Hen deeply. This person was watching the Three Monarchs universe. He should know that he had never seen Luo Shan. If so, why didn't he say it? Either this person was stupid and thought that as long as he appeared in the Three Monarchs universe, he would be Luo Shan's man. However, such a stupid person would not be able to cultivate to the level of an extremely strong powerhouse. Or this person was Lu Yin's man. Lu Yin wanted him to say so. This was a trap for Mr. Daheng and Luo Shan. Lu Yin definitely knew that Mr. Daheng would tell him. He was not afraid of him knowing, which meant that he did not intend to give up on him. This Wu Hen had been watching him, so he should be Lu Yin's man. If he said it, Wu Hen would definitely tell Lu Yin. He didn't dare to think about the result. Yes, he didn't say anything. He would hold on until the end and see what Master Lu's plan was. Tell me, when did Luo Shan let you join the Repose Palace? Was it before or after I controlled you? Mr. Daheng asked in a low voice. If it was before, then Luo Shan had already planned to scheme against him. If it was after, then it was a scheme against him, and it was not premeditated. It seemed to be an unimportant question, but it involved his past with Luo Shan. He wanted to know if Luo Shan had let go of that matter. Chen Le didn't speak. Mr. Daheng frowned. It is not easy for you to cultivate to this level. There are countless human beings. How many people can cultivate to this level? Chen Le, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Chen Le still didn't speak. He glanced at Wu Hen. Wu Hen was expressionless. He knew very well that Chen Le was definitely not from Luo Shan. However, since Master Lu wanted Mr. Daheng to confirm that Chen Le was from Luo Shan, then Chen Le must be from Luo Shan. Master Lu's words were everything. Mr. Daheng's face turned ugly. Chen Le, do you really want to die? Luo Shan has already escaped. He can't save you. There is no need for you to die with Luo Shan. To tell you the truth, the above heaven sect will definitely not let Luo Shan go. Chen Le clenched his teeth. He wanted to say it, but he didn't dare. Compared to Mr. Daheng, the above heaven sect was much more terrifying. Mr. Daheng attacked Chen Le, trying to force him to speak. Wu Hen looked on coldly. Chen Le clenched his teeth and persisted. He kept hypnotizing himself. The longer he persisted, the more Master Lu owed him. He was persevering for Master Lu's plan. Mr. Daheng didn't expect Chen Le to be so persistent. The more Chen Le didn't speak, the more he felt that there was a problem. Was Luo Shan worth Chen Le sacrificing himself? The more it was like this, the more he wanted to know. Chen Le, I will count to 3. If you don't speak, I will cripple your cultivation. Chen Li's pupils shrank, and he clenched his teeth. 1. Chen Li's face turned pale. 2. Chen Le trembled. 3. Mr. Daheng raised his hand. Chen Le couldn't hold on any longer. He suddenly looked up and stared at Wu Hen. Was Master Lu going to care about him? He couldn't really sacrifice himself for Master Lu. At this moment, a figure walked out of the void and landed in Freedom Palace. Mr. Daheng looked up. Woodcut. Chen Le was excited. Woodcut, this was Master Lu's senior brother. He had finally arrived. Wu Hen was equally excited. The above heaven sect had attacked. He stared at Mr. Daheng, his eyes full of resentment. Woodcut looked at Mr. Daheng coldly. Why did you attack Luo Shan? Mr. Daheng was stunned. How did he know? Why did you attack Chen Le? 2 consecutive questions. Mr. Daheng's heart sank. No, there was a problem. The battle between the 3 sovereigns should not have been known by outsiders. This woodcut wasn't surprised to see Chen Le here. Did he already know? He thought about how the experts from the above heaven sect that Lu Yin had promised never appeared. A thought flashed through his mind, and he thought of a certain possibility. His face paled. Wu Li, I have confirmed that you attacked Luo Shan and stirred up the endless battlefield. Follow me to the 6 Direction Society. Woodcut shouted. Mr. Daheng clenched his fist. Chen Le is a traitor of the above heaven sect. Master Lu asked me to help him deal with the traitor. As for Luo Shan, he is suspected of betraying humanity. I can explain it clearly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2938. We can talk about this when we report to the 6 Direction Society. Let's go to above heaven. Right now, the Grand Empyrean and the others were in seclusion. Lu Yin was the only person who could make decisions for the above heaven sect. In the samsara spacetime, Celestial Victor was in the endless battlefield. A level 9 Lotus Venerate could not make decisions for Lu Yin. Currently, Lu Yin was the only person who could make decisions for the Six Directions Society. How could Mr. Dahang have gone to the Above Heaven sect? He thought of a possibility. Perhaps he and Luo Shan had been tricked by Lu Yin. They had been so focused on Luo Shan that they had forgotten about Lu Yin's methods. If his guess was correct, he would be in a passive position if he went to the Above Heaven sect at this time. Mu Feng, you are also a member of my Wood Dimension. Our Six Direction gang is of equal status. Even if I am in the wrong, why should I go to Above Heaven? Mr. Dahang retorted. Mu Feng stared at Mr. Dahang coldly. He didn't know anything in advance. It was Wu Li who asked him to take action. In the Wood spacetime, other than Mu Feng, no one could suppress Mr. Dahang. Mr. Dahang's words were reasonable, but who would listen to him? The Wood deity was in seclusion. Mr. Dahang's words could not be accepted by the Six Paths Guild. The cloudy stone vibrated, and the wooden carving connected. May I ask if Senior Wood Carving has reached the Hall of Freedom? We're here. Senior Wood Carving, please bring Mr. Dahang to Above Heaven to explain to the Six Paths Guild. Wu Li has already informed the entire Six Paths Guild of the situation. When Mr. Dahang heard this, his expression changed. The entire Six Direction gang knew about this. The woodcutter looked at Mr. Dahang. Did you hear that? The Six-Party Society will allow you to go to the Celestial Sect to defend yourself. Why did you attack Luo Shan and cause chaos in the endless battlefield? Not only do you have to give the Six-Party Society an explanation, you also have to give the endless battlefield an explanation. The consequences are very serious. Wu Hen's lips curled up. He had waited for this day for too long. It was impossible for him to take down Mr. Dahang by himself. Fortunately, he had followed the right person. Master Lu was enough to consign Mr. Dahang to eternal damnation. Mr. Dahang stood at the same spot and his eyes flickered. The wooden carving slowly fell to the ground, and a saber had appeared in his hand at some point. The pressure brought about by the sharp edge made Mr. Dahang sober up. Now, he was only attacking Luo Shan. No matter what, he wouldn't do anything. At most, he would serve in the endless battlefield. If he resisted, then it would be different. As he thought of this, his heart gradually calmed down. He looked at the wooden carving and was just about to say that he would follow him when Lu Yin suddenly appeared not too far away. Senior brother. He looked at the wood carving. When Mr. Dahang saw Lu Yin's arrival, a sinister look flashed across his eyes. Why are you here? Mu Feng was puzzled. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Dahang and the others. I heard that Chinla from my Above Heaven sect was captured and brought here. Is that true? Mr. Dahang looked at Lu Yin, not knowing what to say. Mu Feng said indifferently, he said he would help you deal with the traitor of the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin smiled. I see. Whether or not he's a traitor, I'll make my own decision. Senior, are you going to bring him to the Above Heaven sect? Distanceless send a message to Six Direction Society. I was just about to bring him to Above Heaven. Since that's the case, then let's make the decision here. In any case, I'll be the one to make the decision when we go to the Above Heaven sect. Woodcut wasn't an inflexible person, and since Lu Yin had said so, he would do it here. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Dahang. Why did you attack Luo Shan? Mr. Dahang said in a deep voice, I have a personal grudge with him. Do you know that the current Luo Shan is one of the parallel space-time masters of the endless battlefield? I know. Since you know, why are you still lying to me? His attack is suspected of disrupting the endless battlefield. This isn't a small matter. Mr. Dahang took a deep breath. Luo Shan and I have a deep grudge. He just happened to be injured, and I wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge. I didn't think too much about it. Lu Yin nodded. It's normal for cultivators to take revenge. Fortunately, Luo Shan is fine, and you didn't make a big mistake. After thinking about it, he said, I'll punish you to guard the endless battlefield for 1,000 years. Do you have any objections? Mr. Dahang's face twitched. No. Lu Yin grunted. That's good. He had used Mr. Dahang to deal with Luo Shan, but he couldn't really kill him. This was because during the battle with the witch spirit, Luo Shan had told Lu Yin not to betray humanity before he left. These words had saved Luo Shan's life. Lu Yin had a grudge with him, and he didn't doubt that Luo Shan would kill him if he had the chance. But no matter what, Luo Shan was one of the 3 sovereigns of the endless battlefield, and if he really attacked, he might become the subject of ridicule. It was best to let this person guard the endless battlefield and fight against the Eternals. Mr. Dahang was the same. This person's grudge against Lu Yin was not much less than Luo Shan's, but it wasn't to the extent that Lu Yin had to kill him. Guarding the endless battlefield was the best choice. Lu Yin wanted to unify the 6 Direction Society, and he didn't just want the 6 Direction Society's cultivators to acknowledge him. He also wanted to purge the 6 Direction Society and throw his enemies into the endless battlefield. Only then would the others listen to his arrangements. This was his tyranny. The wooden carving left. Since Mr. Dahang had accepted the punishment, there was nothing left for him to do. After the wooden carving left, Lu Yin came to a spot not far from Mr. Dahang. He looked past Mr. Dahang and looked at Qinlu. It's not easy to cultivate to the progenitor realm. Do you want to die? At this moment, Mr. Dahang might have guessed that while Lu Yin was using him to deal with Luo Shan, he was also scheming against himself. However, he might not have guessed that Qinlu wasn't sent by Luo Shan to be planted in the Heavens sect. Qinlu might or might not have been sent by Luo Shan to the Heavens sect. Whether or not he was sent by Luo Shan, it wouldn't affect the current outcome. As long as Mr. Dahang didn't die, this situation could be maintained for as long as possible. After all, it was just a matter of a sentence. Qinlu didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that he understood Lu Yin's intention. This subordinate doesn't want to die. Qinlu replied weakly. Lu Yin looked up. Return to the Heavens sect. I will make a decision for you. Qinlu stood up shakily and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Dahang. Let this Mr. Wu Hen send Qinlu back to the Heavens sect. Does Mr. Dahang have any objections? Mr. Dahang looked at Lu Yin. As you wish, Master Lu. Wu Hen nodded and left with Qinlu. Everyone left, leaving only Mr. Dahang and Lu Yin in the repose hall. Lu Yin sat down. Judging from Mr. Dahang's expression, the matter didn't go smoothly. Luo Shan escaped. Mr. Dahang said. Lu Yin didn't care. So what if he escaped? He's just a stray dog. It's already good enough that you helped me find the traitor Qinlu. Mr. Dahang sneered inwardly. He didn't know if Qinlu was a traitor of the Heavens sect. The Heavens sect didn't send anyone to help him deal with Luo Shan. However, the battle between him and Luo Shan had spread throughout the 6 Direction sect. He didn't believe that this person had nothing to do with it. Previously, he had placed his attention on Luo Shan and ignored this person due to his prejudice. Although this person was young, he was more shrewd than anyone else. Master Lu, why didn't the Heavens sect help me when I fought Luo Shan in the 3 Sovereigns universe? Mr. Dahang asked, his tone was calm but deep. Lu Yin said indifferently, my people noticed that Wu Li was watching the 3 Sovereigns universe. Naturally, they couldn't help. Mr. Dahang frowned. Was that so? Why would Wu Li be watching the 3 Sovereigns universe? Lu Yin looked at him. Is Mr. Dahang questioning me? Or are you suspecting me? Mr. Daheng quickly said, I don't dare, I'm just curious. No one in the Six Direction sect dared to offend Lu Yin, including him. If it was as he guessed, everything was within Lu Yin's calculations. Not to mention himself, Luo Shan was quite miserable. He didn't want to repeat Luo Shan's mistakes. Lu Yin laughed. This is the repose hole. Mr. Daheng wants to be free and unfettered. Since you have guessed it, why did you suppress it? Mr. Daheng said, I didn't suppress it, I just didn't want to make unreasonable speculations. What is Mr. Daheng's unreasonable speculations? Lu Yin asked curiously. Mr. Daheng didn't answer but asked instead, how will the Heavens sect deal with Luo Shan? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This is my business. Oh, right. He took out the landscape painting stone from his cosmic ring and threw it to Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng caught it and was confused. Master Lu, this is your reward. My Heavens sect couldn't help you this time. Take this as an apology. Lu Yin replied. Mr. Daheng stared at the stone in a daze. What was going on? Could it be that his speculations were wrong? The Heavens sect didn't make a move because they realized that Distanceless was watching the three monarch spacetimes. It wasn't unreasonable for Distanceless to watch the three monarch spacetimes. After all, Distanceless had to watch the entire endless battlefield. He was at a loss. If Lu Yin had schemed against him and Luo Shan at the same time, this stone fragment shouldn't have been given to him. But now, it was given to him. Chunle had also clearly stated that he was a traitor of the Heaven sect. Could it be that he was overthinking? Lu Yin's expression was calm. He still had the landscape painting stone, and he couldn't go to the Mirage domain without one. Since that was the case, it didn't matter if he gave it to Mr. Daheng. After all, Mr. Daheng was a sequence law powerhouse who had already thrown him into the endless battlefield. Mr. Daheng, you must be careful in the endless battlefield. Luo Shan probably won't let you off. Lu Yin reminded him. Mr. Daheng solemnly put away the stone and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Thank you for your reminder, Master Lu. I will be careful of Luo Shan. Lu Yin nodded. I will inform the people from the Heavens sect in the endless battlefield and try to cooperate with you. It's only 1,000 years, and it will pass quickly. Mr. Daheng was a little grateful. 1,000 years wasn't a long time, and it could be said that Lu Yin was lenient. He looked at Lu Yin. What was this person thinking? Was his conjecture correct? By the way, Mr. Daheng has been in the Six Directions Association for many years. Do you know of anyone who has a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time? Lu Yin suddenly asked as he looked at Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng was astonished. A parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Master Lu needs it. Lu Yin sighed. I'm still too young. If I want to catch up with my cultivation, I still need such a parallel spacetime. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed. Since Master Lu needs it, I have one here. As long as Master Lu doesn't mind the slow flow of time, you can use it temporarily. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You have it. That's great. This was an unexpected gain. Lu Yin had wanted to ask Mr. Daheng about who had it, but he hadn't expected this person to have it and even give it to him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2939. Mr. Daheng looked at Lu Yin's surprised expression and regretted his words. It turned out that Lu Yin did not know that he had it. Lu Yin was not testing him but was actually asking. If he had known, he would not have said it. However, since he had already said it, he could not change it. I do have one. The time flow is about 30 times faster than the width spacetime dimension. If Master Lu needs it, I can bring you there now. Mr. Daheng sounded helpless. Lu Yin laughed and walked over to Mr. Daheng. He raised his hand and patted Mr. Daheng's shoulder. Thank you. Mr. Daheng forced a smile. He wanted to think about what had happened recently in the endless battlefield. He felt that many things were not right. It felt like Luo Shan was controlling them, but it also felt like this person was controlling them. He had not felt this way for many years. Ever since this person came, the entire Six Direction gang had changed. Soon, Mr. Daheng brought Lu Yin into a parallel universe where time flowed 30 times faster. This parallel universe was connected to the wood spacetime dimension and did not require any coordinates to enter. The place where they entered was not far from the Repose Palace. Above the sky sect, Lu Yin returned. Chen Lo was sitting in the main hall. When he saw Lu Yin return, he quickly stood up and bowed. Lu Yin raised his hand and gestured. You've worked hard. Chen Lo respectfully said, It's my honor to be able to work for Master. Lu Yin praised, You are very good. Wu Hin told me that no matter how Mr. Daheng tortured you, you did not say anything. I underestimated you in the past. Chen Lo was excited. Don't worry, Master. Even if I die, I will not say a word. Lu Yin laughed. All right, you may leave. I have seen your loyalty. Chen Lo was excited. Yes, Master. At this time, the second Night King reported, Master, Luo Shan requests an audience. Chen Lo was stunned. Luo Shan. Lu Yin did not expect Luo Shan to come to the Sky Sect. He glanced at Chen Lo. Let him come. Chen Lo, sit down too. Chen Lo sat down. Soon, Luo Shan was brought in. He saw Chen Lo as soon as he entered the main hall. He looked straight ahead and walked to Lu Yin. Master Lu, we have already settled our grudges in the hyperspace. Why are you still scheming against me? How dare you speak to Master Lu like this? Chen Lo reprimanded him. Luo Shan stared at him coldly. Chen Lo was not afraid in the slightest. He had just expressed his loyalty, and his mood was currently in high spirits. Furthermore, this was the above heaven sect. No matter how powerful Luo Shan was, he could not overturn the heavens here. Lu Yin smiled, asked Chen Lo to sit down, and looked at Luo Shan. Since the grudge is settled, why did you give me the stone in the Three Monarchs universe? If I'm not wrong, when Chen Lo gave me the stone, it was Master Lu who instructed him to do so, right? Luo Shan asked. Lu Yin nodded. That's not the reason why you gave me the stone to divert Mr. Daheng's hatred. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes. Master Lu, you don't have to accept it. Who do you think I am? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Luo Shan. You and Daheng, these two rascals, want to scheme against me? Not picking up. Are you worthy of making me back down? Luo Shan clenched his fists and glared at Lu Yin. Don't tell me that you weren't the one who attacked hyperspace and tried to capture Chen Lo. Luo Shan took a deep breath. I just want to know the specific reason. Chen Lo is a member of the above heaven sect. If you dare to attack him, you are looking down on me. The so-called settling of grudges only refers to what happened before the battle between the hyperspace dimensional master and the witch spirit god. After what happened, the grudge can be erased. Don't forget that I led the subjugation team to help you find Daheng in the Three Monarchs universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know that he was ambushed, Lu Yin shouted. Luo Shan's eyes flickered. You bewitched Daheng, that idiot, to attack me in the Three Monarchs universe because of this? What other reason do you want? Lu Yin was indifferent. Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin with a deep gaze and pondered for a moment. Okay, let's drop this matter. Deheng is punished to enter the endless battlefield. From now on, I will also stay in the endless battlefield. Please don't trouble me again, Master Lu. Lu Yin laughed, got up, and walked towards Luo Shan step by step. The two were getting closer and closer, so close that they could attack at any time. Luo Shan was clearly stronger as he was a sequence lower realm powerhouse. However, at this moment, he took a step back. Lu Yin posed a great threat to him, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. It was more like pressure from some kind of spirit. The Eternals can't control the endless battlefield in front of me. Do you think you can control me? Luo Shan, you think too highly of yourself. Luo Shan glared at Lu Yin. I can pay the price. Deheng, that idiot, had the courage to ambush me not only because I was injured, but also because of his external object. Master Lu should have seen that he took out the copper coin in the end. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Copper coin. Luo Shan looked at Qinluo. Get out. Qinluo was furious. Lu Yin waved his hand. You can leave first. Qinluo bowed respectfully. Yes, Path Master. Only Lu Yin and Luo Shan were left in the main hall. Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin. You have just joined the Six Paths Society and there are many things you don't know, especially about the extraterrestrial powerhouses. That copper coin represents an extraterrestrial powerhouse called the Star Toad. Lu Yin listened quietly. The Star Toad is a very powerful creature that even Grand Empyreans have to respect. It is the type of creature that cannot be provoked among the extraterrestrial powerhouses. It is neither an ally of the Six Paths Society nor an ally of the Eternals. It is the type of creature that both sides can work together but can also be enemies. Deheng's copper coin is the symbol of the Star Toad. I ran away not because I was afraid of Deheng, but because I was afraid of that copper coin. Lu Yin was shocked. Fear. It was not easy to hear these words coming out of Luo Shan's mouth. Luo Shan was a true villain, but he could also be considered a fake hero. He could endure humiliation and feign civility with the Shaoyin divinity. He could also have the ambition to replace Dimensional Lord and occupy the hyperspace. He could run away in the face of battle without hesitation. He could also swear to never betray humanity. He could investigate the Six Paths Society for Mu Jun. He could also let go of his feelings for Mu Jun. No matter how much he hated Lu Yin, he could still settle the grudge between them. It was not difficult to make such a person flee the battlefield, but it was not easy to make him say that he was afraid before he even made a move. What's more, it was just a copper coin. Deheng is one of the Star Toad's people. The Star Toad will not casually give a copper coin to an outsider. Can this news settle the grudge between us? Luo Shan asked solemnly. Lu Yin pondered, since the Star Toad is neutral, why did it help Deheng? The Star Toad has no emotions, only benefits. Deheng clearly gave it enough benefits. You schemed against Deheng, causing him to mistakenly believe that I sent Qinluo to heavens above heaven and Repose Temple. Now that something has happened to him, the Star Toad will not let this matter rest. You will have to face a powerful creature that can rival a Grand Empyrean. Luo Shan's tone was filled with schadenfreude. He told Lu Yin this because he wanted to settle the grudge between them. He did not want to be schemed against by Lu Yin all the time. He also wanted to make Lu Yin uneasy. This brat had harmed the three monarchs spacetime and harmed Mu Jun. He really wanted to kill this brat. Unfortunately, he could not do so, so he could only collect some interest. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. What happened between you and Deheng? Luo Shan's gaze turned cold. We have known each other for a long time. It can be said that we stepped onto the path of cultivation at almost the same time. There are too many grudges between us, too many to count. Master Lu, are you really that curious about us? Lu Yin was not very curious about Luo Shan and De Heng's past. His true goal was to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Give me a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, and we will be even. As long as you do not provoke heavens above heaven, I will not do anything to you, Lu Yin said. Luo Shan's hope that Lu Yin would not betray humanity had not only saved his life, but also made Lu Yin let go of his killing intent. Of course, the premise was that this person was not a threat to him. Luo Shan was shocked. How do you know I have such a spacetime? His eyes flashed coldly. Yixing told you. Lu Yin met his gaze. Do you need it? Luo Shan could not see through Lu Yin. No matter who told Lu Yin, he would have to pay the price. Master Lu, from now on, you and I are even. Luo Shan agreed to give Lu Yin a parallel spacetime. Lu Yin was satisfied. If you have a similar parallel spacetime, you can look for me. Pay a price and I can help you with something. Luo Shan laughed, but it was a strange laugh. Lu Yin frowned. What are you laughing at? Luo Shan sighed. I'm laughing at the fact that you will eventually walk on the opposite path from the star toad. Because of De Heng. No, because of a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Luo Shan looked at Lu Yin seriously. The star toad's favorite trade item is this kind of parallel spacetime. Lu Yin's gaze changed. Master Lu, take care. Luo Shan left. Lu Yin did not know if what he said was true, but he guessed that it should be. He was not the only one from Six Direction Society who knew about the star toad, so there was no need to lie to him. Did the star toad also need a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time? That would be troublesome. Lu Yin was lost in thought. I wonder how many it has. The dark red land stretched far and wide. This was a planet that was located in a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time given by De Heng. This spacetime was very small and was about the size of the Milky Way. Lu Yin had visited all the planets, but none of them had any life. This was something he had never encountered before. It was as if this spacetime had just been born. He was a little confused. If there was no life, how could he make this spacetime acknowledge his existence? After thinking for a long time, Lu Yin finally decided that since there was no life here, he would create life for this spacetime. Of course, he would not create it, but bring it in. There had to be life that could adapt to this spacetime. Lu Yin continued to wander between the Genesis space and this spacetime, constantly bringing in all kinds of life. Most of them died as soon as they entered, unable to survive. Since there was no life in this spacetime, it meant that either life had not sprouted or it could not survive. After the first life had survived in this spacetime for half a year, Lu Yin was certain that it was not that this spacetime was uninhabitable, but that life had not sprouted yet. There would eventually be life that could only exist in this spacetime. What he needed to do now was to try his luck. He brought in as many lives as he could from the Genesis space, hoping to be acknowledged by this spacetime and accelerate its development. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2940. 1 year. 2 years. 5 years. Lu Yin had been in this spacetime for 5 years, but only 2 months had passed in the outside world. This was a parallel spacetime where time flowed 30 times faster. Of course, he had indeed spent 5 years in the real world. Actually, Lu Yin had been cultivating for a long time. The Dai had given him a lot of time in the early stages, and this parallel spacetime had sped up his cultivation process as well. In the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed in the outside world, but 20 years had passed in this spacetime. Some of the life forms that Lu Yin had brought in had survived, and they had begun to spread, bringing vitality to this spacetime. These life forms had all come from the Genesis space, so they should have recognized Lu Yin. Lu Yin tried using flowing light, but he felt a sense of danger from the spacetime. He immediately left, but it wasn't enough. Another 20 years quickly passed, and Lu Yin had spent a full 40 years in this spacetime continuum. He really wanted to try the flowing light, but when he thought back to what Xiaxinji had told him, he knew that repeated attempts could easily cause the spacetime continuum to collapse. Lu Yin suppressed his impatience and continued waiting. Another 20 years passed, and Lu Yin had been in this spacetime for 60 years. 60 years was quite a long time for him, as he had only been cultivating in the Genesis space for a little over 60 years. 60 years in this spacetime was equivalent to 2 years in the Genesis space. Lu Yin tried flowing light, and this time, there were no more dangers. After 60 years of development, Lu Yin had finally been recognized. This was a shortcut. If not for the fact that the Genesis space could exist in this spacetime, Lu Yin would have had to wait for life to develop in this spacetime. He would have had to wait for intelligent lifeforms to acknowledge him before he could be recognized. This process would have taken hundreds of millions of years. Being recognized by this spacetime was one thing, but having flowing light adapt to this spacetime was another. After some time, Lu Yin returned to the Almighty Sect to try flowing light. He saw the scene from 48 seconds ago, which had been extended by 30 seconds. Lu Yin was excited and continued. Next was Luo Shan's parallel spacetime. This parallel spacetime was Lu Yin's first attempt. He had first adapted to a spacetime that flowed 30 times faster, and then to a spacetime that flowed 20 times faster. Logically speaking, a spacetime that flowed 20 times faster should not be as tough as a spacetime that flowed 30 times faster. If Lu Yin could adapt to it, then it would have been 20 seconds faster when he returned. This was in line with his conjecture. If this was not the case, then it meant that his conjecture was completely wrong. The difference in the flow of time was indeed related to space, but it wasn't the kind of relationship that Lu Yin had imagined. The parallel universe provided by Luo Shan was much more convenient than the one provided by Mr. Daheng. There were intelligent creatures there, but they were not humans either. There were too many parallel universes in the universe, and humans were in the minority. Lu Yin had spent 20 years in that spacetime to be recognized, which was equivalent to 1 year in the Genesis space. And this acknowledgement meant that his previous guess was indeed wrong. This spacetime space was clearly not as tough as the space with 30 times the flow of time, but the flowing light was still unable to adapt. He had to think in a different direction. He returned to the heavenly sect and began to try. 68 seconds, a total of 68 seconds, more than a minute. He could see through 68 seconds of time with flowing light, and the more time passed, the more addicted he became. He desperately wanted to obtain more parallel spacetimes so that he could reverse time. One day, he would be able to reverse time for more than 1 second, and that would be the beginning of his transformation. Luth's Six Paths Guild was at its most peaceful when it was adapting to a parallel universe. The battles in the boundless battlefield gradually slowed down, and there were almost no battles at the borders of the Six Direction Association. Both the Six Paths Guild and the Eternals were waiting for their top powerhouses to recover. In this peaceful environment, the White Dragon tribe welcomed a mysterious guest in the astral tree realm. This guest had been with the White Dragon tribe for more than a year. Ever since the four-way scale had been destroyed, the White Dragon tribe had moved to the mortal realm to work with the ancestral Mang. It was both to atone for their sins and to escape. The living conditions in the mortal realm were not good, and there were all kinds of giant beasts. However, they posed no threat to the White Dragon tribe. Elder Ni Huang had the ancestral dragon's eye and could display the strength of a progenitor. Lu Yin had agreed to let the White Dragon tribe go to the mortal realm because he wanted to guard the mortal realm, just like how the frigid immortal sect guarded the waterways. No one could accomplish this except for the White Dragon tribe. The White Dragon tribe's aura was similar to the ancestral Mang's, and they were more willing to be close to it. In the mortal realm's 3rd district, Elder Ni Huang had been meditating for a year. She had come here not long after the guest arrived. This place was directly below the ancestral Mang's head, and she could see the ancestral Mang's lower jaw. Here, her heart would only be at peace. The White Dragon tribe has been banished to the mortal realm to work with the beasts. If he didn't use you to guard the mortal realm, your tribe would have been gone. Do you really think that using the ancestral Mang to turn the tables and banish the Lu family wouldn't cost you anything? A sharp voice sounded in Elder Ni Huang's ears. Elder Ni Huang opened her eyes. You can already get close to this place. You underestimate me. We are of the same tribe, so why can't I get close? The black-robed figure approached and stopped not far away from Elder Ni Huang. Elder Ni Huang raised her head and looked at the ancestral Mang with a complicated expression. We betrayed the Lu family once, but the Lu family didn't exterminate us. This is their kindness. However, from now on, the White Dragon tribe can only stay in the mortal realm. How is that different from the extinction of your tribe? What will the starry sky tree think of you? Since you have betrayed the Lu family, your current life is equivalent to betraying the 4 cardinal scales. In the history of mankind, people like you don't have a good ending. Only by returning to your tribe can you start anew. Our tribe can help you walk the path of surpassing the 4 cardinal scales. Ni Huang, you are not stupid. You should know what to do. Elder Ni Huang sighed deeply. After meditating for a year, I still can't get rid of my greed. That's right. The White Dragon tribe wants to return to the top world and replace the Lu family. Then return to your tribe. The White Dragon tribe doesn't want to stay in the mortal realm. Return to your tribe. Elder Ni Huang turned around and stared at the black-robed figure. Even so, what makes you think that you can help the White Dragon tribe return to the top? Do you know how terrifying that person is? He clearly lost his memory and cultivation base, but in just a few decades, he came back to us and pulled us down from our pedestal. He made a trip to the 6 Direction Society and changed the situation there. Even you were defeated by him. If he appeared in front of you, would you still dare to stay here? In the face of such a person, what makes you think you can help us? The black-robed figure shouted sternly, "Shut up. You're overestimating him. You're underestimating him. I admit that when you came to me a year ago, I was very tempted. However, my rationality told me that this was a path of no return. It would push the White Dragon tribe down from the edge of the abyss. Therefore, I came here to meditate and suppress the greed in my heart. The White Dragon tribe now only needs to survive. However, I still can't suppress this greed. Give me a reason to trust you completely. Otherwise, the White Dragon tribe won't take the risk." The black-robed figure remained silent for a while and did not do anything. Suddenly, Great Elder Ni Huang's expression changed. Her face turned pale and she vomited blood without any warning. Her body had uncontrollably activated the White Dragon transformation. However, it was different from the White Dragon transformation from before. The White Dragon transformation that she had activated now was as if she wanted to turn herself into a monster. Elder Ni Huang groaned in pain. The black-robed figure approached step by step. "I have a natural bloodline suppression against you. Your lives are mine. I can take them away at any time. However, I still waited for you for a year. This year is the sincerity my tribe is showing you. Would you give a chance to an ant that you can kill at any time? It's because you and I are of the same tribe that I'm giving you a chance. This is not a threat but a sincerity." Elder Ni Huang looked at the black-robed figure in fear. A year ago, this figure came to the White Dragon tribe and displayed the same bloodline power. However, it suppressed them. She was very sure that this figure came from a tribe that was closer to the origin of the White Dragon tribe's bloodline, which was the ancestral Mang. However, this figure gave her a choice to deal with the above heaven sect and let the White Dragon tribe return to the top world. Now, it was time to make a choice. The bloodline suppression was getting stronger and stronger. Elder Ni Huang's body was transforming. She knew that this figure could really take her life at any time. So what if it was the dragon ancestor's special pupil? Even if the dragon ancestor was still alive, he wouldn't be able to resist this figure. It was both the difference in cultivation and the suppression of bloodlines. They knew the consequences of bloodline suppression too well. Previously, the White Dragon tribe used the blood pool to set up a trap. All those who bathed in the blood pool would be suppressed by the bloodline of the White Dragon tribe. Now, she also experienced this feeling. Not only can I suppress your bloodline, but I can also make the ancestral Mang rise again. Elder Ni Huang was shocked. You can make the ancestral Mang rise again. How refreshing. If you can do it, why can't I? The black-robed figure let out a sharp laugh. I want the Liu family to experience the pain of the ancestral Mang rising again. This time, I want to completely annihilate the Liu family. Elder Ni Huang was fanatical. I believe you. What do you need the White Dragon tribe to do? The black-robed figure was satisfied. I have medicine here that can make the giant starry sky beasts go berserk. I need the White Dragon tribe to spread it all over the lower world at a specific time and cause chaos. That's it. Before that, I need the White Dragon tribe to find the exact location of the 100,000 water paths. This mother tree should be rotting by now. Elder Ni Huang agreed. She immediately ordered all the elites of the White Dragon tribe to gather in the 3rd district. The black-robed figure then hid. The lower world was huge and was divided into 5 districts. The ancestral Mang's huge body was wrapped around the mother tree's trunk, becoming the sky of the lower world. The top of the 3rd district was facing the ancestral Mang's head. The top of the 5th district was the ancestral Mang's tail. The rest were the torso. The ancestral Mang's huge body could directly push the upper world out. If the ancestral Mang's entire body pressed down on the lower world, it could also crush the lower world. The black-robed figure raised his head and looked at the ancestral Mang. Before coming here, he did not expect such a terrifying expert to appear in his tribe. With such a huge body, it could crush the entire lower world. One by one, the White Dragon tribe cultivators gathered in the 3rd district. Old Monster Long, Long Kuei, Long Tian, Long Shi, and the others, including Long Kuei's Mount, Ho, were all gathered in the 3rd district. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2941. Ever since the White Dragon tribe came to the mortal world, Grand Elder Ni Huang had never gathered everyone. Something big must have happened. It was not easy for others to travel in the mortal world as there were powerful creatures here. However, the entire White Dragon tribe moved to the mortal world and took out all the dragon saliva they had stored. This allowed the White Dragon tribe to ignore the giant beasts here. Half a month later, the elites of the White Dragon tribe gathered below the ancestral Mang's head. Although there were many of them, it was not noisy. This was a sacred place for them. Long Shi looked up at the ancestral Mang. It's here again. Back then, he came to worship the ancestors with brother Xiao Xian. No, it should be Lu Yin. He could not forget the scenes back then. How nice would it be if he could go back to that time with his memories now? Grand Elder Ni Huang sat in front and said in a low voice, "Everyone is here." Old Monster Long stepped forward and said respectfully, reporting to Grand Elder, "All the elites of the tribe are here. May I know what orders you have?" Great Elder Ni Huang turned to face all the elite members of the White Dragon tribe. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 10,000 of them. These people represented the future of the White Dragon tribe. Now, he had to make a decision. A decision that could change the fate of the White Dragon tribe being forced to guard the mortal realm. The White Dragon tribe should not stay here forever. How long has it been since you came to the mortal world? Grand Elder Ni Huang asked. 10 years, Grand Elder, Old Monster Long replied. Long She had a complicated expression. 10 years in the blink of an eye. Time passed so quickly. Grand Elder Ni Huang looked at all the people. 10 years. Are you still used to the mortal world? The people looked at each other. They did not understand what the Grand Elder meant. Long She frowned. The Grand Elder's tone was not right. Why did she suddenly ask this? First Elder Ni Huang's gaze swept across Old Monster Long, Long Tian, Long Shi, Long Zhang, and the other branch princes. Among you, there was once someone who used the name of the four-way balance White Dragon tribe to become famous in the Tree Galaxy. Among you, there was the fourth young master that the starry sky of the Tree tribe looked up to. All of you were envied and respected by countless cultivators. Do you still remember that period of time? Long Shi's gaze turned cold. He stepped forward. Grand Elder, what do you mean? Great Elder Ni Huang stared at Long Shi coldly. Has the White Dragon tribe ever done anything wrong? In the face of the Lu clan's pressure, we admitted that we were wrong, but were we really wrong? We just want to have a better cultivation environment. Everyone is selfish, let alone an entire race. Great Elder, what are you trying to do? Long Shi shouted. Long Tian narrowed his eyes. Old Monster Long's face paled and he hurriedly tried to dissuade Lu Yin. Grand Elder, above heaven is in power. Even the Six Paths Association has to listen to Lu Yin. Please think twice before you speak. Great Elder, please reconsider. Great Elder, Ni Huang shook her head. Everyone wants to reach the pinnacle. Who among you has never thought of reaching the progenitor realm? Was that even possible in the mortal realm? We have to leave the mortal world and return to the starry sky of trees. Otherwise, our White Dragon clan will have no future. Long Shi rebuked, Grand Elder, the Lu family is already showing mercy by not pursuing our crimes. Tao Lord Lu even returned the dragon ancestor's eye to us. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out by the Eternals a long time ago. Why do you want to bite the hand that feeds you? This isn't selfish, it's shameless. Long Tian furrowed his brows. First Elder, although I detest Lu Shaoxian, this isn't the case. I'll do it. Old Monster Long was anxious. Great Elder, what exactly do you want? Ni Huang's eyes were burning. No matter what you think, I want to lead the White Dragon clan back. I want my people to have the right to become progenitors. I want my people to be able to hold their heads high in front of others. No one can stop me. Whoever stops me will be the sinner of the entire clan. Crazy. Everyone in the White Dragon clan felt that Ni Huang had gone crazy. Long Shi was furious. Great Elder, return the dragon ancestor's eye to me. Ni Huang sneered. She took a step forward and appeared in front of Long Shi. The strong pressure made it difficult for Long Shi to breathe. Long Tian's expression changed. He hurriedly stood in front of Long Shi. Although they were not close, everyone wanted to stop Ni Huang. She had really gone crazy. Long Shi's status in the White Dragon clan was very high. In the entire origin space, her status was even higher. Because of her relationship with Lu Yin, no one dared to find trouble with the White Dragon clan. If Ni Huang did anything to Long Shi, the White Dragon clan would have no hope. At this moment, even the old monster Long had made his move, all for the sake of stopping the first elder Ni Huang. The great elder Ni Huang was brimming with murderous intent as she grabbed Long Shi's head. Under the furious gazes of the White Dragon tribe members, she caught Long Shi. Long Shi's pupils dilated. She experienced the despair of being on the brink of death. She was wrong. She should not have given the patriarch's other pupil to the great elder Enai Huang. She had thought that the White Dragon tribe had seen the light and would repent. The White Dragon clan was doomed. Great Elder, stop. Stop. The Great Elder Enai Huang grabbed Long Shi in front of her and used Long Shi's body to block a certain direction. Her gaze suddenly became extremely gentle, filled with anticipation and reluctance. The future of the White Dragon race is in your hands. Survive. Long Shi looked at Enai Huang in confusion. Enai Huang smiled at her. Then, she waved her left hand and tore through the void. She pushed Long Shi, Long Tian, and the surrounding White Dragon clan members out. Live on, in the distance, the black-robed figure's expression changed. Not good, this idiot. The black-robed figure immediately attacked, wanting to disrupt Enai Huang's attack. Enai Huang's eye of difference appeared on her forehead. She stared at the black-robed figure and destroyed the void. In an instant, the collision of the progenitor realm shattered many White Dragon clan members. Long Shi, Long Tian, and the others were forcefully pushed into the void by the Enai Huang Great Elder. They watched as many of their tribesmen died. Before they disappeared, they saw the Enai Huang Great Elder coughing up blood. They understood that it was all a ruse. The void returned to normal. The black-robed figure's voice was sharp and furious. Idiots, you bastards are not worthy of being my clan. I will destroy you all. The lower realm shook. Countless White Dragon clan members vomited blood and died. None of the White Dragon clan members in the lower realm were spared. This was bloodline suppression. Enai Huang's body turned into a huge rainbow dragon. She crashed into Zhu Mang, hoping that Zhu Mang would wake up and expel the enemy. Top realm, Lu Tianjing. Lu Tianyi suddenly looked down. His expression changed. What was going on? The black-robed figure's arms stretched out from his black robe. They were not human arms but fish fins. This black-robed figure was one of the captains of the Eternal Race's true god guards, Yu Hua. The fish fins looked soft, but they tore Enai Long's huge body apart. Enai Long used the dragon ancestor's eye of difference to scan Yu Hua, but it was useless against him. Even if the dragon ancestor was alive, he would not be a match for the captains of the true god guards, let alone Enai Huang, who barely reached the progenitor realm with the help of the eye of difference. Enai Long's body shattered. Old Monster Long held a long saber and slashed at Yu Hua. He was shattered by Yu Hua's fish fins. Long Kuei rode on Ho and crashed into Yu Hua. I will die with Grand Elder. With a boom, Ho turned into flesh and blood. Long Kuei's corpse was nowhere to be found. This scene provoked the White Dragon clan members. They rushed over with all their might. At this moment, their bloodlust was aroused. Yu Hua glared at Enai Huang and prepared to leave. After all, this was the origin space. If he was delayed, he might attract the Lu clan's experts. However, he was still too late. Lu Tianyi descended and looked down at the mortal realm. He pointed a finger. You're courting death. Yu Hua's scalp went numb. Lu Tianyi's strength was far beyond his. Let's see who's courting death. Lu clan, endure another ancestral Mang overturn. After that, he took out something and smashed it at the ancestral Mang's head. The ancestral Mang suddenly opened its eyes. As if it had gone mad, its huge body let go of the mother tree and crashed into the middle realm. Lu Tianyi's expression changed. Ancestral Mang, stop. The middle realm shook. Countless mountains and rivers cracked open. The middle realm's ocean swept over with tsunamis, drowning countless coastal cities. Lu Tianyi did not expect that other than the White Dragon clan, there was someone else who could trigger the ancestral Mang overturn. The ancestral Mang was not awake at all. It was just an unconscious ancestral Mang overturn. Yuhua wanted to take this opportunity to escape. Ni Long's broken body bit at Yuhua. Almost all the White Dragon clan members in the mortal realm were dead. He was desperate. Yuhua sneered. Trash, this is what you get for betraying my clan. Let's see who can save you. The figure shuttled through the void. Starting from Ni Long's forehead, it tore the huge Ni Long into two. Its flesh and blood dyed the third district of the mortal realm red. Everything happened too fast. The White Dragon clan had no ability to resist the captain of the True God Guards. Yuhua tore through the void and was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned around and saw a finger descending. Impossible. Lu Tianyi had clearly resisted the ancestral Mang overturn. How could he still have the strength to attack him? No matter how unbelievable it was, Yuhua had to face Lu Tianyi's attack. His black robe was shattered. In an instant, two changes appeared in his fish form. The first change was that he shed his scales and turned into a python. The second change was that he turned into a seven-colored giant python. Its appearance was very similar to the ancestral Mang. Lu Tianyi's finger hit the giant python. The giant python was pierced and its huge body was thrown out. No one knew where it landed. Under the central realm, Lu Tianyi retracted his gaze. In front of him, the ancestral Mang's force was extremely terrifying. This was the pet of the ancestor. It had lived since the era of the Above Heaven sect. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he couldn't kill the ancestral Mang. Seeing the ancestral Mang increasing its force to crash into the central realm, Lu Tianyi raised his head at the critical moment. Shining, the eagle's cry resounded through the 9 heavens. As it fell from the sky, a huge shadow lifted a gust of wind, causing the void outside the starry sky tree to distort. From the side, the Shinying's huge body clawed at the ancestral Mang. The two behemoths collided, causing the central realm to be split in two. Lu Tianyi hurriedly stabilized the central realm. The ancestral Mang was slammed into the mortal realm by the Shining. It took a while for it to stabilize. Although the whole process wasn't long, it was hair-raising. The slightest carelessness would have destroyed the starry sky tree. Lu Tianyi was afraid. The biggest unstable factor in the starry sky tree was the ancestral Mang. Although the ancestral Mang could fight against the 7 sky gods at a critical moment and bring pressure to the Eternals, if it was used by others, it would also bring pressure to humans. Other than the ancestor, only the Shining could temporarily restrain it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2942. The giant eagle soared through the sky of the mortal realm. The ancestral Mang was still asleep, but after being hit by the eagle, he did not continue to charge into the middle realm. His body wrapped around the mother tree's trunk and returned to its original state. Lu Tianyi exhaled and watched quietly. When Lu Yin arrived, the eagle had already returned to the sovereign realm. Ancestor, what happened? Lu Yin was shocked. Lu Tianyi waved his hand, and the void split open. Long Shi, Long Tian, and the rest walked out. They had been pushed to the top realm by Elder Ni Huang, and they were not in a parallel space. The White Dragon tribe had been in the top realm for so many years, and they naturally had some backup plans. Long Shi's eyes reddened when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped forward. Are you alright? Long Shi shook his head. The White Dragon tribe is gone. Lu Yin listened to Long Shi quietly, and Long Tian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Not long after, the group landed in the mortal realm and saw the place where the White Dragon tribe and Yuhua had fought. The ground was stained red, and the smell of blood was pungent. Long Shi and the rest walked step by step on the bloody ground, bringing with them a sorrowful aura. Lu Yin did not expect the White Dragon tribe to do this. They would rather fight to the death than help the enemy. Lu Tianyi sighed. The White Dragon tribe has atoned for their sins. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. The White Dragon tribe had used the lives of their entire tribe to end their grudge with the Lu family. From now on, the White Dragon tribe did not need to stay in the mortal realm. This was what Elder Ni Huang meant. She did not want to use Yu Hua to gain freedom, but to use this method to make the Lu family and Lu Yin forgive the White Dragon tribe. Long Shi and the rest were the seeds left behind by the White Dragon tribe. As long as they did not die, the White Dragon tribe would rise again one day. Everything that had happened in the past vanished into thin air amidst the blood of the battlefield. The White Dragon tribe did not owe the Lu family anything. Why didn't the ancestral Mang help the White Dragon tribe? Lu Yin was puzzled. With the White Dragon tribe's strength, even the eternal progenitors would not be able to deal with them easily in the mortal realm. The eternal progenitors should be wary of the ancestral Mang and should not be able to get close to the ancestral Mang easily. Long Tian and the others did not know the reason. Other than Ni Huang, no one else knew about Yu Hua's existence. Great Elder Ni Huang did not have the time to tell Long Shi and the others that he was being watched by Yu Hua from the beginning. That was why he had gathered the elites of the White Dragon tribe to gain Yu Hua's trust. Otherwise, he might not have been able to send Long Shi and the others away as he wished. The White Dragon tribe was useless now, but Long Shi was different. Her relationship with Lu Yin was enough to ensure the future of the White Dragon tribe. Long Tian was also the most talented member of the White Dragon tribe. The one who slaughtered the White Dragon should be an eternal progenitor, but it wasn't a corpse king. It was very strange. It was a fish, said Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin was surprised. Fish fire. You know him. Lu Tianyi was surprised. Long Tian walked over to Lu Yin and stared at him. Who's that guy? Lu Yin revealed Yu Hua's identity. The captains of the true God Guards are almost all stronger than ordinary progenitors. They are considered the most difficult to deal with under the sequence laws. If you want to take revenge on him, it's best that you cultivate to the sequence laws level. But can he survive a single finger from you, ancestor? Lu Tianyi was very certain. He's still alive. That finger couldn't have taken his life. Lu Yin frowned. The Eternals had always had the upper hand against the humans. He had used a crusade to establish his advantage over the Eternals and establish his reputation. The Eternals had immediately retaliated. They had directly attacked the astral tree. If the White Dragons hadn't fought to the death, who knew what Yu Hua would have done? Lu Yin had warned them many times to be wary of the Eternals, but the Eternals were truly everywhere. Lu Yin looked up at the ancestral Mang. Yu Hua can help the ancestral Mang reverse its situation. Is it related to the White Dragons? Lu Tianyi was also curious. That's right. That fish could transform into a rainbow python. The White Dragons relied on the ancestral Mang's blood to cultivate. If Yu Hua can reverse its situation, could it be the same race as the ancestral Mang? Lu Yin guessed. The rainbow python and the ancestral Mang. It was hard not to make the connection. It's possible. That's why it can travel in the mortal world and get close to the White Dragons, said Lu Tianyi. Long Tian clenched his fists. No matter what it is, we must avenge our clan's extermination. Lu Yin glanced at Long Tian. He didn't want to discourage this person, but it was too difficult for him to cultivate to the point where he could take revenge. Long Tian's talent was extremely high, and it was very likely that he would become a progenitor in the future. However, the gap between progenitors was huge. The captains of the true God Guards were the strongest under the sequence laws. Even a sequence law powerhouse would have a hard time killing them, as they all had divine power. You should move to the central realm, Lu Yin said. This was considered lifting the restrictions on the white dragons. Long she looked at Lu Yin. Help me find a master. A very powerful one. Lu Yin was moved. All right. Lu Yin couldn't refuse Long Shi's request. Their relationship wasn't ordinary. As for a master, Lu Yin had to think about it. In the central realm, cultivators streaked across the sky, searching for something. They were all under the Lu family's orders to find the severely injured Yuhua. When Lu Tianyi had faced the ancestral Mang, he could only find time to point at Yuhua. He was sure that Yuhua wasn't dead, but he didn't know where he was. All the cultivators above the emissary level in the tree-starry sky were mobilized to search, catching any strange fish they found. No one said that Yuhua was in the central realm, but because the clue was a fish, many cultivators spontaneously went there. At that moment, a strange scene appeared at the bottom of the central realm. A giant sea beast was crashing around like a madman. It was huge and had power close to the emissary level. It was considered an overlord in the central realm, but at that moment, its eyes were filled with grievance. It was a fish that was causing it to feel wronged. A fish was attached to the sea beast's abdomen, slapping its fins from time to time. The sea beast was in so much pain that it kept crashing into the bottom of the sea. It took a long time for it to recover. This fish was Yuhua. It had been severely injured by Lu Tianyi's finger and had reverted to its original form. If not for the protection of the divine power in its body, that finger could have crushed it. Even so, it didn't have much power to protect itself at the moment. It didn't even have the power of an emissary. This little bit of power was not enough to restore it to its second or third form. It couldn't even maintain its human form. It was also troublesome because Lu Tianyi's finger had sent its cosmic ring flying. It didn't know where it had landed. The cosmic ring contained the stargate back to the Eternals, so it could only return to the Eternals. If it returned, it would be swallowed whole. It was more dangerous than being in the origin space. It had no choice but to stay in the central realm. It was just a fish anyway, so no one would care about it. It could also control sea beasts. After a while, it would be able to meet up with a spy and send a message back to the Eternals, asking them to send a stargate to take it back. Did you find it? Of course I did. There are too many fish. There are all kinds of strange ones. I used the opportunity to get close to the Lu family. Take it easy. This is not just an order from the Lu family. I heard that it involves the extermination of the white dragon race. Even Master Lu is paying attention. Be careful not to let him find out what you're thinking. I'm not trying to do anything. Besides, Master Lu might be looking for one of these fish. I hope so. I heard that Master Lu is very angry. Whoever can find that fish will definitely soar. That's why the entire starry sky trees is moving. Even the fifth mainland has sent cultivators to look for the fish. The central realm is going to be overturned. Under the central realm, Yuhua listened to the cultivators' conversation and sneered. You want to find me? Dream on. However, this sea beast was too ostentatious. Thinking about it, it left the sea beast and changed its form slightly. It became very similar to a common fish in the central realm. There were too many of these fish in the central realm, so no one would catch them. Otherwise, there would be more people in the central realm than in the starry sky trees. Disguised as this fish, Yuhua could roam the central realm with peace of mind. Once its cultivation recovered, it would return to the Eternals. It would take at most 10 years. A few days later, the sword Qi pierced the surface of the sea and brushed past Yuhua's body. It was found. It stared at the surface of the sea. The above heaven sect's reward has been doubled. Whoever can find that fish can directly become a half-ancestor's disciple. The Elysium sect master can choose whoever he wants. Let's force that fish out. Yes, force it out. As long as it's in the central realm, it will definitely come out. Attacks fell one after another. Yu Huo cursed secretly. He carefully concealed his aura and moved toward the center of the central realm. He didn't want to be hit by these attacks. He wasn't even an emissary now. If these guys attacked him, he would be in trouble. Soon, half a month passed. More and more cultivators joined the search for Yu Huo. There were cultivators at every certain distance in the central realm. It was like dividing the territory. There were even cases of fighting for territory. Yu Huo felt that his situation was getting more and more difficult. These lunatics were greedy for the reward. However, he didn't believe that they could last long. The central realm was about to be overturned. There's no one there. Yu Huo's eyes lit up. He looked into the distance. There were no cultivators above the sea. There was only an island. When he reached the bottom of the sea, Yu Huo was relieved. Finally, he didn't have to run anymore. He looked back. These trash. When the Eternals dealt with the above heaven sect, he would definitely make them despair. Just as he was thinking this, he felt a sharp pain in his tail. He looked back and saw that a hook had pierced through his tail. Was this a fish hook? Yu Huo was shocked and struggled to break free. A wild laugh came from the surface of the sea. You want to escape after being hooked by me? Ha ha ha, I'll have you tonight. A great force came from the hook, and Yu Huo's body was forcefully dragged away. Yu Huo was shocked. This was a progenitor. He turned around and bit the hook, breaking it with his teeth. Just as he was about to escape, the line seemed to consciously wrap around him. Oh, you're pretty smart. The smarter you are, the more I want to eat you. Come on. Yu Huo watched as the surface of the sea receded, and his body was dragged away by a great force. He wanted to expose his strength and escape, but that was even worse in front of a progenitor. Even ordinary cultivators couldn't escape, let alone a progenitor. No wonder those fellows didn't come to this region. I'm doomed. I'm going to be eaten. A large hand grabbed Yu Huo and brought him closer. Yu Huo stared blankly at the large face in front of him. Was this Lu Qi? Lu Yin's father. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2943. Lu Qi moved closer and stared at Yu Huo. Yu Huo wanted to smash his head open, but he could only feign ignorance. Your eyes aren't very bright, but they're very agile. The meat should be good. Alright, let's eat grilled fish tonight. He then threw Yu Huo to the ground, which delighted Yu Huo. This guy still wanted to fish, so he could escape. But then, Lu Qi raised his hand and slapped Yu Huo's tail. Yu Huo opened his mouth and felt a sharp pain that almost made him resist. His tail had been smashed to pieces by Lu Qi, and it had almost merged with the ground. He then slapped Yu Huo's head, causing it to sway and fall to the ground. Hee, you won't be able to escape like this. Lu Qi raised his head and walked away with his fishing rod. Yu Huo pretended to faint, but he was actually glaring at Lu Qi's back. This bastard. He wanted to kill this bastard with his own hands one day. Yu Huo felt dizzy, but he gritted his teeth and cut off his tail with a sweep of his fins. He wanted to escape. Suddenly, he stared blankly at a figure walking out of a crack in the void and laid down on the ground, pretending to be dead. Lu Yin walked out of the void and turned around to look into the distance. Many cultivators were attacking each other above the Zhongpinghai, and the entire area was in chaos. He didn't stop them, as it would be worth it if he could find Yu Huo. Hey, little seven, why are you here? Lu Qi walked out with his fishing rod, which had a new hook. Lu Yin replied, just to relax. Why are you still here, father? Hasn't the matter of the 100 waterways been resolved? Lu Qi replied, the environment here is good, and forefather Tianyi was worried that the Eternals would attack this place. You know that the battle with the Eternals is no longer limited to the backside battlefield. In the past, the Eternals only sent 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods, but now, the 7 sky gods, true god guards, and Qing Kong are all here. They might attack the 100 waterways. Lu Yi nodded, as Yuhua had attacked the White Dragon tribe. He had been searching for Yuhua all this time, causing a huge commotion. Lu Qi sat by the sea and gripped his fishing rod. The White Dragon tribe was destroyed. Lu Yin sat beside him. Yes, only a few survived. Lu Qi looked into the distance. Poor Long Shi. Lu Yin didn't say anything. He was thinking about who to find for Long Shi. Among the 4 sides of the scale, the one I hate the least is the White Dragon clan, even though it was the White Dragon clan who used the ancestral Mang to push us out, Lu Qi muttered. Lu Yin was surprised. Why not? He had let the White Dragon clan go and let them guard the mortal realm. He had thought that some of the Lu clan would be displeased, but in the end, no one was displeased. At that time, he had thought that perhaps it was because of his identity that the Lu clan wholeheartedly catered to him. Lu Qi sighed. Do you know how the White Dragon race came to be? Not far away, Yuhua's eyes flashed. He also wanted to know. The White Dragon clan had a close bloodline with him and could be considered to be of the same clan, but the White Dragon clan was human. When it learned about the existence of the White Dragon race, it was still very surprised. Lu Yin was puzzled. How did you get here? Lu Qi said, humans have been constantly experimenting on the road to becoming stronger, using all kinds of methods, especially in the face of the pressure from the Eternals. Most cultivators cultivate normally. The more extreme ones, like the Xia family, force the main family and the branch families to fight each other to select those with the most potential. Children with the most powerful forces. But there are even more extreme ones, who want to use the strength of other creatures to strengthen themselves. This is how the White Dragon clan came to be. A powerful progenitor appeared in the Daosor sect, and he hid it from the Lu family and chose a group of people to fuse with the ancestral python's bloodline. In the end, only one person succeeded, and that person was the first White Dragon clan member. Ancestor Long. Lu Yin was surprised. Lu Qi shook his head. The first White Dragon clan member died soon after, but that progenitor left behind a descendant. Ancestor Long was the most outstanding descendant. Outsiders cannot understand the pain of fusing with the ancestral python's bloodline in a human body, but the White Dragon clan members had to endure such pain. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of the Daosor sect, and it can also be considered a dereliction of duty on the part of the Lu family. Ancestor Chen took the initiative to fuse with the giant's bloodline, which was not tolerated by anyone in that era. After the matter of the White Dragon clan was exposed, that progenitor knew that he would die, so he rushed to the front lines to fight against the Eternals. In the end, he died at the hands of the Eternals. His death did not put an end to this matter, and for a long time, the White Dragon clan was looked down upon by others. They had a longer lifespan than humans, and they could use the White Dragon transformation. Many people secretly targeted the White Dragon clan, and this was much more serious than when they had targeted Ancestor Qin. Although the Lu family had helped the White Dragon clan several times, we could not solve the root of the problem. It was only when Ancestor Long was guided by the Fog Ancestor and broke through to the progenitor realm that the situation changed. No one dared to offend a progenitor, and even behemoths like the Cold Immortal sect and Shenwu Plain were unwilling to do so. The White Dragon clan held a grudge against humans, which originated from the oppression they had suffered over the years. Their appearance was due to the negligence of the Lu family. Lu Yin understood. It was precisely because they had been targeted by humans that the White Dragon clan tried their best to climb to the top. The higher they climbed, the better. That was why they were used by the Cold Immortal sect. Lu Qi sighed. Only those who had lived through that era would understand what the White Dragon clan had suffered. Ancestor Chen's hatred for the Xia family's main bloodline caused him to snatch away the mountains and seas that originally belonged to the Xia family. He even snatched an additional mountain, causing the Xia family to completely lose the 9 mountains and 8 seas. At the same time, he groomed Xia Zhen to disgust the Xia family. If Ancestor Chen was like this, then the White Dragon clan situation would only be worse. The ancestral Mang did not only turn the situation around for the Lu family, but also for the former White Dragon clan. They bid farewell to the former White Dragon clan and became the scales of the 4 directions. However, that was not a farewell. It was just a way for them to vent their anger and be used. The White Dragon clan's true turnaround happened just now. Lu Yin continued, the White Dragon clan used the extermination of their clan to wash away all their sins. They also showed us their determination not to betray humans. From now on, the White Dragon clan is the White Dragon clan. They are true humans. This is what Grand Elder Ni Huang wanted to see. In the distance, Yu Huo was furious. Fools, they were all fools. Since they had been oppressed by humans, why didn't they resist? If he couldn't succeed the first time, he could succeed the second time. If he couldn't succeed the third time, what was there to be afraid of? A clan was just a form given to them by the universe. All living creatures originated from the universe, and there was no such thing as betrayal. They were all a bunch of fools. It was good that they were exterminated. These trash did not deserve to be of the same clan as them. However, a few of them had been left behind, and that was fine. There would be opportunities to deal with them in the future. Wait, Yu Huo sadly realized that it could not escape. What future was there? Its eyes darted around, and it panicked. Was it a fish on the chopping block? Little 7, how are you going to deal with that girl Long Shi? Lu Qi suddenly asked, staring at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. He did not know either. There's also the Lightning Lord's daughter. Do you want Patriarch Tianyi to help you propose marriage? It's about time I had a grandson. Right, there's also that girl called He-Ran. She's so pretty. She went to the hyperspace, right? I think she's not bad. There's also that Madame Nalan, and... Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Dad, I have a wife. Lu Qi pursed his lips. It's not like you can only have one. Don't you only have one mother? That's true love. Lu Yin looked at Lu Qi. If not for the fact that he was afraid of being struck by lightning, he really wanted to punch him. Ha, I caught another one. Let's have a roasted fish feast tonight. Little 7, what flavor do you want? Lu Qi was pleased with himself. Lu Yin smiled and looked out at the sea. This feeling was great, and it would be even better if his mother was still alive. A family reunion. He could chat with his parents, drink with the 7 heroes, and have Yan Er by his side. He had no regrets in life. The simpler a wish was, the harder it was to realize it. I'm leaving, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi was disappointed. Not staying for a roasted fish feast. Next time. Lu Yin left. Lu Qi shook his head and mumbled something, but he continued fishing. Yu Huo grew more and more anxious. It wanted to escape, but it could not. It felt like that bastard Lu Qi had caught enough. Once he was done, he would start roasting fish. Oh no, am I really going to be eaten? Lu Qi put away his fishing rod. That's great. Those people were looking for fish in the Zhongping Sea and stirred up a lot of fish. Just nice. Yu Huo was sad. This was how it had come to be. Lu Qi grabbed at Yu Huo. Come on, let's start roasting fish. Yu Huo's eyes were ferocious. I'll just go back to my tribe. With my divine power, I might not die, but it's better than being roasted here. Just as it was thinking this, a figure suddenly walked out of the void with a sword in hand. The sword pierced through the void and stabbed at Lu Qi. Lu Qi sneered. Where did you come from? How dare you sneak attack me? With a crack, the sword shattered. Lu Qi grabbed at the attacker. Let me see who you are. Suddenly, the figure looked up and revealed a pale face. I'm Yi Bo. I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded. Lu Qi waved his hand and slapped the flesh away. Yi Bo. He's not dead yet. No one noticed that Yu Huo had jumped into the sea the moment the figure attacked Lu Qi and swam away quickly, leaving only a smashed fish tail behind. At the bottom of the Zhongping Sea, Yu Huo was excited. He had escaped. How lucky! Someone had attacked that bastard Lu Qi. Was it Yi Bo? It knew this person. The moment Yi Bo attacked and self-destructed, Yu Huo had jumped into the sea just in time to hear the name. Yi Bo was no stranger to the Eternals. He had caused great damage to the starry sky trees and was almost as famous as Qin Kong. The Eternals had tried to recruit him several times, but he had refused. Qin Kong had even come personally, but he had also failed. He didn't even know who Yi Bo was. The Eternals were very concerned about Yi Bo, but there had been no sign of him for so many years. The Eternals had thought that he was dead, but he had appeared again. Was he back? It seemed that his cultivation had improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attack Lu Qi directly. If the Eternals could recruit Yi Bo, it would be a great contribution. Since Qin Kong was dead, Yi Bo could fill the gap. Yu Huo kept thinking as it swam into the distance. Suddenly, it felt like it was being watched. It quickly sped up, but the feeling became clearer and clearer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2944. What are you? A hoarse voice sounded in Yu Huo's ears. Yu Huo turned around and looked behind him. There was a blurry figure there that he could not see clearly. A fish, an intelligent fish. Could you be the one the Lu family is looking for? The hoarse voice sounded. Yu Huo stared at the figure and shrieked, Are you Yi Bo? As the figure approached, Yu Huo retreated warily. What are you? The hoarse voice continued. It was Lu Yin. When he'd landed on Lu Qi's island, he'd had an uncomfortable feeling. It was as if there was something there that disgusted him. Or rather, it was a rejection from the origin space. He'd been talking to Lu Qi while searching, and then he'd found the fish. He seemed to be chatting with Lu Qi about the White Dragon tribe, but he was actually staring at the fish. He noticed that when the White Dragon tribe was mentioned, the fish's eyes were filled with obvious mockery and anger. Lu Yin found this strange, but he also had a guess. Although it was absurd, he suspected that Lu Qi had accidentally hooked Yu Huo up. Yu Huo had been severely injured by forefather Tianyi's finger, so he could only maintain his fish form. There were few peaceful places in the central calm ocean, and if there were any, it would definitely be around Lu Qi's island. No one dared to disturb Lu Qi, so it wasn't strange that Yu Huo would come here. If that was really the case, then Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he'd thought of something, which led to this scene. He wanted to use Yi Bo's identity to learn about the everlasting race from Yu Huo. Yu Huo stared at the blurry figure warily. Are you Yibo? Not answering. Then I'll kill you. Lu Yin's hoarse voice was filled with killing intent. Yu Huo was shocked. Wait, we're not enemies. You're not human, and neither am I. How can we be enemies? I'm from the everlasting race. The killing intent faded, and Lu Yin's lips curled up. His voice grew hoarse. The everlasting race. Yu Huo relaxed when you both stopped attacking. You should know that I'm from the everlasting race. I'm the fish that the Lu family is looking for. A fish saying that you're from the everlasting race. Lu Yin clearly didn't believe him. Yu Huo grew anxious. I'm Yu Huo, one of the captains of the everlasting race's true God Guard. You know Qing Kong. He's from the everlasting race. Qing Kong. I think we've met before. Are you really an Eternals? I'm from the Eternals. We're not enemies. No, we're not enemies. So that's how it is. Boring, I'm leaving. Lu Yin pretended to leave. Wait. Yu Huo was anxious. Lu Yin stopped. What are you trying to do? It has nothing to do with you. You want to deal with the people of this space-time. I said, it has nothing to do with you. I can help you. Lu Yin pretended to be confused. I'm not joining the Eternals. Yu Huo found it strange. Why? The Eternals can help you deal with the people in this space and time. You can't even deal with the Lu family on your own. Lu Yin pretended to hesitate. After so many years, you should know very well how powerful the Lu family is. There's also the above heaven sect in this space-time. With so many progenitor realm experts, it's impossible for you to deal with them, Yu Huo advised. Didn't you guys fail as well? Although I didn't do anything during this period of time, I clearly saw that all of you were knocked out of this space-time. You, the so-called captain of the true God Guard, must have a high status, but you were almost roasted. Cooperate with you? Ridiculous. Yu Huo clenched his teeth. You don't understand the Eternals at all. This space-time is just one of the many that the Eternals have to deal with. We have the 7 sky gods, the true God Guard, and all kinds of progenitors. Once we descend, this space-time won't be able to last long. I don't believe you, Lu Yin said. Yu Huo cursed Qing Kong inwardly. He didn't know what he said, but it didn't attract Yibo's attention at all. How about this? You and I find a place to stay first, and I'll tell you about the Eternal situation. Since your sneak attack failed, you won't be able to do anything for a while. There's nothing to lose by knowing more about the Eternals. Even if you don't join us, you can be considered half an ally like before. Lu Yin pretended to think about it. Okay. Not long after, Lu Yin brought Yu Huo to a secret place. No one will find us here. Yu Huo was relieved. He had been played by the White Dragon clan and had been unlucky until now. I won't join the Eternals, Lu Yin said again. Yu Huo said, sure, but you must first understand the Eternal situation so that it'll be easier for us to deal with the people in this space-time. Speak. Yu Huo pondered for a moment and then began to introduce the Eternals. Lu Yin knew most of what he said. It was nothing more than an exaggeration of the number of true God Guards, the strength of the 7 sky gods, how many parallel spacetimes the Eternals occupied, how many corpse kings they had, and how much of an advantage they had over the 6-party alliance. Lu Yin wasn't moved at all. Of course, he had to pretend that this was the first time he knew about it. He was a little surprised, but he didn't really care. For several days, Yu Huo tried to entice Yibo to join the Eternals, but Yibo didn't say anything. Not only that, he couldn't even see his appearance. Are you done? I'll take my leave then. We can work together. Lu Yin pretended to leave. Just then, a progenitor's aura descended from the sky and swept across the area. Yu Huo was shocked. Didn't you say that no one has found this place? Lu Yin was puzzled. Logically speaking, no one should have found this place, but it's hard to say. Someone might have just happened to come here. There are so many progenitors in the above heaven sect right now, and some of them are just idlers. Yu Huo panicked. Don't go. I won't be safe if you go. I don't have the obligation to protect you. Wait, how about waiting a moment? I'll leave after the person who's going to pick me up arrives. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. A spy from the Eternals. Yu Huo said, yes, just wait a little longer. Lu Yin refused. Even if your spy is a progenitor, it'll be difficult for him to come here. It's only a matter of time before he comes. The above heaven sect can't keep an eye on this place. Yi Bo, since you're interested in working with the Eternals, help me this time. I promise that I'll lead my true God guards to help you when I return. 10 progenitor corpse kings plus me will be enough to help you. Lu Yin seemed to be tempted, but he didn't say anything. Yu Huo rolled his eyes. I'll tell you a secret, but don't spread it. This secret is enough to tempt you to join the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Tell me. Yu Huo was about to say it, but he hesitated. Lu Yin even saw fear in his eyes. If a true God Guard captain didn't dare to say it, this secret was absolutely shocking. And this was perhaps Lu Yin's greatest gain from pretending to be Yi Bo. Of course, the spy who would pick him up was also a gain. After a moment of silence, Yu Huo gritted his teeth. Promise me one thing. You've been in contact with Qing Kong. If someone else learns of this secret from you, then Qing Kong will be the one to tell you. It doesn't matter. Lu Yin replied, staring at Yu Huo. It seemed that this secret was quite exaggerated, and they needed a true God Guard captain to take the blame. Yu Huo exhaled. The Eternals have a terrifying weapon called the Bone Boat. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The Bone Boat. During the crusade against the endless battlefield, Sovereign Shaoyin, Mutant, and other powerhouses had attacked the Third Legion. Mutant had betrayed them and wanted to join the humans again, but he had been burned by the divine fire. The one true God's punishment had made him suffer a fate worse than death, and the way he had sped up his death was by lifting the Bone Boat. After the crusade, his father and the others had told him about this, leaving him with a deep impression of the Bone Boat. The divine fire had deliberately burned Mutant slowly, letting him experience the pain of betrayal. Mutant had indeed suffered a fate worse than death. He had been so afraid of death, but in the end, he had begged for an early death. The fact that the Bone Boat had sped up his death meant that this was a great secret of the Eternals. Lu Yin had always wanted to investigate the Bone Boat, but he hadn't found any clues. He hadn't expected Yu Huo to give him a pleasant surprise. What Bone Boat? Lu Yin suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm. Yu Huo stared at the blurry shadow in front of him. The humans have a flag. On the battlefield, as long as the flag doesn't fall, the will to fight will not fall. The Eternals also have a flag, which is this Bone Boat. Unlike the humans, once this flag appears, it means the end. This is not a flag of war, but a flag of destruction. Now, the race has come to a consensus that when the true God brings the 7 sky gods out of seclusion, they will descend upon the Bone Boat and completely destroy the 6 direction society, including this Genesis space. So, what is this Bone Boat? A weapon. Lu Yin asked in a low voice, his voice growing hoarse. Yu Huo shook his head. This is a taboo topic. I can only tell you about the existence of the Bone Boat and the eternal strength to destroy the 6 direction society. However, I cannot say anything about the Bone Boat, or I will die. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. You didn't tell me anything. What bone boat? What flag? Nothing but what it means. How can I trust you? Yuhua said, I swear that the bone boat can definitely destroy the entire Six Directions Society. If you want to truly understand the bone boat, join the Eternals. I can give you an exception. If you can confirm that the bone boat still can't destroy the Six Directions Society after you understand it, I will let you leave. Our relationship will be the same as it is now, cooperation. Can I come back after joining the Eternals? You won't want to come back. The bone boat's existence is enough to make you very certain that it can destroy the Six Directions Society. Yu Huo was full of confidence. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The bone boat. The other man had said it before his death, and now Yu Huo had said it as well. Since it was a taboo topic among the Eternals, its significance must be extraordinary. How could he find out? How about it? Come back with me to the Eternals. You won't regret it. Yu Huo tempted. Lu Yin said in a hoarse voice, Yi Bo is not alone. You should know that. I know, Yu Huo replied. This wasn't a secret. The astral tree and the Eternals knew about it, but they still didn't know what kind of existence Yi Bo was. A team. Or a doppelganger. I will go with you to the Eternals, but if I find out that the so-called bone boat can't destroy the Six Directions Society, I can give up this body at any time. Yu Huo was shocked. Was it really a doppelganger? No problem. His goal was to return safely to the Eternals. As for the secret of the bone boat, it was uncertain whether he would tell Yi Bo about it. Even as the captain of the True God Guards, he didn't dare to reveal it casually. He could only ask the Eternals for instructions. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2945. Lu Yin stayed with Yu Huo for the time being, trying to figure out the secrets of the bone galleys. The next day, more and more cultivators showed up, so Lu Yin could only take Yu Huo to other places. Yu Huo was terrified and acted like he was afraid of death. Lu Yin didn't know how this guy had become a captain of the True God Guard. For more than half a month, they traveled from place to place. One day, Yu Huo suddenly pointed out a direction for Lu Yin, telling him to go to a place where someone would meet them. Lu Yin pretended to agree and took Yu Huo in that direction. 3 days later, they met someone in a hidden corner, an unfamiliar cultivator with 6 origin tribulations. There were too many cultivators in the astral tree, and many of them had reached that level. Lu Yin couldn't have met all of them. This cultivator was a kind-looking old man. If he hadn't met Yu Huo, no one would have thought that he was a spy. The old man was surprised by Lu Yin's presence. Yu Huo and the old man met and were completely relieved. He's Yi Bo, Yi Bo. That Yi Bo. The old man was surprised. Yu Huo was impatient. Okay, let's go. Which parallel universe can you go to? The old man respectfully replied, the White Bamboo Universe. Yu Huo nodded. The White Bamboo Universe. Not bad. Let's go there. He then looked at Lu Yin. Yi Bo, the White Bamboo Universe is a parallel universe occupied by the Eternals. We've left a unique spy there that can go directly to other universes. He's one of them. It's very safe there. Let's go together. You'll know what you want to know. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Okay. Yu Huo smiled. It was a great achievement to rope in such an expert. Yi Bo was definitely strong enough to become a captain of the True God Guard, and it just so happened that several captains had died. Then let's go. The old man tore through the void, and suddenly, a golden light filled the sky. Yu Huo's expression changed. Sure enough, this spy can find you. Don't even think about escaping. Hey, this fish looks familiar. Lu Qi's voice came from afar. The old man was shocked. The Divine Seal Catalog. Yu Huo was furious. You've been targeted by the Lu family. The old man didn't know when he had been exposed. Impossible, he shouldn't have been exposed. Spies who could travel to the Eternal's parallel universe were the most secretive. This was his first mission since becoming a spy, so how could he be exposed? Of course, the old man had not been exposed. Lu Yin had only contacted Lu Qi and used the old man as an excuse to act. Lu Yin wanted to learn more about the bone vessel, but he had no intention of going to the Eternals. What if his identity was exposed? Lu Qi attacked and destroyed the island. They had no time to leave. Yu Hua begged, Yi Bo, take me away. Lu Yin grabbed Yu Hua and leapt into the sea to escape. Behind him, the world trembled as the might of a progenitor caused the entire Zhongping Sea to boil. A blinding golden light flashed as Lu Yin's sword swept out, piercing through the seabed as it chased after Yu Hua. Yu Hua was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have contacted his spy. Since Lu Qi had targeted him, Lu Tianyi and the other progenitors would probably come as well. At this moment, it was flung away by a huge force. It was shocked. Yi Bo, take me away. I'll stall Lu Qi. A hoarse voice was heard. Before Yu Hua could react, he saw Lu Yin's blurry figure emerge from the bottom of the sea. Then, an earth-shattering battle broke out on the surface, accompanied by Lu Qi's roar. Yi Bo, your cultivation has increased so quickly. I can't let you live. Everyone from the Lu family deserves to die. Yu Hua's body was flung into the distance by a huge force, and he only regained control after the inertia of the force disappeared. He subconsciously swam into the distance, but suddenly, a blurry figure appeared from another direction. Let's go. Yu Hua was stunned. You're Yi Bo. Weren't you fighting Lu Qi? That's another me. Yu Hua was stunned. It really was a clone. This method was too mystical. Rumor had it that the Xia family in the primordial space had 9 clones, and the one who had cultivated it to greater mastery was someone called Progenitor Qin. Could Yi Bo's clone technique have come from the Xia family? Yu Hua did not have time to think too much about it. The battle in the progenitor realm was still ongoing, and Yu Hua could sense it no matter how far away they were. He was shocked by Yi Bo's methods. This guy's clone could fight to the death with Lu Qi, and he was definitely qualified to be a captain of the True God Guard. Do you have any more spies to contact? Lu Yin asked. Yu Hua replied, I can't. They might be targeted by the Lu family as well. That Lu Yin is good at capturing spies. I don't know where he got his methods from, but spies like him shouldn't have been exposed. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Our whereabouts have been exposed, and someone might be able to catch up to us. You'd better think of a way to leave as soon as possible, or I might not be able to protect you. Yu Hua begged, you must save me. Don't worry, when the true God comes out and the bone boat descends, this spacetime will definitely be destroyed. Then you can do whatever you want. I promise you that you'll get everything you want. There's nothing I want. Lu Yin pretended to be indifferent. Yu Hua did not know how to tempt Yi Bo. He did not know this person at all, and the information he knew about Yi Bo's team was also wrong. This person clearly knew how to clone. Lu Yin took Yu Hua to escape while having the astral tree cooperate with the chase. Lu Qi appeared several times, and even Lu Tianyi appeared once, allowing them to escape by a hair's breadth. Yu Hua was so scared that he almost ran back to his own spacetime. Lu Yin believed that if he scared him a few more times, he would definitely run back. I don't want to go back unless it's absolutely necessary. My race can increase our strength by eating others, but if I go back like this, I'll easily become food for others. I have to return to the everlasting race. Yu Huo was resolute. Lu Yin was helpless. I can't guarantee that Lu Qi and the others won't find me. Even if they do, I might not be able to escape with you. I can only go by myself. Yu Huo suddenly thought of something. Go to the mortal realm. There's a spy. No, my cosmic ring was sent flying by Lu Tianyi. He was fighting the ancestral Mang at the time, so he might not have noticed. As long as you can find my cosmic ring, you can go back. There's a stargate there. Why can't you go directly to the everlasting race? Only the 7 sky gods can return directly to the everlasting race. The others have no coordinates. You destroyed the White Dragon clan in the mortal realm, and there might be a progenitor there. It's too risky. I can't go. This is the only way for me to return to the everlasting race. I have no obligation to help you. At that moment, the evil Saraira descended from above. Mu Xia had arrived. Yu Huo was shocked, another progenitor. Lu Yin threw Yu Huo out and continued acting. He wanted to push Yu Huo closer and closer to despair, to the point where he was willing to reveal the secrets of the Bone Galleon. After Mu Xia was Ling Qing, and then Elder Chan. The entire astral tree was shrouded in progenitor pressure. Yu Huo grew more and more desperate. How could he escape with so many progenitors? Did he really have to return to his clan and become food? Lu Yin grabbed him. I'm sorry, but I can't protect you. Just be the bait and let me go. Yu Huo cried out, Yi Bo, trust me. This spacetime will definitely be destroyed. You're already a great enemy of the human race. You can't make an enemy out of the everlasting race. Why should I trust you? The Bone Galleon. The descent of the Bone Galleon is the end of the human race. Nonsense. With that, Lu Yin was about to throw Yu Huo out. At this point, it was impossible for him to return to his clan even if he wanted to. Lu Yin, who was disguised as Yi Bo, was already his enemy. The Bone Galleon is, the seabed was silent as Lu Yin stared blankly at Yu Huo. His figure was blurry, so Yu Huo couldn't see his face. Only he knew how shocked he was. Are you telling the truth? Yu Huo heaved a sigh of relief. I told you that once you know the secret of the Bone Galleon, you'll definitely believe that it can destroy the human race. I didn't lie to you. This is the Bone Galleon. Lu Yin swallowed, feeling weak all over. This is the Bone Galleon. A bone-chilling coldness rose up, freezing Lu Yin's entire body. This is the Bone Galleon. Run, Yu Huo reminded. Lu Yin's eyes widened. I'll take you to the everlasting race. Yu Huo was delighted. Really? Can we escape? I'll do it, but you have to promise me that you'll get me a high position in the everlasting race. I can give you the position of captain of the True God Guard. Okay. Lu Yin threw Yu Huo out again. I don't have many clones left. For you, I'll do it. Yu Huo's body was caught by Lu Yin, who was disguised as Yi Bo again. On the surface of the sea, the show began. Mu Xia and the others didn't understand. This show should be over soon. Why was their junior brother so desperate? It seemed like he was really going to escape with that fish. In the distance, Lu Yin's voice reached Lu Tianyi's ears, telling him about the Bone Galleon. Lu Tianyi was shocked. Really? Ancestor, I want to go to the everlasting race. No, you can't. Lu Tianyi hurriedly stopped him. The everlasting race is too dangerous. No one knows how many powerhouses are there. Aside from the everlasting race, there are also powerhouses from the outer realms. You might be exposed. Lu Yin was certain. I won't be exposed. I'm using Qing Kong's body as a disguise. Even you can't see through it. Lu Tianyi sternly said, the universe is vast, and there are too many strange life forms. One doesn't have to have a high cultivation to see through certain things. Didn't a life form like Qing Kong die in the end? You can't take the risk. If the bone galleon descends, who can stop it? Lu Tianyi paused, his expression ugly. If Yuhua hadn't come to the Genesis space, we wouldn't have known about this secret. Once the bone galleon descends, it'll be too late. So what if Ancestor Lu Yuan comes out of seclusion? So what if the Grand Empyreans and the others attack us? Can they really stop it? The everlasting race still has the 7 sky gods and the sole true God. The 6 direction association will be destroyed in an instant. Ancestor, let me go. Lu Tianyi's fingers trembled. This is not your responsibility. Shao Qi, give me Dreamland Bubble. I'll disguise myself as Yi Bo. With my cultivation, it'll be harder to see through. I'll go. Ancestor, you should stay behind to protect the Genesis space. Lu Yin transmitted. Lu Tianyi shouted, Shao Qi, as the ancestor, I'm calling you back. Above heaven needs you, the Lu family needs you. Your future shouldn't be in danger. You're the master of the Genesis space. Come back. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Are the everlasting race stupid? Ancestor. Lu Tianyi was stunned. They aren't stupid. That's why they destroyed the above heaven sect and the 4 continents. They are too smart. Their disguise can deceive the 4-side scale and the 6 sides guild, but it can't deceive the everlasting race. Even you, old ancestor, are the same. Then why do you still want to go? Lu Tianyi clenched his fists. Lu Yin sighed. There's something I forgot to tell you. I have divine power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2946. Lu Tianyi's expression changed in disbelief. What did you say? Lu Yin repeated himself. I have divine power. I've had it for a long time. I can use it and absorb it. Forefather, the Eternals won't suspect me. Lu Tianyi was stunned. He had never dreamed that Lu Yin could cultivate divine power. It was the power of a true god. Not many Eternals could cultivate it, let alone humans. Anyone who touched divine power would be mistaken for an Eternals. That was because divine power could change that person. There was no distinction between good and bad, only the person using it. This saying did not apply to divine power. Not even a progenitor could resist divine power. A Yi Bo who cultivates divine power and hates humans is what the Eternals need. Forefather, we've always been curious about what the Eternals are like. This time, I'm going to take a look. Lu Yin's tone was relaxed, as if he was going on a vacation. Lu Tianyi's expression was complicated. If Yi Bo could cultivate divine power, then even if his identity was exposed, he might not be in danger. The Eternals trusted divine power as much as humans feared it. This was also why Shao Qi was so confident in going to the Eternals. Lu Tianyi fell silent. Lu Yin knew that the revelation of his divine power had shocked Lu Tianyi. He didn't know what Lu Tianyi would think of him, but Lu Yin didn't regret it. His divine power would be exposed one day, and he had a responsibility to bear. Only he could do this. Lu Yin continued to take Yuhua to the mortal realm. There were powerhouses constantly chasing after them. He deliberately destroyed several of his clones to make it seem particularly tragic. This trip to the Eternals was not only to uncover the secrets of the Bone Galleon, but also to understand his own body situation. The bit of divine power in his heart was like a thorn that was always stuck in there. He couldn't take it out. Why could he absorb divine power without cultivating, but why couldn't others touch it? If divine power didn't affect him, then would this power cause the stars in his heart to transform again? These were all questions Lu Yin wanted to know. The Eternals also had things that Lu Yin wanted, such as resources, parallel dimensions with different time flows, information, and so on. He had to go to the Eternals to understand these things. The humans and the Eternals had been at each other's throats for far, far too many years. Did they really understand the Eternals? They didn't understand. Perhaps only the Grand Empyreans knew a little. As the master of the origin space, he knew far too little about the Eternals. This was also why the humans had always been at a disadvantage. Some things had to be borne by someone. He was the most suitable candidate. And it seemed that this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. In the past, it was Long Qi, Yu Hao, and Xian Qi. Now, he was Yi Bo, Shao Qi. Remember, the rules of the universe are limited. Nothing is absolute. Even in the face of certain death, there will always be a ray of hope. This is the Tao of one-word incarnation. I will now teach you one-word incarnation. I hope you can return safely from there. Lu Yin looked into the distance. In the end, the forefathers still trusted him and had abandoned the prejudice that had existed since ancient times against divine power. The responsibility that Lu Yin had to bear was no less than Lu Yin's. Thank you, Forefather Tianyi. Forefather Tianyi had been the Tao master of the first mainland from the above heaven sect. He was the oldest person under the progenitor and the true boss of the 3 realms and 6 paths. What Forefather Tianyi specialized in was the Tao of one-word incarnation. This was a loophole in the universe's rules that could allow one to survive in desperate situations. Lu Tianyi had never taken the initiative to teach Lu Yin this ultimate technique. Now that Lu Yin was about to go to the Eternals, Lu Tianyi had taught him this ultimate technique in order to increase his chances of survival. Even if Lu Tianyi believed that divine power could change a person's thoughts, so what? Compared to divine power, he trusted Lu Yin more. He trusted this ordinary person who had climbed up the ladder step by step. Lu Yin had brought back a child from the Lu family. This was a child that they all owed and wanted to make up for. This child could create miracles and change everything. He was willing to give everything to this child without holding back. After many hardships, Lu Yin finally brought Yuhua to the mortal realm. Yuhua was excited. He pointed out a direction and led Lu Yin in search of a cosmic ring. He had to find it. They kept hiding and fighting, and another clone was destroyed. Yuhua was moved. Yi Bo had already sacrificed 5 clones for him, so how many more could he possibly have? You still haven't found it. Lu Yin was anxious. Yuhua grew even more anxious. I'll definitely find it. I can already feel its aura, and it's unique to me. Soon. That night, Yuhua was ecstatic. I found it. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Lu Tianyi descended from the distance. Let's see where you can hide. Yuhua stared blankly at Lu Tianyi's appearance. How could this be? He had clearly found the cosmic ring, but Lu Tianyi had still appeared. He was too late, and it was impossible for him to escape under Lu Tianyi's watch. Lu Yin was furious. It's all because of you. I'm going to die too. I can't stop this monster. Yuhua stared at Lu Tianyi. Was he really going to die here? Lu Qi arrived, followed by Mu Xia, Elder Chan, and Leng Qing. They surrounded the area. I remember now. Aren't you the fish that I caught? So it's you. Huh, you're still going to be roasted by me. Lu Qi laughed. Leng Qing gripped her blade tightly, revealing her sharpness. The pressure from so many progenitors made Yuhua despair. It was really over. You must be Yi Bo. I've been looking for you for many years, and you've finally appeared. Mu Xiao looked down at Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin's blurry figure gradually became clearer, and what appeared before everyone was a pale, bloodless face. His features were ordinary, but his gaze was cold. He looked just like night shore. If it wasn't for this fish, you wouldn't have caught me. Mu Xia laughed. We would have caught you. The above heaven sect is rising, and you can't be so impudent. Lu Yin sneered, are you sure you can kill me? Mu Xia was stunned. I know you're not part of a team, but a clone. It seems like this isn't your last clone, but it doesn't matter. We'll find the rest eventually. Lu Yin lowered his gaze and spoke to Yu Hua. What kind of power did you use to block Lu Tianyi? Yu Hua was already in despair. Divine power, the power of a true god. Give it to me. Yu Hua was surprised. You can use it. I don't know. I'm not a clone, but my main body. If I die, Yi Bo will really disappear. Why don't we take the risk? Yu Hua was helpless. You can't use it. Even if we absorb it and store it in our bodies, it'll take a long time to cultivate. You can't use it at all. My body is special. Give it to me. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. At this time, Lu Tianyi attacked with a finger, bringing terrifying pressure. The divine power in Yu Hua's body boiled and wrapped around Lu Yin's body as if it had a mind of its own. Yi Bo was right. Lu Yin took a deep breath and swallowed it under Yu Hua's stunned gaze. Swallowed it. Yu Hua was stunned and couldn't wrap his head around it. Could divine power be used like this? Did this guy just eat it? The divine power entered his body and rushed to the starry sky in his heart, merging with the red spot. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. Open the starry gate. Let's go. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed divine power. It surged out, tearing the void apart with his own strength and smashing upwards. Lu Tianyi was shocked. Divine power. Lu Qi, Mu Xia, and the others were shocked. They didn't know that Lu Yin had divine power at all. Seeing Lu Yin attack like this, they all thought that he was controlled by Yu Hua's divine power and hurried to save him. Lu Yin looked at them deeply. Behind him, Yu Hua opened the starry gate. It's done. Let's go. Yu Hua was excited. He didn't expect Yi Bo to really use divine power. Luck was on his side. They could go back alive. Stop. Stop. Lu Qi and the others were shocked and attacked crazily. Lu Tianyi closed his eyes and slowly clenched his fists. Shao Qi, you must come back safely. Yu Hua jumped into the starry gate and disappeared completely. Lu Yin slowly stepped back and disappeared into the starry gate. The last thing he saw was Lu Qi's furious eyes. Son. Dad, goodbye. I'll be back. Lu Qi rushed towards the starry gate, but was stopped by Lu Tianyi at the critical moment. This is his decision. We'll wait for him. Red rivers flowed on the boundless black land. Strangely shaped mountains rose into the sky, bringing with them a gloomy and cold aura that spread into the boundless distance. Far away, a huge tree connected the sky and the earth. It was impossible to see how tall or big it was, but it seemed to be supporting the entire world. The tree was black, but the red river flowing down from the crown was like the largest waterfall in the world. Stars rotated in the sky, and there were even smaller dark lights outside of them. Those were starry gates. This was the Eternals, the zone of disaster. Yu Hua looked at the black land and jumped up in joy. I'm back. I'm finally back. Lu Yin looked into the distance in shock. That tree wasn't smaller than the mother tree. It was completely black. Was it also the mother tree? The red waterfall flowing on the tree couldn't be divine power, could it? Thank you, Yi Bo. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Yu Huo was excited, having escaped the shadow of death. Lu Yin pointed at the tree in the distance. Is that the mother tree? Yu Huo smiled. Yes, the mother tree of the Eternals. Then what's the red one? You should be able to guess, Yu Huo said. Lu Yin was shocked. Divine power. Yu Huo raised his fin and pointed ahead. Rivers and oceans. The land of the Eternals is always red, and that's divine power. There are oceans and rivers of divine power here. The astral sources in the origin space are all over space and time. They can't be seen or touched, but the divine power has formed visible rivers and oceans. Here, everyone can cultivate divine power as long as they can bear it. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the branches of the flowing river not far away. It was only a few meters wide, but the divine power here was already beyond ordinary people's reach. Is the divine power in your body from here? Lu Yin asked. Yu Huo nodded. There are many progenitor creatures in the Eternals, but only we can become captains of the true God Guards. It's not only because we're strong, but also because we can cultivate divine power and control the true God Guards with it. This is the path you'll take next. Okay, follow me back to my territory. Once we're there, I can focus on recovering my cultivation. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brother, I'll give you a reward. I'm going on a business trip to Nanjing again. To be honest, I'm really tired. I feel dizzy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2947. Soon, Lu Yin followed Yu Huo's instructions and headed in a certain direction. Along the way, he saw many corpse kings walking on the black land. Sometimes there were more, sometimes there were fewer, sometimes there were only 2 or 3, but when there were more, there was no end to them. It wasn't just on the ground. Looking up, the stars rotated. From time to time, countless corpse kings would walk out of the stars and head towards the nearest star gate. There were also corpse kings that walked out of the star gate and headed towards the nearest star gate. Lu Yin also saw at least tens of millions of human cultivators walking numbly on the ground. These people were all being transformed into corpse kings. If each astral door represented a parallel universe, then Lu Yin finally understood why the Eternals had so many corpse kings. He also understood why some people said that the Eternals had more parallel universes than the Hexagon Association. This was not just more than that, there was simply no comparison. This land was very monotonous and truly boundless. Even with Lu Yin's current cultivation, he could not see the end of it. To be able to support such a huge mother tree, this land could not be smaller than the astral tree. Are there only corpse kings here? Lu Yin was curious. Yu Huo replied, of course not. There are many eternal kingdoms in the zone of E, but you're already in the inner part of the zone. Because I'm the captain of the true God Guard, the astral door I have corresponds to the inner part. There are many eternal kingdoms in the outer part, and many strange races live there. Of course, most of them are humans. Humans will be transformed into corpse kings here, right? Not all. Many humans don't even know that they live in the zone of E. They're just like you. Lu Yin wanted to ask more, but Yu Huo raised his fin and pointed at a tower in front of them. Look, only progenitors are qualified to have a tower. It represents status. The progenitors I'm talking about do not include the corpse kings of the true God Guard who only have the physical strength of a progenitor. I'm talking about true progenitors. Lu Yin looked at the tower in the distance. It was not very tall, but it seemed very out of place in this land. Just as Yu Hua said, it represented status. Every tower represents an ancestor-level expert. When an expert dies, the tower will be destroyed. Until a new ancestor-level expert arrives, the clan will build another tower for them. So, the number of towers you see on this land represents the number of ancestor-level experts in the clan, Yu Hua explained simply. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. 1 tower, 2 towers, 3 towers, 8 towers, 9 towers. Some of them were far away, while others were very close to each other. Impossible. At a glance, there were no less than 10 towers, and this was only in this direction. It should be the same in other directions. How could the Eternals have so many progenitors? If there really was one, how did Lu Fang manage to hold on until now? At the very front, which is the direction closest to the mother tree that we can reach, is the tallest tower. That tower represents the 7 heavenly gods. The 7 heavenly gods are formed by 7 towers that surround the mother tree. They are the closest to the mother tree and the closest to the true gods. Our true god guard captain's tower is some distance away from the 7 heavenly gods. However, it's not too far away. Let's go. We'll be there soon. Lu Yin remained silent, as it wasn't the right time to ask. He would be here for a long time, and there would be plenty of time for him to understand the situation. The 6 Paths Guild knew too little about the everlasting race. It was no wonder that Jiang Qingyue had said that no one knew the true strength of the everlasting race. No matter what kind of power the humans used, the everlasting race would be able to withstand it. No one would want to face a colossus whose true strength was unknown. The vast red lake of divine power was only dimly lit, but it illuminated in the starry sky. Lu Yin arrived with Yu Hua. Beyond this lake is my tower. How is it? The scenery is not bad, right? In this land, the scenery here is already considered good. Yu Hua wanted to slap his tail, only to find that his tail was gone. He was infuriated. I'll kill Lu Qi one day. Lu Yin suddenly stopped when he saw someone standing beside the lake. It was a tall woman wearing a long white dress, which was especially eye-catching on this black land. This was the 3rd color that Lu Yin had seen on this land. The white-clothed woman stood quietly beside the divine power lake. No one knew what she was doing. Who is she? Yu Hua looked over in surprise. Ancestor. Ancestor. Lu Yin almost thought that it was Shi Wei. Hurry over. She's the ancestor of the past and can be considered the great manager of this calamity region. Lu Yin brought Yu Hua closer to the divine power lake. The woman turned around, revealing a face that was not particularly stunning. It looked ordinary, but it was very comforting. Yu Hua, you're back. Yu Hua was still in his fish form, and he was obviously afraid of the woman. Yu Hua has failed. Please punish me, ancestor. The woman smiled faintly. I'm not a true god, so I don't have the right to punish you. It's good that you're back. Then, she looked at Lu Yin. This is. Yu Hua introduced, he's called Yi Bo. Have you heard of him? The woman was surprised. Yi Bo. The one who's as famous as Qin Kong. Lu Yin looked at her. I'm Yi Bo, ancestor, it's because of Yi Bo that I was able to come back alive. Not only that, he was able to absorb divine power the first time he came into contact with it. He even had the ability to temporarily block Lu Tianyi. Yu Hua said. He had promised to make Lu Yin one of the captains of the true god guards, so he was praising him. The woman sighed. I see. Then, thank you, Yi Bo. Lu Yin nodded coldly, not saying anything. It's a pity that Qin Kong is dead. He was a good talent, the woman said regretfully. Yuhua also felt sorry. Yes, if Ching Kong had cooperated with me, things might not have ended up like this. I originally planned to have the White Dragon tribe help me find the 100,000 water paths and destroy the mortal realm. I didn't expect the White Dragon tribe to be so stupid as to refuse. They don't deserve our bloodline, so it's better to destroy them. The woman was obviously not interested in this matter, and her gaze landed on Lu Yin. Ching Kong is dead, but Mr. Yi Bo can replace him. Yuhua hurriedly said, Ancestor, Yi Bo wants to be a captain of the True God Guards. The ancestor smiled. A captain of the True God Guards? Not bad. It's time for the captains to gather. The pressure on the endless battlefield is great, and our tribe's strategy needs to be adjusted. Yuhua was excited. That's great. I've been annoyed with those humans from the Six Direction Society for a long time. They really think they can suppress our tribe. What a joke, they're not even facing our true strength. Not long after, Lu Yin left the lake with Yuhua. The ancestor was still standing by the lake alone, deep in thought. Lu Yin arrived at Yuhua's tower, which was obviously taller than the previous tower. It represented Yuhua's status as a captain of the True God Guards. 8 progenitor realm corpse kings stood outside the tower, and Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Yi Bo, it's been hard on you. I need to go into seclusion to recover my cultivation. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the captains to gather. You can walk around as long as you don't go near the mother tree and don't go near the 7 God Sky Tower, Yuhua instructed before sealing the tower and going into seclusion. Lu Yin sized up the 8 progenitor realm corpse kings around the tower. He wanted to know how the Eternals had formed the True God Guards. Even if they only had progenitor realm bodies, their strength was still unimaginable. Any one of these progenitor realm corpse kings could easily suppress the 5th mainland before the war with the 6th mainland. At that time, the 5th mainland did not even have a single progenitor realm powerhouse. For the rest of the time, Lu Yin wandered around the tower. He did not go near the 7 God Sky Tower, but neither did he go far. He did not show any curiosity. He did not know if he was being watched or not. Perhaps this would make the Eternals feel more at ease. They trusted divine power the most. In that case, he could try to cultivate divine power. As he thought about it, Lu Yin came to the side of the divine power river. This branch of the river was not very large, only a meter wide. Rather than calling it a river, it was more like a small canal. Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and stared at the divine power canal in front of him. He slowly reached out. The moment his finger touched the divine power river, he felt a vast and endless power. Even if it was just a little bit, it still gave him the illusion that he was facing the only true God. He could not resist or defeat him, and he could only submit. This was the feeling that divine power gave Lu Yin. He tried to absorb the divine power, and it went very smoothly. The divine power turned into a red light that entered his body and flowed towards the starry sky where his heart was, converging towards the red dot. Lu Yin absorbed the divine power for several hours, and he watched as the red dot grew larger and larger. Although it was still countless times smaller than the surrounding stars, it was much more divine power than before. Lu Yin did not want to show off too much, so he retracted his hand and exhaled. He raised his head and looked at the black mother tree in the distance. He could absorb even more divine power until it was as big as the star that the withered tree had transformed into, or even bigger. However, he did not know if he would be affected by it at that time. No matter how he tried to convince himself, Lu Yin could not forget what he had seen in the Book of Destiny. In the future, he would kill everyone close to him. Would he be affected by the divine power? Would what he was experiencing now be a part of his future? Humans had always been wary of divine power since ancient times. Divine power was one of the rare powers that could be judged based on good or bad. Would he be an exception? Lu Yin was not confident. He looked at the divine power river in a daze. You are cultivating well. Why don't you continue? A gentle voice came from behind. It was Ancestor Shi. Lu Yin did not turn back and continued to look at the divine power. I can't take it anymore. Ancestor Shi stood not far behind Lu Yin, and her long skirt fluttered in the wind. Do me a favor. Lu Yin stood up and looked at Ancestor Shi in confusion. Me? Ancestor Shi smiled. Yes. Recently, the Six Direction Guild has been in the endless battlefield, causing many experts to die. There are some situations that we can't handle. What is it? Lu Yin asked and did not reject. If he did, his days here would not be easy. This woman could make Yu Hua so wary and even mention punishment. This meant that her status in the Yi region was extremely high. The head housekeeper. Ancestor She moved her finger, and the divine power river flowed. It then turned into a rainbow that shot towards the starry sky and entered a stargate. Enter that spacetime and help us destroy that spacetime. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2948. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Destroy them. The ancestor smiled. Simple, isn't it? Humans. You want them to be humans. I hate humans. The ancestor shook his head. I'm sorry, they are not humans, just a kind of astral beast. They reproduce too quickly, and there are more and more experts in their race. If this continues, it will be troublesome for our race, so I'll have to trouble you to destroy them. As he spoke, figures came from afar and stood behind the ancestor. They were 5 progenitor realm corpse kings. Given your strength, you have the qualifications to become the captain of the true divinity guards. The 5 of them will be under your command. The method is to use divine energy. You can use your own understanding of divine energy to control them. They are now your personal guards. Ancestor She laughed. Lu Yin was surprised, so this was what Yu Hua meant by using his God Force to control them. God Force was the same as astral sources, both were a kind of energy. Cultivating an astral source could allow one to reach the level of an astral emissary, a half-step ancestor, and even an ancestor. Everyone's strength was different, and they could evolve countless battle techniques. God Force could do the same. Everyone's cultivation of God Force should have different effects. Was this the method to control the true God Guards? Lu Yin quickly took control of the 5 progenitor realm corpse kings and left his God Force in their bodies. The ancestor praised. Yu Hua said that you could cultivate God Force the first time you came in contact with it. Mr. Yi Bo, you have a high chance of becoming the next 7 sky gods. Lu Yin pretended to be puzzled. The next 7 sky gods. The ancestor smiled. Which spirit god is dead, and there needs to be an expert to replace him. The captain of the true God Guards, the rest of the progenitors, and even the outer realm experts are fighting for it. With your talent in God Force, I think highly of you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I will fight for it. I'll wait and see. The ancestor said. Lu Yin looked up at the rainbow and jumped up, heading towards the astral gate. This mission was a test from the Eternals. If he passed it, he would become the captain of the true God Guards. If he failed, he would just be an ordinary progenitor. Lu Yin needed a position, at least the captain of the true God Guards, who was qualified to know the secrets of the bone boat. As for the position of the 7 heavenly gods, he was well aware that even if he went all out, he would not be able to snatch it. He was far from reaching the level of the 7 heavenly gods. The heavily injured witch spirit god was already so difficult to kill, and he even borrowed the power of Ancestor Hui. The alien experts from the giant hell and the star-devouring beast were equally terrifying. He couldn't compete with such experts. He leaped through the star door, and the 5 ancestor realm corpse kings followed closely behind him. Behind the star gate was an enormous battlefield in the stars. Separated only by a single star gate, one side was the peaceful land of the Eternals, while the other side was a battlefield of life and death. Countless Eternals corpse kings were locked in a fierce battle with a vicious beast. The beasts outnumbered the corpse kings, and they filled almost the entire cosmos. There were strong and weak beasts, and Lu Yin saw a progenitor realm beast fighting against a progenitor realm corpse king. There was more than one progenitor realm corpse king here, and Lu Yin saw 3 of them. There was also a progenitor realm powerhouse whose entire body was wrapped in black cloth and looked like a bamboo pole. This was the captain of the True God Guard, Big Black. He had once ambushed the 3rd battle squadron, and his opponent was his father, Lu Qi. Lu Yin commanded the 5 progenitor realm corpse kings to begin fighting. The beasts were ferocious, and their numbers were endless. The corpse kings weren't much better. With the addition of the 5 progenitor realm corpse kings, the situation was instantly reversed, and countless beasts were slaughtered. Lu Yin actually heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't attacking the human spacetime, or he wouldn't have known how to deal with them. The universe was like this, where the strong lived and the weak died. Lu Yin wasn't a saint, and he had no intention of saving the universe, much less these beasts. The only thing he could do was give his selfishness to the humans, as long as they could survive. After all, he was a human. Perhaps one day, a powerful creature would exterminate the human race for its own selfishness, but that was also a choice. The only thing the humans could do was to protect themselves, and they couldn't blame anyone else. Only by becoming strong could they gain a foothold. The beasts were ferocious, and they bit down with their bloody mouths. Lu Yin casually dealt with them and began his first battle after joining the Eternals as Night Shore. A total of 6 progenitors changed the balance of the battle. Beasts fell one after another, and the cosmos collapsed. Countless void cracks spread out, bringing about the end of the world. The bloody scene became the curtain of spacetime. As more and more beasts died, one of the progenitor beasts roared as half of its body was chopped into pieces. Then, one beast after another roared as if it was some sort of signal. All of the beasts roared at the sky. Even in the face of death, these beasts were still roaring. Lu Yin frowned and looked into the depths of the cosmos, feeling a faint sense of danger. With a terrifying roar, the void rippled and spread out from the depths of the cosmos, sweeping through the entire spacetime. Lu Yin's expression changed. There was a powerhouse here. The roar was rhythmic, and it was obvious that someone was saying something. In the depths of the cosmos, a huge shadow shrouded the area and rapidly approached. It was a terrifying creature that was much larger than any of the other beasts, and its body was even larger than the hellworms. With a furious roar, a sharp claw appeared from the void and pressed down, enveloping Lu Yin, Big Black, and the countless corpse kings. Lu Yin retreated without hesitation, as he had no intention of saving the corpse kings, including his own progenitor realm corpse kings. Big Black did the same, retreating even faster than Lu Yin. The claw descended, shattering the void and creating a world of nothingness that devoured many corpse kings. Even the countless beasts were devoured, and there was no distinction between friend and foe. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he opened his heaven's eye. He saw a sequence particle. This was actually a powerhouse with sequence laws. The stargate that led to this spacetime was clearly not very eye-catching, but the enemy behind it actually possessed sequence laws. The Eternals definitely had more than one enemy from the 6 directional guilds. Why did they want to destroy this spacetime? With a single claw, 2 progenitor realm corpse kings had died. Lu Yin felt both comfortable and worried at the same time. The ancestor had asked him to destroy this spacetime. Even if there were powerhouses with sequence laws, if he failed, would he not be able to become the captain of the true God Guard? The terrifying beast appeared, and its ferocious eyes stared at the entire battlefield. It once again let out a rhythmic roar, clearly speaking. To a progenitor, language could be learned in an instant. Who is slaughtering my people? Who dares to slaughter my people? All of you must die. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its claw and slammed down again. Lu Yin looked at Blackie, who raised his hand, and the black cloth flew towards the beast, wrapping around its claws. This was a shroud, and once entangled, even a progenitor would find it difficult to break free. The beast constantly waved its claws, trying to tear the shroud apart, but to no avail. Blackie tore through the void and appeared above the beast's head. Blackie raised his hand, and the huge shadow continued to twist, forming a black beam of light that smashed down. The beast raised its head and roared. A terrifying force overturned the void, preventing the black beam of light from falling. Behind Blackie, the beast's tail swept over. Lu Yin attacked. He could not display any strength related to Lu Yin's identity, so he could only use ordinary battle techniques to attack from the side. The tail was deflected, and it brushed past Blackie. Blackie kept retreating, waving its arms. Pieces of shroud continuously flew towards the beast, wanting to completely wrap it up. The beast's eyes turned red, and it waved its claws again. This time, it used sequence laws, and the shroud became invisible. Its claws carried the shroud towards Blackie. Blackie retreated again. From all directions, several progenitor realm giant beasts attacked him from all directions. Lu Yin let the progenitor realm corpse king attack and looked at Blackie. What sequence laws? Blackie raised his head. There's only one key to a lock. Lu Yin was confused. What did it mean? From the side, a sharp claw swept over, scratching out 5 cracks. It was incomparably sharp. This attack was aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the sharp claws sweeping over, and inexplicably felt that in the face of this move, there was only one way to resist, and that was to use his head to hit it. Hit it with his head. What a joke, he would be crazy to hit the claws with his head. Lu Yin simply avoided it. At the same time, he also understood the sequence laws mentioned by Blackie. There was only one key to a lock, and this rule was its attack when placed on the behemoth. There was only one way to resist it, and this was the rule. No matter how strong one was, unless one could suppress the behemoth in terms of the sequence rule, even if a powerhouse of the same level faced the behemoth's attack, the only way he could think of to resist it was indeed the only way to resist it. In other words, even if Lu Yin was a sequence law powerhouse, if he could not suppress the beast in terms of sequence laws, he could only use his head to hit it. This was the only way to block the beast's claw. Other than that, using hands, legs, battle techniques, or any other method would be defeated. There was also such a strange sequence law. Lu Yin was surprised, but the sequence laws of the universe were endless. Chunli had even obtained a sequence law that made the enemy too lazy to make a move. Any sequence law could appear, so it was not surprising. The trouble was how to deal with this beast. It was not that they could not deal with it with divine power, but the difficulty was how to deal with this sequence law. The beast's sharp claws constantly tore through the void as its huge eyes stared at Lu Yin and Blackie. Even the progenitor realm corpse kings were meaningless in its eyes. Lu Yin was targeted by it and wanted to attack several times, but he stopped every time. The beast's sequence law was simply too strange. The second time, when Lu Yin faced the beast's attack, he inexplicably knew that he had to use his mouth to block it. This was even more stupid than using his head, so he naturally avoided it. The third time, he had to use his back to block it. The fourth and fifth times were limited by the sequence laws, so Lu Yin could not fight the beast normally. It was the same for Blackie. Throughout the universe, the two of them were chased by the beast. The battle between the Eternals and countless beasts did not stop. Regardless of whether it stopped or not, they were still within the attack range of the most powerful beast. This beast did not distinguish between friend and foe, and it even wanted to destroy this spacetime. "Is there any way?" Lu Yin asked in a hoarse voice. Blackie did not answer and continued to dodge. Lu Yin frowned. It seemed that there was no other way, unless he used his divine power. However, divine power was usually used last. Even for a true God Guard captain, it was a life-saving measure. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2949. He glanced at Blackie. Since it was still here despite having no other choice, it meant that it hadn't given up. Had it done it before? Lu Yin stared at the beast. Although it had sequence laws that made it impossible to resist, its speed and power were not too exaggerated. Although its destructive power was strong, it was about the same as Xiaoshenji's. If he could make the sequence laws disappear, then it was not impossible to deal with it. If he had been Lu Yin, he would have had all sorts of methods to prevent the beast's sequence laws from affecting him, but he was now Yi Bo. Yi Bo did not have Lu Yin's strength, so he could only rely on other methods. A sharp claw swept out from the side, but Lu Yin dodged it and controlled a progenitor corpse king to approach. When the beast's claws fell again, Lu Yin knew that this attack could only be resolved with a kick. He did not hesitate to use the corpse king's leg to strike the beast's claws. There was a thump, and half of the corpse king's body was torn apart by the beast. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The beast had lost a portion of its sequence particles. That's right. Adapting to the laws and attacking within the laws could grind away the opponent's sequence particles. This was also a type of law. No matter who it was, grasping sequence laws was one thing, but how much one could grasp and use sequence laws required cultivation. This was also the dividing line between strong and weak sequence laws cultivators. The sequence particles that represented sequence laws were equivalent to a type of power. As long as one attacked according to the opponent's sequence laws, they could grind away the opponent's sequence particles. Old Mo was a darkness sequence particle, and if he wanted to maintain the darkness, his sequence particles would be constantly consumed. As long as enough time passed, he would eventually run out of sequence particles, and so would everyone else. Lu Yin did not know how this beast had cultivated to the level of sequence laws. Logically speaking, a beast that only relied on its instincts to kill should not have reached this level, but there was no one who could answer his questions. Taking advantage of the fact that the sequence particles on the beast's claws had decreased, Lu Yin attacked and displayed the destructive power of a progenitor. Although his battle technique was crude, it could be used as long as it had enough destructive power. At the same time, Blackie attacked as well. 2 attacks landed on the beast's body and tore it apart. Unexpectedly, the beast's defenses were not as strong as they seemed. The beast roared and raised its claws again. It was still the same old method. Lu Yin sacrificed a progenitor realm corpse king to adapt to the astral beast's laws and grinded away the opponent's sequence particles before taking the opportunity to attack. This repeated itself several times, and the astral beast was continuously injured. Blackie's power was especially corrosive, and Lu Yin could clearly see with his heaven's eye that the astral beast had less than half of what it had at the beginning. Of course, the price he paid was not small either, directly killing 3 ancestor realm corpse kings. Big Black also lost an ancestral realm corpse king. Of course, Lu Yin did not care about the loss of the progenitor realm corpse kings. He had not expected Blackie to be completely unaffected as well, as the progenitor realm corpse kings were treated like tools. Fresh blood splattered through outer space as the astral beast panted heavily. If it did not attack, then neither Lu Yin nor Blackie would be able to take the initiative to attack. They could only wait for the opponent's sequence laws to attack. Otherwise, if they took the initiative to attack, then they would be in trouble when faced with the astral beast's sequence laws. Around him was a boundless battlefield, and the melody of slaughter seemed to never fade. The giant beast stared at Luin, and the first person it thought of was to sacrifice the progenitor realm corpse king for a counterattack. "Why did you slaughter my race?" the giant beast roared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at Blackie. He was curious as well. Blackie did not answer and only stared at the giant beast. "My race has never fought with you. In my race's impression, I've never seen a creature of your appearance. Why did you slaughter my race?" No one answered it. The giant beast roared, "What's the reason?" "Since it's a massacre, there must be a reason." Lu Yin looked at Blackie again. They had never come into contact with it. Then why did the Eternals slaughter them? There must be a reason. It seemed that Blackie was not prepared to say anything. Blackie waved its hand, and the shroud swept towards a distant progenitor realm beast. The massacre continued. In front of them, the giant beast roared and raised its claws to attack Blackie. At the same time, its body shrank until it was about the same size as Lu Yin and the others. Lu Yin was surprised. Its body shrank. Was it sacrificing its strength in exchange for speed? The giant beast swept its claws at Blackie, and the same scene happened again. Blackie used an ancestor realm corpse king to grind away the opponent's sequence laws. Taking advantage of the moment when the sequence particles were ground away, a black beam of light smashed down. Lu Yin attacked at the same time. However, this time, the giant beast dodged, and its speed increased several times. "You still want to slaughter my race? My race will eat you alive." Blackie raised its eyes, and divine power surged out from its body. Behind it, the shroud rose into the sky and was wrapped by divine power, forming a dark red shroud that swept towards the giant beast. Lu Yin exhaled. It was over. The giant beast was so large that Blackie's shroud could wrap around it. Its divine power was not enough, but it was courting death by shrinking its body. That was enough. The giant beast did not know that divine power could resist sequence particles. They had not used divine power in the previous few attacks. They had been waiting for this moment. Divine power was the power that determined victory. The dark red shroud directly knocked away the giant beast's claws and wrapped around it. The giant beast was shocked. Impossible, this shroud actually ignored its rules. It could have been destroyed before. No matter how it attacked, it could not destroy the shroud that was augmented by divine power. The shroud continued to shrink, and the giant beast's howls could be heard from within. Its bones shattered, and blood spurted out, making the already dark red shroud even bloodier. In the surroundings, many giant beasts roared and charged forward, but Lu Yin easily stopped them. He looked at the shroud and saw that it was shrinking, and the giant beast's howls gradually disappeared. Finally, not even its bones were left. Only the shroud was left, and it gently flew back to Blackie and wrapped around its body. The divine power on the shroud faded, but it was still as black as ever. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was truly a powerful weapon that could even crush a sequence law powerhouse to death. Even eccentric MO and the other sequence law powerhouses would not have survived if they had been wrapped up by this shroud. He had to find an opportunity to kill this fellow. The strongest giant beast in this spacetime had died, and the rest of the beasts had no ability to resist. "We're willing to submit to you and become your mounts." Some of the giant beasts were afraid of death and begged for mercy. This was their nature. Lu Yin had thought that Blackie would agree. After all, they were progenitors and could be of help to the Eternals. However, he had not expected Blackie to start a massacre without hesitation. Regardless of whether they were progenitor beasts or other giant beasts, they were all killed. At that moment, Luin wondered if Blackie was one of them. Blackie had sacrificed a progenitor corpse king like him, and now, it was slaughtering the progenitor beasts that were willing to submit to the Eternals without hesitation. Luin did not believe that Blackie was not one of them. As he watched the giant beasts being slaughtered, Luin had long since stopped attacking. This spacetime was about to be destroyed. Luin stepped through the astral door, and two progenitor corpse kings followed behind him. They stepped into the zone of calamity with numb expressions. Luin looked up and saw Blackie walking out of the astral door as well. Behind him, a dense group of corpse kings walked out and stepped onto the star closest to the astral door. When the last corpse king walked out, the astral door swayed and fell, crashing into the ground of the zone of calamity. Luin's eyelids twitched. No way. Could it be that the astral doors in the zone of calamity had their spacetime destroyed? How many were there? How was that possible? Well done, Mr. Yibo, the ancestor's voice rang out. Luin looked over. His pale face was expressionless, and his gaze did not change. Is that also the captain of the True God Guards? The ancestor smiled faintly. That's right. His name is Blackie. His strength is not bad, right? Luin nodded and did not say anything. Do you have something to ask? The ancestor asked gently. Luin moved aside. Behind him were two progenitor corpse kings. 3 were sacrificed. It doesn't matter. Sacrificing a few corpse kings is nothing if we can deal with a sequence law creature. The ancestor smiled. Luin was curious. Why did you destroy them? The ancestor smiled. When the rules become normal, they are no longer rules. Luin did not quite understand. The ancestor raised his hand and pointed in a direction. A tower has been prepared for Mr. Yibo. The location is not far from Yuhua. It can be considered an early congratulations to Mr. Yibo for becoming the captain of the True God Guards. I can only give you these 2 progenitor corpse kings for the time being. I will make up for the rest as soon as possible. Sir, welcome to the Eternals. Luin nodded. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the ancestor, Luin went to the place that she had pointed out. There was a tall tower that was similar to Yuhua's tower, and a beautiful woman stood outside it. Greetings, Master. The woman bowed respectfully. Luin knew that every tower had a maid that could satisfy the needs of the tower's master. Human progenitors were human maids, and Yuhua's maid was not human. She was also a fish and was of the same race as Yuhua. Where are you from? The maid respectfully replied, Master, this lowly one comes from the common space-time. Have you heard of the 6 Direction sect? No, Master. Luin entered the tower. This woman's spacetime should not be related to the 6 Direction sect, as there were many parallel spacetimes for humans. This was also the source of the Eternal's endless supply of corpse kings. May I ask what resources Master requires? This lowly one would like to request them from the ancestor. Luin almost impulsively mentioned star essence. At his level, he should not need such a resource, and if he mentioned it, it would inevitably raise suspicions. I want to eat fruit fish. The maid was puzzled. Fruit fish. It's a type of fish that grows in the primal space's astral river. It's very tasty, Luin said. He wanted to see if the Eternals could get their hands on it. The maid did not hesitate and bowed respectfully before leaving. Half a day later, the maid returned. Master, the ancestor has already sent people to search for it. Luin grunted and did not give any further instructions. He stood at the edge of the tower and looked at the Eternal's mother tree in the distance. Divine power flowed from the mother tree like a waterfall. What was on the mother tree? Which of the 7 sky gods belonged to the closest tower to the mother tree? Lu Yin was quite curious. He was most curious about Bai Wuxian, as he had never seen the man's true appearance. For Father Tianyi had fought with Bai Wuxian before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2950. A few days later, the maid requested an audience with the fruit fish that Lu Yin wanted. Lu Yin accepted the fruit fish, which lived in the outerverse astral river. The fishermen's club loved to fish for them, and even the Day-Night clan found it difficult to obtain them. He had eaten them once on Night King Planet, and they had left a deep impression on him. The Eternals should not have much power in the Genesis space, but they were still able to obtain fruit fish. How did you get them? Lu Yin could not help but ask. The maid could not answer, as she did not know either. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions. There were 5 fruit fish, and he casually handed one to the maid. You can eat it. The maid was shocked, and she hurriedly knelt down. Master, please forgive me. I dare not, I dare not. It's just a fish. What's wrong with that? Lu Yin was puzzled. The maid continued to kowtow, and Lu Yin saw that her head was about to bleed. All right, get up. I'll eat it myself. The maid relaxed and slowly stood up, her eyes filled with intense fear. What are you afraid of? Lu Yin asked. The maid bowed respectfully. It's my fortune to be able to serve you, master. I dare not dream of receiving your favor. Lu Yin looked at her. What about your family? The maid trembled, and she knelt down again. Please forgive me, master. Please forgive me, master. All right, I won't ask any more. Lu Yin grew impatient. The maid was terrified, and she slowly got up and left the tower. Her family had either been transformed into corpse kings or had died. She was not a corpse king herself, which was considered very lucky. Thus, it was understandable that she was so fearful. Lu Yin looked at the 5 fruit fish and thought about it. He really did want to eat them, but he casually tossed them out. He was Night Mo, not Lu Yin. These fruit fish were just a test, and he would not actually eat them. The Eternals did not have as many secrets as Lu Yin had imagined. Although this place was mysterious, it was as if he had seen through everything about the Eternals. The astral gates in the sky, the rivers of divine power on the ground, the mother tree in the darkness, and the many towers that stood tall. If Lu Yin wanted to, he could walk through the entire zone of disaster and count the towers. However, this was meaningless. Although the progenitor corpse kings of the true god guards were just tools, they still had the destructive power of a progenitor. They did not have towers, but there were many of them. In the blink of an eye, a month had already passed since Lu Yin arrived in the Calamity Zone. In this month, other than participating in the space-time destruction war, there was nothing else to do. The ancestor of the past did not appear again. Lu Yin didn't have anything to instruct the maid. He followed the river of God power and walked for a while. Along the way, he didn't meet a single person or a corpse king. This calamity region was terrifyingly silent. Yuhua had said that this place was close to the innermost region, and there were many eternal kingdoms in the periphery. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yin suddenly stopped and turned around to see a man walking over from afar. When he saw Lu Yin look over, the man smiled. Although it was an ugly smile, he was doing his best to appear friendly. Lu Yin stood still and stared at the man. This person's appearance was ugly, but he was a progenitor. The closer he got, the clearer Lu Yin could sense that this person did not give him a sense of danger. Among the progenitors, this person was at most comparable to the 6th mainland's martial ancestor. My name is Seven Friends. May I ask for brother's name? The ugly man approached and asked politely. He secretly glanced at Li He. Lu looked at Lu Yin with respect. He had seen Lu Yin walk out from the depths of the zone of disaster, and Lu Yin's status was higher than his own. However, Lu Yin's appearance was too young, so he didn't know how to address him. Lu Yin said coldly, Yibwa. 7 friends smiled. So it's Brother Yibwa. Sorry for disturbing you. Lu Yin looked at him. You approached me on purpose. 7 friends was stunned and smiled. Since Brother Yibwa is a straightforward person, then I'll be frank. May I ask if Brother Yibwa is looking for a true God's ultimate technique? Lu Yin stared at 7 friends. A true God's ultimate technique. 7 friends also stared at Lu Yin, but he could not see through him. Lu Yin's gaze had not changed from start to finish. If Brother Yibwa doesn't want to say it, then so be it. However, brother, you can't keep searching like this. The zone of disaster is vast and far surpasses the average space-time. It's impossible to search by following the river of divine power. Brother, have you ever thought of working together? Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the river of divine power. He seemed to be thinking. 7 friends said seriously, rumor has it that under the flowing divine power of the zone of disaster, there are 3 ultimate techniques cultivated by the only true God. Obtaining any one of these ultimate techniques will allow one to directly become the 8th sky god and even have a chance of being taken in as a disciple by the true God. Countless years have passed, and many people have searched for it, but no one has found it. It's impossible for Brother Yibwa to search for it alone. Since no one has found it, how can we be sure that there really is an ultimate technique? Lu Yin asked coldly. 7 friends laughed. Because there is a rumor that one of the 7 sky gods has obtained an ultimate technique, and this rumor has been confirmed by the ancestors. It's because of this rumor that so many powerhouses have searched for it. However, this river of divine power makes it impossible to cultivate, let alone search for it. We have all failed in our attempts to cultivate divine power. Those who succeed are either the captains of the true God guards or powerhouses like Qing Kong. At this point, he stared at Lu Yin. If I'm not wrong, Brother Yibwa is the captain of the true God guards. Lu Yin looked at 7 friends. Why do you say that? 7 friends said, this branch of the divine power river does not pass by any towers. The next tower that can be passed by is located in the region of the true God guards. Since Brother Yibwa has followed this branch of the river, it is very likely that he is the captain of the true God guards. Moreover, if he is not a captain of the true God guards who can cultivate divine power, how would he dare to search for an ultimate technique alone? You haven't seen the captains of the true God guards? I have, and I've seen all of them. However, the recent battles have been intense, and the captains of the true God guards have died one after another. It is not impossible for Brother Yibwa to replace them. What kind of battle can kill the captains of the true God guards? Lu Yin pretended to be curious. 7 friends looked around and whispered, naturally, it's the 6 Direction Society. Of all the wars that the eternal race has started, only the 6 Direction Society can cause such a huge commotion. I heard that even the 7 sky gods were forced into seclusion to recuperate. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Is the 6 Direction Society the greatest enemy of the eternal race? 7 friends' expression changed. Brother Yibwa, it's better not to discuss this matter. After all, it involves the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin did not say anything else. Brother Yibwa should be the captain of the true God guards, right? 7 friends asked. Lu Yin said indifferently, you guessed wrong. No. 7 friends was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. This branch of the river. I'm roaming around. Roaming around the Calamity Realm. Brother Yibwa, you sure are leisurely and elegant. 7 Friends rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would believe that. The Calamity Realm was not a place with a good environment, so who would roam around here? If they were careless and encountered an unreasonable old monster, they would be annihilated. So what if they died? It was normal to encounter corpse kings here, but if they encountered humans, they were all traitors, and none of them had good natures. This was especially true for the deeper regions, which were even more terrifying. In the distant sky, a corpse king walked out of a starry door. Then, countless people walked out in an orderly manner. They were all human cultivators. Luin watched in a daze. Were these cultivators that had been defeated? He was very clear about what would happen to these cultivators. 7 Friends also looked into the distance inside. Another parallel spacetime has been defeated. I estimate that at least several billion cultivators will be transformed into corpse kings. Where will they be transformed? Luin asked. 7 Friends subconsciously answered, the stars next to the stargates. Every stargate has a star next to it so that it's convenient to store corpse kings. You don't know. I just joined, Luin said. 7 Friends' face twitched. Then you don't know about the ultimate technique either. Luin looked at 7 Friends. I don't know. 7 Friends was speechless. This guy had really just been strolling around and not looking for the ultimate technique. What a waste of breath. 7 Friends wanted to beat this person up. If not for the fact that he felt like he could not defeat this person, he would not even know where this person had come from. Was he inside or outside? 7 Friends did not dare to take the risk. High in the sky, an old woman walked out of a stargate covered in blood. She looked around in confusion, especially when she saw the black tree and the flowing waterfall of divine power. Her face was filled with shock. 7 Friends cackled. Another one who betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. This should be her first time in the Calamity region. Look at her shocked expression. How interesting. Luin could see that the old woman was still in shock and was covered in blood. She had clearly just gone through a battle and joined the Eternals before her death. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. If she was a spy, she would be pleased with herself. Brother Yibwa, did you betray the humans and come here as well? 7 Friends suddenly asked. Luin looked at 7 Friends with an unfriendly gaze. 7 Friends hurriedly explained, Brother, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. We're all the same. I betrayed the humans and came here as well. Fortunately, the Eternals accept human betrayal. If it were a creature like a beast, it would be difficult to accept. When Luin did not answer, 7 Friends' eyes flashed coldly. Actually, betraying the humans isn't something shameful. Everyone has the right to live. My survival is equivalent to representing the continuation of the humans in our timeline. Isn't that the same? It's not like I'm going to become a corpse king. Luin did not look at 7 Friends. Instead, he quietly looked up at the sky. The cultivators were lining up to head towards the star, and that old woman had survived in their place. What a good reason. Actually, the Eternals aren't as scary as we think. The eternal kingdoms in the outer regions are not bad, just like the human cities. Brother Yibwa, have you taken a look? 7 Friends asked. Luin looked at him. I didn't betray the humans. 7 Friends was stunned and looked at him in confusion. I just hate, Luin said coldly as he walked forward. 7 Friends took a while to react. Hate? Was that different? Was there a difference? What was there to be proud of? He looked at Luin's back. Did Luin really think that he could sit back and relax after joining the Eternals? The Eternals faced many battles, and some of them were unassisted. Let's see how long Lu Yin could survive. Just wait and see. 7 friends spat and turned to leave. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Someone had appeared behind him at some point in time. 7 friends had not sensed this person's arrival at all. Lu Yin was walking far away when he sensed the presence. He stopped and turned around. It was Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2951. Reverend Shaoyin looked down at the 7 friends. You, come with me. The 7th friend's expression changed greatly. This was bad. He had encountered an expert who wanted to use him, so he would definitely be sent to an intense battlefield. When he thought of this, he wanted to refuse. Senior, this junior just experienced a battlefield and was injured. This, Reverend Shaoyin's gaze turned cold. His aura suppressed the 7 friends and forced them to the ground. I didn't ask if you were willing to come with me. The 7 friends were terrified. This aura was definitely that of a sequence law powerhouse. Throughout the Eternals, there were only a handful of people who possessed this level of strength. This person surpassed even the true God Guard captains. He did not dare to refuse. Yes, this junior will follow senior's orders. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin retracted his aura. The 7 friends gasped for breath and stood up. May I ask if senior is still lacking people? Divine Venerable Shaoyin frowned. No. The 7 friends' expressions changed, and they glanced at the distant Lu Yin, suppressing any thoughts of dragging him down with them. But there's no harm in having a few more. I don't have to put in the effort, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin added. The 7 friends were delighted and pointed at Lu Yin. That person over there is called Yibo, and he just joined the clan. If senior is lacking people, you can bring him along. It'll be considered a merit to the clan. Divinity Shaoyin looked over. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Divinity Shaoyin, his eyes cold and emotionless. The two of them looked at each other. Come here. Divinity Shaoyin didn't stand on ceremony. Among the Eternals, there were only a handful who had reached the level of sequence precepts. Even the captain of the true God Guard could not compare to him in terms of strength. He was second only to the 7 sky gods. Especially after the death of the sorcerer spirit god, the Shaoyin divinity really wanted to replace him. That was why he went out of his way to complete the mission. Otherwise, he would have recovered his strength. Lu Yin walked over obediently. You have been conscripted. Leave. Divinity Shaoyin said coldly. The 7 friends glanced at Lu Yin. If they were going to be unlucky, then they would be together. If they hadn't seen this guy, then they wouldn't have come out in the first place, and this senior might not have recruited them. It was all this guy's fault. Where are we going? Divine Sovereign Shaoyin frowned. Just follow him. What if I don't go? Lu Yin asked. The Shaoyin divinity's gaze was cold, and a chilling aura enveloped Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that he had been touched by the Shaoyin divinity's array laws, and as long as the Shaoyin divinity willed it, he could directly corrode Lu Yin. Seeing that Lu Yin didn't move, Divinity Shaoyin raised his head. The Eternals have a clear status. If you refuse to be recruited by me, I can just kill you. The 7 friends took joy in his misfortune. Lu Yin stared at the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. Divinity Shaoyin didn't care about him at all. Why should he care about someone who hadn't even reached the level of a sequence law? At this moment, the ancestor of the past appeared. Deity Shaoyin, you cannot use him. Shaoyin God Venerable was surprised by Ancestor Shi's appearance. The 7 friends hurriedly bowed. Greetings, ancestor. Luin also bowed slowly, ancestor. Why? Reverend Shaoyin was puzzled. The ancestor of the past had a very high status in the eternal race, but his status wasn't low either. There was no need for him to bow. He believed that he was the next 7 sky gods. The 7 heavenly gods were second only to the one true God, so there was really no need to care too much about this housekeeper. The ancestor of the past did not care about Reverend God Shaoyin's attitude. He is the new captain of the true God guards. The true God guards only listen to the true God. The 7 friends were shocked, and they all looked at Luin. Was this guy really the captain of the true God guard? Then why didn't he admit it just now? What was he trying to do? The Shaoyin divine sovereign looked at Luin in surprise. Captain of the true God guard. Indeed, I can't use him. Alright, we have enough people anyway. Farewell, ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past nodded. Wait. Luin suddenly spoke up, and under everyone's astonished gazes, he asked, Ancestor of the past, may I ask how long it will take for the captains to gather? The ancestor of the past thought for a moment. Even if Yuhua's strength recovers, it will take at least a few years for the other captains to complete their missions. Luin respectfully said, since that's the case, I will accompany this senior to complete his mission. The ancestor of the past was astonished. You want to go? The Shaoyin divine sovereign also hadn't expected Luin to do this. The 7 friends were even more confused. What was this guy thinking? Luin said, since I've joined the eternal race, I should work for the eternal race. He naturally had to follow the Shaoyin divine sovereign. Firstly, this guy was a sequence law powerhouse and had a very high status in the eternal race. The missions that he came in contact with would definitely be very important to the eternal race. Secondly, if he stayed in the calamity zone, there was a high chance that he would be assigned another mission, and the next one might be related to the humans. Luin didn't know what to do, so it was best to follow the Shaoyin divine sovereign. The ancestor of the past praised, it's rare for you to be so considerate. Alright, accompany the Shaoyin divine sovereign to complete his mission. The Shaoyin divine sovereign also praised, the other captains of the true God guard are all lazy, but you are an exception. Don't worry, I will take good care of you and not let anything happen to you. Ancestor of the past, we will be leaving. The ancestor of the past nodded and watched as the Shaoyin divine sovereign left with the 7 friends and Luin. There were many astral gates in the calamity zone, and the Shaoyin divine sovereign brought Luin and the 7 friends to an inconspicuous one. The enemies in this mission aren't simple. Conceal your aura and don't let them discover you for now. Luin and the 7 friends hurriedly concealed their auras. The Shaoyin divine sovereign glanced at them before passing through the gate. Just as Luin was about to pass through, the 7 friends' voices reached his ears. Brother, no, senior, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. The Shaoyin divine sovereign is a sequence law powerhouse, and the enemies he comes in contact with aren't people that we can deal with. I hope that senior will be magnanimous and forgive us. Let's work together for now and try our best to protect ourselves. Luin looked at the 7 friends. Alright. The 7 friends were delighted. Thank you, senior. After passing through the astral gate, they were greeted by a bone-chilling cold that led to an expanse of icy space. The starry sky should be boundless and filled with countless changes, but it was rare for it to be sealed in ice. Luin had never seen one before, but now, he had. As far as the eye could see, the entire starry sky was a vast expanse of white. Ice and snow replaced everything, and all of the stars were covered. The 7 friends passed through the astral gate and saw this scene. Their pupils shrank as they thought of something, and their faces paled. The Shaolin Divine Sovereign brought them to a nearby planet, which was completely frozen. They could not see any soil, and everything they touched was ice. At this moment, there was already a person on the planet. It was the old woman who had betrayed humanity and caused countless people to be captured and brought to the calamity zone. The old woman's expression was ugly, and it was obvious that she had not recovered from her injuries. She had only changed her clothes. When she saw the Shaolin Divine Sovereign descend, she hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Senior." The Shaolin Divine Sovereign grunted in acknowledgement. Lu Yin and the 7 friends arrived. The old woman nodded at them, trying her best to appear friendly. The 2 of them had cold expressions, and they only glanced at her once before no longer paying her any attention. "Senior, this junior's injuries are too severe. Can we?" The old woman spoke to the Shaolin Divine Sovereign, but she was interrupted before she could finish. "Don't worry. This mission is very simple, and you don't need to fight with the enemy." The Shaolin Divine Sovereign's gaze swept past the 3. "This is the Ice Spirit Clan. Have you heard of it before?" The 7 friends paled even further, but they did not answer. Like Lu Yin and the others, they pretended to be confused. Lu Yin really did not know. The old woman did not know either. The Shaolin Divine Sovereign said, "The Ice Spirit Clan has a supreme treasure called the Ice Heart. Our mission this time is to steal the Ice Heart while revealing our identities as humans. Of course, we will only do so after we've stolen the Ice Heart. The Ice Heart is guarded by the Ice Spirit Clan's leader, the Ice Master, but he will not always guard it. After a certain period of time, he will leave, and that will be our chance. The Ice Master will leave in a few years or a few centuries. I will tell you then." "A few centuries?" The old woman was shocked. The 7 friends bowed. "Senior, isn't a few centuries too long? Can we return to the Zone of E first?" The Shaolin Divine Sovereign coldly replied, "The flow of time between the Ice Spirit Clan and the Zone of E is different. A few centuries is only a few years in the Zone of E, so what's so long about it?" Lu Yin was shocked. A few centuries was equivalent to a few years. Did this mean that time would flow 100 times faster? He was excited, as this was what he needed the most. He had made the right choice in coming here. The old woman was astonished. Almost 100 times faster? How rare. Being able to come here to carry out a mission is also beneficial to you. You will have 100 times more time to cultivate than others, and if you are lucky, you might even break through. Treasure it well." The Shaolin Divine Sovereign suddenly looked at Lu Yin. "Yi Bo, since you are the captain of the True God Guard, have you cultivated any divine power?" Lu Yin replied, "Not yet." The Shaolin Divine Sovereign did not say anything else and began to assign them positions. The 7 friends sneered inwardly. 100 times more time to cultivate was not bad, but their bodies also had 100 times more time than others. This was something that could not be changed. Furthermore, they were already progenitors, so how could time make up for the difference? How laughable. Although he thought this, he did not dare to express it. Soon, the Shaolin Divine Sovereign had assigned them their positions. The 4 of them were quite far from each other, and they communicated with each other using the Cloud Connection Stone. For the time being, they could not reveal their human identities. With their cultivations, as long as they did not encounter any progenitors, they would be able to do so. Once the Shaolin Divine Sovereign confirmed that the Ice Matriarch had left, it would be time for them to act. The Ice Spirit Realm spacetime was centered around the Ice Spirit Realm, and the Ice Matriarch was there. The Shaolin Divine Sovereign had clearly told them that they could not snatch it by force. Aside from the Ice Matriarch, the Ice Spirit Realm also had 2 other progenitors. The 7 friends and the old woman's mission was to lure these 2 progenitors away, while Lu Yin's mission was to steal the ice heart while the Shaoyin divine sovereign lured the ice matriarch away. The most important part of the mission was to steal the ice heart, which had been given to Lu Yin. This made Lu Yin uneasy, as the ice heart was a supreme treasure, and the Shaoyin divine sovereign had said that there were enough people to take it. However, he could not question the Shaoyin divine sovereign at this moment. Lu Yin sat at the peak of a snowy mountain and looked at the distant ice spirit realm. Although it was cold here, he actually felt a trace of liveliness. The ice spirit realm was not made up of humans, but rather round snowmen. They had white eyes, white noses, and white arms, but no legs. These snowmen glided through the ice and snow, and there were many of them. The ice spirit realm had all sorts of cities built from ice and snow, and the ice spirit realm had their own festivals and trading methods. At first glance, it seemed strange, but after seeing more of it, one would naturally understand. They were also intelligent life forms with a unique civilization. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2952. The cloud connection stone shook from the 7 friends. Senior Yebua, have you heard of the Ice Spirit Clan? The 7 friends asked. Lu Yin replied, no. Do you know of them? Of course. Although I'm not very strong, I've been part of the Eternals for a while and have some understanding of their powerful enemies. The Ice Spirit Clan is one of them. To be precise, it's not the Ice Spirit Clan, but the 5 Spirit Clans and the Thunder Lord. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The Thunder Lord. You've heard of him, right? The Thunder Lord is a great enemy of the Eternals, but he's also one that the Eternals don't want to fight openly. It's rumored that the Thunder Lord's current cultivation level is due to the 5 Spirit Clans, the Ice Spirit Clan, the Fire Spirit Clan, the Wood Spirit Clan, the Earth Spirit Clan, and the Thunder Spirit Clan. The 5 Spirit Clans have a very good relationship with the Thunder Lord, and they're also very strong. Senior, you must be careful. If the Ice Spirit Clan is friends with the Thunder Lord, then they might not be any weaker than the Shaoyin divinity. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is the clan attacking the Ice Spirit Clan to start a war with the Thunder Lord? I don't know. That's all I've heard. The Shaoyin divinity told us to reveal our identities as humans, but reminded us not to reveal our identities as Eternals. Perhaps he wants to use this opportunity to sow discord between the humans and the 5 Spirit Clans. I'm guessing that stealing the Ice Heart is just a pretense. Your mission is to steal the Ice Heart, so it should be simple. Is that so? Lu Yin was lost in thought as he looked at the Ice Spirit realm. He had guessed that a mission that required the Shaoyin divinity would not be simple, but he hadn't expected it to involve the Thunder Lord. The Thunder Lord. I really want to meet him. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin had stayed on this snowy mountain for 10 years. During this time, he hadn't moved at all and had just looked at the Ice Spirit realm. Occasionally, the Ice Spirit Clan would come, but they couldn't see Lu Yin at all. They couldn't even see Lu Yin when they passed by him. During these 10 years, Lu Yin had been memorizing the primogenitor's scripture. This scripture was extensive and profound, and Lu Yin had relied on it to become a true primordial space Tao Lord. However, he felt that he was still a long way from understanding it. Mr. Mu had given him the tracing of the ancients, allowing senior brother Mu carving and the others to transcend. The 9 suns cauldron that Yi Futian had obtained was also a path to transcendence. However, there was more than one path to transcendence. The power of the primogenitor could also allow one to transcend. At the same time, he was also trying to cultivate the one-word incarnation that old ancestor Tianyi had passed down to him. The Tao of Tianyi was a manifestation of one word, and it was known as Chu. He had obtained it from Chu Yi, and it was the cultivation technique of the Tao Lord of the First Mainland, Chu Yi. The Tianyi ancestors' true intention in passing it down to Lu Yin was to save him from a hopeless situation. There were no absolutes in the universe, so there was no such thing as absolute death. His incarnation allowed him to see the only chance of survival at a critical moment. Forefather Tianyi hoped that Lu Yin would not need to use it, and Lu Yin himself also hoped that he would not need to use it. However, sometimes, the heavens did not comply with one's wishes. Just in case, he naturally had to cultivate it. Soon, another 20 years had passed. There was no movement from divine sovereign Shaoying's side. Occasionally, the 7 friends would contact Lu Yin to exchange information. The old woman also joined in, allowing Lu Yin to gain a general understanding of the current situation in the ice spirit realm. In reality, it did not matter whether he understood the situation or not, as the ice spirit realm was just like that. Lu Yin saw the growth of a generation in the ice spirit realm. The cultivation techniques here only required one to face the wind and snow, and it was not as tiring as the humans. However, it was only suitable for the ice spirit race. When the 50th year arrived, only half a year had passed in the domain of E and the Genesis space. During this year, the world of ice and snow had changed. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and clearly saw that the orderly particles were moving in a certain direction. It could only be the ice matriarch. The ice matriarch had left the ice spirit realm and was heading towards a distant star. The cloud connection stone trembled, and divine sovereign Shaoying's voice rang out. Move out. Remember, only reveal yourselves if I tell you to. Do not reveal yourselves if I don't tell you to. Yibo, go and steal the ice heart. It's on the bluish-white star to the southeast of the ice spirit realm. I'll tell you the exact location once we get there. Lu Yin raised a brow. A bluish-white star. That was clearly where the ice matriarch had gone. Divine sovereign Shaoying had not planned on luring the ice matriarch away. His goal had been to make Lu Yin face the ice matriarch. If he went to steal the ice heart, he would naturally be the one to contribute. However, divine sovereign Shaoying had not considered that once they were exposed, it would be easy for the ice matriarch to reveal that they were from the eternal race. Right, divine sovereign Shaoying was not worried at all. The 3 of them were humans and not corpse kings. They did not have any characteristics of the eternal race, and the ice spirit might not believe them no matter what they said. This was also why divine sovereign Shaoying had specifically confirmed that they did not cultivate divine power. If they did, then this might not be the mission that divine sovereign Shaoying had given Lu Yin. Furthermore, the eternal race had definitely prepared for this mission for a long time. Since they had disguised themselves as humans and attacked the ice spirit, they would definitely need someone to take the blame. The eternal race must have already found someone and had a way to make the ice spirit believe that humans had attacked them. As for the 3 of them, it did not matter whether they lived or died. Their deaths would even increase the importance of this mission. Lu Yin instantly understood divine sovereign Shaoying's goal. If not for his celestial eye's ability to see the sequence particles, then he would have been tricked to death. Move out. Outside the ice spirit realm, the 7 friends and the old woman melted ice stones and disguised themselves as ice spirits. They immediately found the 2 progenitors of the ice spirit realm. Soon, the ice spirit realm descended into chaos. A blue, frigid radiance enveloped the ice spirit realm and flickered continuously. The 7 friends and the old woman escaped from the ice spirit realm, followed by the 2 ice spirit realm powerhouses who could tear through the void. They were both progenitors, and they froze the void along the way. The old woman was almost frozen. Yibo, it's your turn. Divine sovereign Shaoying's voice rang out. Lu Yin did not move and only watched silently. Yibo, move out. Divine sovereign Shaoying's voice rang out from the cloud passage stone once more. Lu Yin still did not move. No matter how much Divine Sovereign Xiaoying shouted, Lu Yin continued to watch the ice spirit realm quietly. His participation in this mission did not make much of a difference, and he wanted to see what Divine Sovereign Xiaoying would do without his cooperation. Yi Bo, you dare to disobey the mission. Even if you are the captain of the true God Guard, you will still die. Move out quickly, or it will be too late. Yi Bo, you're courting death. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying kept growling, but Lu Yin remained unmoved and put away the cloud passage stone. This mission was definitely very important to Divine Sovereign Xiaoying, so he would just let him watch the show. Outside the ice spirit realm, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying was enraged and crushed the cloud passage stone. That bastard! Once he returned to the zone of disaster, he would definitely kill that bastard. Since Lu Yin did not act, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had no choice but to act himself and take the ice heart away before the ice matriarch returned. The Eternals had prepared for this mission for a long time, even before the Thunder Lord had become famous. If not for the Thunder Lord's sudden appearance, they would have attacked the 5 spirit tribes long ago. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying charged into the ice spirit realm and waved his hand, shattering the city of ice at the center of the realm. The ice heart was right below it. Suddenly, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying felt his scalp go numb. He looked up into the sky and saw a shocking scene. The sky was frozen. A giant ice spirit was gliding through the ice from far away, its white eyes staring at Divine Sovereign Xiaoying. Stop! Divine Sovereign Xiaoying gritted his teeth and raised a hand. A young soul all formed from the power of the sun appeared in front of his palm and viciously stabbed at the ice matriarch. The young soul all contained Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's power of the sun. Even though the sun and moon had yet to merge, the power of the sun that contained the power of the sequence was still not to be underestimated. The young soul all melted the ice along the way, causing a cold rain to fall in the ice spirit realm. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying held up the young soul all with one hand to resist the ice matriarch while using the other to suppress the city of ice. He wanted to snatch the ice heart away. Ice matriarch, it's time for you to pay for the pain you've brought to our alliance, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying growled as a maniacal smile appeared on his face. The ice matriarch's snow-white eyes turned. It's you. You've already made a promise. Why are you going back on your word? Let your ice spirits melt first. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying crushed the city of ice and killed countless ice spirits. Underground, a white light flickered. It was the ice heart. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's eyes blazed as he clenched his hand to retrieve the ice heart. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What was this? In the sky, the ice matriarch raised her round, snow-white arm. With Lu Yin's celestial eye, he could see a large amount of sequence particles descending. Just looking at these sequence particles made him feel as if they were frozen. The entire spacetime seemed to have been frozen. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying was apprehensive, as he had underestimated the ice matriarch. The 5 spirit tribes were a huge threat to the Eternals, and it was rumored that if not for the Thunder Lord's appearance, the Eternals would have sent bone boats to the 5 spirit tribes and completely exterminated them. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had originally thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but now, it seemed that the ice matriarch was so powerful. The 5 tribe leaders of the 5 spirit tribes were probably on the same level. They were all extremely powerful experts with sequence laws. It was no wonder that the Eternals treated them like this. The threat that the 5 spirit tribes posed to the Eternals was second only to the 6 Direction Society. The ice matriarch had frozen the void. Some of the sequence particles had come from him, while others had come from the ice heart. After connecting with the ice heart sequence particles, the frozen void became even colder, reaching a level that even Divine Sovereign Xiaoying did not want to face. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's hand was frozen, but he did not hesitate to flee. His plan had succeeded, and even if he had not managed to steal the ice heart, he had paid a high enough price. The ice heart had been stolen, and the ice spirit tribe would have been even more furious, but since he had not managed to steal it, his plan had not failed. It was all that bastard Yibo's fault. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying fled in Lu Yin's direction. He could directly tear through the void and leave, but before he did so, Yibo would not have an easy time. It would be best if he died here. Lu Yin understood Divine Sovereign Xiaoying too well. From the moment that Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had made his move, Lu Yin had shifted his position. How could Lu Yin fall into Divine Sovereign Xiaoying's trap? Divine Sovereign Xiaoying shattered a mountain peak, but he did not discover Lu Yin. He angrily tore through the void and left. He was also a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, so the ice matriarch could not stop him. Meanwhile, the 7 friends and the old woman were still being pursued by a progenitor. One of them was not strong to begin with, and the other was heavily injured. The 2 of them did not even have the time to tear through the void and escape. Lu Yin was already on the other side of the ice spirit realm, and he was prepared to leave. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying would definitely cause trouble for him when he returned to the zone of calamity, but that did not matter. At worst, he would just argue. Divine Sovereign Xiaoying had wanted Lu Yin to lure the ice matriarch away, which was tantamount to suicide. Lu Yin's identity as Yibo was of great use to the Eternals, and he was a chess piece that could be used against the primordial space. How could he allow Divine Sovereign Xiaoying to casually deal with him? Lu Yin had schemed against Divine Sovereign Xiaoying and seen through this mission, but he had not taken into account the ice matriarch. This was the ice spirit realm, and the world of ice and snow were laws. If the ice matriarch could discover Divine Sovereign Xiaoying, then she could naturally discover Lu Yin as well. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2953. The moment the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign fled, the Ice Master's sequence particles spread out wildly, sweeping through the entire Ice Spirit realm and instantly finding Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just about to tear through the void and leave when the ground beneath his feet froze and spread upwards. His expression changed. Not good, he'd been discovered. Lu Yin did not hesitate to release the space in his heart, but the feeling of being repelled appeared. The world of nothingness surrounded him, shattering and freezing him. The Ice Master was flabbergasted. What was this? Freezing sequence law descended from above Lu Yin's head and was cancelled out by the world of nothingness. However, only a portion of it was cancelled out, while the rest penetrated the world of nothingness and entered the void. Lu Yin frowned, as it was unlikely that he could escape under the Ice Master's watch. In that case, there was only one way. This was a parallel spacetime where the flow of time was different. As long as he released flowing light and forcefully merged with space, he would attract danger from this spacetime. This danger would not only target him, but it would also cause the spacetime here to change greatly. Just as Lu Yin was about to do so, a familiar voice rang out. "Senior Ice Master, please stop." In the sky, the Ice Master looked in a certain direction. Lu Yin's body trembled, and he looked over as well. Jiang Qingyue. In the distance, Jiang Qingyue was dressed in white that was the same color as the snow. She stood elegantly on a snowy peak with an anxious expression. "Qingyue, do you know this human?" the Ice Master asked. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin and relaxed. "Stop, Brother Lu." Lu Yin was shocked. "How did you recognize me?" He had been wearing the night pole mask, and even Forefather Tianyi could not recognize him. How could Jiang Qingyue recognize him? "Brother Lu, your power is unique." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Right, he had forgotten that he had released Astral Sky. This power that was repelled by the void was indeed unique. And your eyes can't lie. The force that I cultivate is also very special, Jiang Qingyue added. He then looked up at the Ice Master. Senior, the one who attacked the Ice Spirit realm was not him, and he did not harm the Ice Spirits. Could you please listen to his explanation? The Ice Master's snow-white eyes stared at Lu Yin. This human did not attack. All right, I'll listen to his explanation. Lu Yin relaxed. If possible, he did not want to fight to the death with the Ice Master. Even if he relied on the flowing light medallion, how was he going to explain this to the Thunder Lord? It would be best if he could explain himself. There are two more humans. The Ice Matriarch looked into the distance as a blue light soared into the sky. The 7 friends and the old woman were immediately frozen and dragged over to Lu Yin. The two were still alive, and they were even conscious. They looked at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. These 2 humans attacked the Ice Spirit realm. This cannot be forgiven. The Ice Matriarch stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the Ice Master. They're all traitors to humanity. Their deaths are not to be regretted. The 7 friends and the old woman stared at Lu Yin with wide eyes, unable to comprehend how he was able to converse with the Ice Master. What did he mean by that? What do you mean? The Ice Master was puzzled as she descended. On the other side, the 2 progenitor realm ice spirits also appeared and surrounded Lu Yin. Jiang Qingyue arrived and looked at him curiously. Brother Lu, what's your current identity? Lu Yin smiled and took off his mask. Above heaven sects Lu Yin greets the Ice Master. The old woman didn't understand, but the 7 friends were completely dumbfounded when Lu Yin announced his identity. Above the heavens. Is this person the legendary Taoist master of the Above Heaven sect? How could this be? The Tao master of the Above Heaven sect actually snuck into the Calamity region? What a joke! How could he not be recognized? Lu Yin felt like his world had been shattered. The Ice Master was shocked. Above Heaven sect's Tao master. You're the legendary Tao master who brought the Above Heaven sect back to prominence. You're also the one who swept through the 6 Direction Society's endless battlefield. Ice Master, you've heard of me. Lu Yin was astonished. He didn't know about the 5 spirit tribes, but they seemed to know about him. Jiang Qingyue explained, Brother Lu's fame isn't just limited to the 6 Direction Society and the Everlasting Race. Almost all the powerhouses in the Outer Realm have heard of your name. You were able to turn defeat into victory in just a few decades, suppress the 4 Direction Society, welcome the Lu family, and lead the Genesis space to join the 6 Direction Society. You swept through the endless battlefield and defeated the everlasting race until they couldn't raise their heads. Brother Lu is the only one who has such courage. Who doesn't know of you? Lu Yin felt a little smug after hearing Jiang Qingyue's words. She wasn't flattering him, but her words were much better than flattery. He really should let Ku Wei and the others learn from her. The 7 friends widened their eyes. Was this person really that legendary Tao master? The Ice Master was puzzled. If you're that Above Heaven sect's Tao master, why did you appear in my Ice Spirit tribe? He's even related to the March Alliance. Jiang Qingyue looked at the Ice Master. Senior, the situation is complicated. Let's find a place to talk. The Ice Master agreed and led Jiang Qingyue and Lu Yin to the Ice Spirit realm. With his strength, he didn't need to worry about Lu Yin at all. Moreover, he had to give Jiang Qingyue face. It was fine as long as this human could explain himself clearly. Not long after, the sky above the Ice Spirit realm froze over. Countless ice spirits who had just been comforted were now anxious again. At the center of the Ice Spirit realm, the place where Divine Sovereign Shaoyin had almost stolen the Ice Heart had already been restored to its original state. The Ice Master slid back and forth angrily, looking rather comical. Lu Yin had a strange look in his eyes. The current atmosphere wasn't suitable for laughter, but the ice master's behavior really made him want to laugh. He subconsciously glanced at Jiang Qingyue, and she happened to be looking at him as well. The two looked at each other and lowered their heads in tacit understanding, trying not to laugh. The ice master's white and chubby body slid left and right like an angry snowball. The Eternals. It's actually them. They actually attacked the ice spirit realm and even pretended to be from the March Alliance. How despicable. Lu Yin coughed. This is a plan that the Eternals came up with a long time ago. I don't know the details of the plan, and I didn't even know about the March Alliance before I came here. However, the Eternals are very meticulous. Since they've started this plan, they must have a complete plan. If not for me, this plan might have caused great losses to the ice spirit realm. The ice master's white eyes looked at Lu Yin. Not just losses. It's practically a disaster. Lu Yin hadn't expected the ice master to be so straightforward. He didn't mind saying it out loud at all. Back then, the 5 spirit races had a grudge with the humans of the March Alliance, and we fought for many years. Fortunately, the Lightning Lord appeared out of nowhere and used his absolute power to mediate. Only then did the two sides stop fighting. However, the March Alliance was unwilling to give up, as they'd suffered too many losses. The 5 spirit races had more powerhouses than the March Alliance in terms of laws, and almost all of the moon god's disciples had died. They once said that they wanted to take Bingxin away, so the Eternals made a move this time. If not for Master Lu's explanation, the 5 spirit races might have started another war with the March Alliance. Jiang Qingyue looked up. That's not all. The Eternals' goal isn't just instigation. They definitely have a follow-up plan. The March Alliance knows that if there's a conflict between the two sides, Father will definitely intervene. The Eternals won't let this happen a second time. Lu Yin sighed. The 5 spirit races, the March Alliance, and the Lightning Lord. So many powerhouses couldn't destroy the Eternals. The Ice Master said in a low voice, "The Eternals aren't our enemies." Lu Yin was stunned, and then he laughed. That was right. The Eternals were the humans' enemies, but they might not be the 5 spirit races' enemies. They weren't humans, and the 5 spirit races might even side with the Eternals because of the March Alliance. From the Ice Master's tone, the Eternals didn't seem to have attacked the 5 spirit races. Even if the Lightning Lord and the Eternals fought, the 5 spirit races wouldn't interfere. If the 5 spirit races aren't enemies with the Eternals, why would the Eternals attack the Ice spirit race? Lu Yin was curious. The Ice Master found it strange as well. This is why we can't think of the Eternals. Logically speaking, the Eternals shouldn't make enemies. Even if they have helpers, they shouldn't go against the 5 spirit races for no reason. It won't do them any good. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qingyue. The only explanation was the Lightning Lord. Jiang Qingyue didn't understand either. The 5 spirit races have never participated in the war between White Cloud City and the Eternals. It's strange that they attacked the Ice spirit race this time. Lu Yin looked away. It's strange. That's why they can take them by surprise. Brother Lu, how did you infiltrate the Eternals? Jiang Qingyue was curious. Lu Yin had said that he had infiltrated the Eternals and explained his mission, but he hadn't said how or why he had done so. Lu Yin thought of something and looked at the Ice Master. Senior, have you heard of the Bone Boat? The Ice Master was confused. Bone Boat? Never heard of it. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue shook her head as well. Never heard of it. Lu Yin explained why he had joined the Eternals. The Ice Master's expression didn't reveal anything, but her tone suddenly became serious. If you really have such decisive power, you should have infiltrated the Eternals to find out more. Brother Lu, the Eternals can't see through you for now, but that doesn't mean they can't see through you forever. Take this opportunity to leave and let Yibo's identity die, Jiang Qingyue advised. Lu Yin said, don't worry, they can't see through me for now. The 7 sky gods have yet to recover from their injuries, and the only true god is in seclusion. I want to take this opportunity to learn more. The Ice Master praised, as expected of a legendary Tao Lord. I heard that the legendary Tao Lord in the primordial space has an ever-changing identity. Today, I see that it's true. Even the Eternals can infiltrate the Eternals. Impressive. Lu Yin smiled wryly. Ever-changing. Who spread that? Jiang Qingyue smiled faintly. That's what everyone says. Brother Lu, you tricked the 4 Directions Libra in the primordial space multiple times, tricked the 6 Directions Society, and now you're tricking the Eternals. If that's not ever-changing, then what is it? Lu Yin was speechless. You make it sound like I'm a liar. Countless people want to have Tao Lord Lu's ability. Being able to deceive so many people is a testament to your ability. The Ice Master laughed. After explaining everything, the Ice Master's attitude towards Lu Yin was very good. If not for Lu Yin, they really might have fought the Trillionaris Alliance again. Even though the 5 spirit tribes were stronger than the Trillionaris Alliance, there would always be losses in a battle, and the Eternals would benefit. The more Lu Yin understood the Eternals, the more certain he was that the Eternals' plan was not as simple as it seemed. It wasn't a matter of exhausting each other's strength, but rather, as the Ice Master had said from the start, it was a disaster. To a certain extent, Lu Yin was indebted to the Ice Spirit Tribe and the 5 Spirit Tribes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2954. The few of them chatted for several hours, and Lu Yin was very curious about the Outerverse. The 6 Direction Society only knew about the Outerverse powerhouses, and they were all in seclusion. Thus, no one had told Lu Yin anything in detail. Lu Yin had asked Jiang Qin and the others before, but they didn't know much either. Now that he had met the Ice Master, he naturally had to ask. Through the Ice Master, Lu Yin learned a lot about the Outer Realms. The Outer Realms didn't refer to regions, but rather to existences that didn't belong to any power. For example, to the 6 Direction Society, the 5 spirit races and White Cloud City were Outer Realms, but to the 5 spirit races, the 6 Direction Society was the Outer Realms. There weren't many Outer Realms, but there weren't many either. The main reason was that there were too many parallel universes, and terrifying creatures could appear at any time. The Ice Master was most familiar with the 5 spirit races, the Eternals, and the Tri-Moon Alliance. She didn't have much contact with the rest of the Outer Realms. Lu Yin understood that almost all of the Outer Realms on the 5 spirit races side were connected to the Lightning Master. They were either friends or enemies. Only now did he understand why the Eternals had treated Jiang Qingyue so specially on the 6th mainland. Even if they could kill her, they wouldn't have killed her. The Outer Realms she was involved with were very powerful, and even the Grand Empyreans treated her well. Otherwise, the Lightning Master alone wouldn't have been able to make the Eternals so wary. The Ice Master was also very curious about the 6 Direction Society. Jiang Qingyue hadn't told her much, and the Lightning Master didn't have time to chat with her. Lu Yin told the Ice Master many things about the 6 Direction Society and the primordial space. They were exchanging information about civilizations. There were too many parallel universes in the universe, and there were too many civilizations. The Eternals were humanity's greatest enemy, but they weren't the enemy of the other races. No one was willing to make enemies for no reason, especially if they were strong enemies. Many people fantasized about uniting the various civilizations in the universe to eliminate the Eternals, but to those civilizations, the Eternals were just another race that didn't harm them. However, the Eternals had attacked the Ice Spirit race, and the 5 spirit races wouldn't let the matter rest. The Eternals didn't know any of this. The Shaolin divinity had escaped, and the 7 friends and the old woman had been captured to be dealt with. Unless a traitor from the Ice Spirit race told the Eternals were still caught in the Ice Spirit race's scheme. Let's kill these 2 humans to vent our hatred. The Ice Master looked at the frozen 7 friends and the old woman and said casually. The 7 friends and the old woman were terrified. Their eyes darted about. Senior Ice Master, can you give these 2 to me? Lu Yin asked. The 7 friends looked at Lu Yin with apprehension. The Ice Matriarch faced Lu Yin. I respect you, Master Lu, but please don't make things difficult for me. The Ice Spirit realm has been destroyed, and the culprits must pay the price. I understand that you humans don't want to waste your powerhouses, but, Lu Yin smiled and said, Senior, you must be joking. What I mean is, let me deal with these 2. I'll kill them in front of you and give the Ice Spirit clan an explanation. The Ice Master was puzzled. They're both going to die. What's the difference? Jiang Qingyue's eyes flashed. Brother Lu, are you going to challenge them? Lu Yin nodded. The Ice Master didn't understand, and so did the 7 friends and the old woman. They might have heard of the primordial space, but they couldn't really understand it. The Lu family's enlightened general and god sealing were innate powers, so no one would purposely go to the Eternals to spread them. Before coming into contact with the origin space, even the captain of the true god guards might not have known about this. Lu Yin told the Ice Master about the appointment, and she was very interested. There's such a thing. Alright, Daoist Master Lu, please do as you wish. After saying that, the Ice Master removed the ice seal on the 7 friends and the old woman. Both of them were invaded by the cold even after being unfrozen. Erosion couldn't move for a while. Senior Yebwa, are we all right? The 7 friends asked hopefully. He didn't know how Lu Yin had done it, and he didn't understand either. Senior, don't worry. We're already dead, and we won't return to the Eternals. We won't know anything. Lu Yin laughed. You've seen my true face. The 7 friends' pupils shrank. This junior is willing to pledge loyalty to Senior. If Senior wants us to die, we won't hesitate. Please, Senior, let us go. The old woman also begged, please, Senior, let us go. Seeing the 2 begging so humbly, Lu Yin suddenly lost interest in talking. He had wanted to hear more about the Calamity Realm from the 7 friends, but now, he raised his hand and struck out with a palm. In the eyes of the other 2 progenitors, Lu Yin hadn't moved at all. Only the Ice Master had seen it clearly. Lu Yin had struck the 7 friends with a palm, but it had been so fast that even the Ice Master was shocked. He looked at Lu Yin deeply. They had only fought briefly, and this person wasn't even an extreme powerhouse, but he had been able to resist the Ice Master's sequence laws. If Jiang Qingyue hadn't stopped him, this person might have had other methods up his sleeve. Just as the rumors said, this person was a monster among humans, and his cultivation couldn't be measured. The 7 friends slowly collapsed. Even in death, they hadn't expected to be killed so easily. They didn't even know Lu Yin's identity. By the time they were brought over, Lu Yin's conversation with the others had already ended. The old woman stared blankly at the 7 friends' corpses as they collapsed. A chill ran down her spine, and the fear of death assaulted her, causing her vision to darken. The general appointment platform appeared, and Lu Yin's expression was solemn. In my name, General Appointment. The Ice Master and Jiang Qingyue looked at this scene in amazement. They had never seen such a miraculous scene before. The dead could still be used. There were so many brands on the platform. Could this person use the power of so many humans? If they were all extreme powerhouses, then wouldn't this person be too strong? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. The 7 friends weren't that strong, and they could only be considered ordinary progenitors. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to appoint them. After all, he had even appointed the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King could kill several of the 7 friends with a single slap. Soon, the brands of the 7 friends appeared on the platform, causing the Ice Master's white eyes to widen. This was the first time that Jiang Qingyue had seen this, and she was shocked. The Lu family was truly blessed by the heavens. A living person could become a god, and a dead person could appoint a general. There was nothing that they couldn't use. If the Lu family was given enough powerhouses and resources, then a single member of the Lu family could rival a powerful alien race. The old woman stared blankly at this scene. This wasn't just the fear of death, but also the fear of the unknown. Was she going to end up like this? What kind of power was this? Monster! Monster! You're a monster! You're a monster, the old woman screamed. Lu Yin's general appointment platform slowly turned, and he looked at the old woman. To those you betrayed, you're a monster as well. The old woman shrieked. She had already gone mad. Monster! I don't want to die. You're a monster. She endured the cold and tried to escape, but before she could take more than a few steps, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground, dead. Lu Yin didn't pity her. This old woman had betrayed her own spacetime, and she had betrayed everyone. She had caused those people to face the fate of death and transformation. How much despair had those people felt? Lu Yin knew that he wasn't a saint, and he didn't have the right to make decisions for others. He only did what he wanted, and that was enough. He didn't have any high-sounding reasons, he just wanted to. He didn't want to. The current Lu Yin had the right to do so. The old woman was quickly appointed as a general. Lu Yin felt a little dizzy. Appointing 2 progenitors at the same time was very tiring, but the dizziness was far less exaggerated than when he had appointed the Cyclops King. The Ice Master sighed. Tao Master Lu, you've shown me the endless possibilities of the human race. It's no wonder that humans are the only race in the universe that can fight against the Eternals. Even the Eternals only accept humans to transform their corpse kings. He then looked at Jiang Qingyue. Humans have too many possibilities. When the Lightning Lord first came to the 5 spirit races, he was still very weak, but he eventually rose up. This is the human race. Jiang Qingyue slowly bowed. I still have to thank the 5 spirit races for giving Father this opportunity. Father often says that without the 5 spirit races, there wouldn't be the current Lightning Lord. The Ice Master smiled. This is your father's own efforts. The 5 spirit races have also prospered because of the Lightning Lord's help. The platform disappeared, and Lu Yin exhaled as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Jiang Qingyue stepped forward. Even if you're talented, it's not easy to appoint 2 progenitors at once. Lu Yin forced a smile. It's all right. I can hold on. Jiang Qingyue nodded. The Ice Master looked at Lu Yin and then at Jiang Qingyue. What's your relationship? The 2 were astonished, not understanding what the Ice Master meant. The Ice Master smiled. The Ice Spirit race doesn't discriminate between men and women, but you humans do. I think your relationship isn't ordinary. Lu Yin realized that everyone was putting him and Jiang Qingyue together. Speaking of which, where was the dragon turtle? Where's the dragon turtle? Jiang Qingyue replied, it's too talkative, so I left it at home. Lu Yin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. What are you going to do next? How are you going to explain this to the everlasting race? Jiang Qingyue asked. Luin suddenly looked at the ice master. Senior, have you heard of extreme ice stones? The ice master replied, of course. My race has many extreme ice stones, and they're differentiated by age. The oldest one is also a supreme treasure that can freeze life force that's certain death. Is this extreme ice stone related to the ice heart? The ice master spoke frankly. The ice heart is actually an extreme ice stone that evolved over countless years. However, it's been so long that it's hard to imagine. Why do you ask? Senior, can you let me take a look at the ice heart? Luin asked solemnly. He had an idea. The ice master did not refuse. Of course. The ice master's straightforward agreement raised Lu Yin's opinion of the ice spirit race. The ice heart was not an ordinary supreme treasure, it was the source of the ice spirit race's power. Lu Yin had personally seen a sequence particle appear in the ice heart during the battle between the ice master and the Shaoyin deity. The ice master had been able to use it to force the Shaoyin deity to flee. Otherwise, the Shaoyin deity would not have been in danger so quickly. Lu Yin followed the ice master's lead as they descended underground. The deeper they went, the colder the temperature became. Even with his cultivation, he felt like he was about to be frozen. Jiang Qingyue was protected by the ice master's power, which was why she could follow along. Otherwise, she would have been frozen long ago. Soon, Lu Yin saw the ice heart. How beautiful, Lu Yin couldn't help but say. The ice heart was a blooming misty lotus in front of them. The snowy white mist spread out, forming petals in the void. It was extremely beautiful. Jiang Qingyue praised, Father said that the ice heart is the most beautiful flower he's ever seen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2955. The ice master was pleased with herself. Everyone who saw the ice heart said the same thing. The ice heart had nurtured the ice spirit race, which was why the March Alliance had once said that they wanted to steal the ice heart and completely dissolve the ice spirit race. Losing the ice heart meant that the ice spirit race would perish. Senior, how many people have seen the ice heart? Lu Yin asked. The ice master thought for a moment. Other than the 5 spirit race, only a few people from the Thunder Master's side have seen it. Like my master, Jiang Qingyue said. The ice master grunted. Your master Kong Tianzhao has seen it. His final battle with himself took place in the ice spirit race. Lu Yin raised a brow. What did she mean? What did she mean by his final battle with himself? Jiang Qingyue's expression darkened. Other than them, no one else has seen it. Right, Burong has seen it as well. Lu Yin asked, has anyone or any creature related to the Eternal seen it? The ice master was certain. No. Only those recognized by our race can see the ice heart. Otherwise, not even the 5 spirit race can see it. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The most important reason he had come to see the ice heart was to imitate it and bring it back to the Eternals for an explanation. Of course, he had to make sure that the Eternals did not know what the ice heart looked like. Imitating the ice heart was not easy, but he could do it as long as he had an extreme ice stone. Why do you ask? The ice master was curious. Lu Yin did not hide anything. I want to imitate the ice heart and bring it back to the Eternals for an explanation. The ice master shook her head. Impossible. The Eternals are not stupid. The ice heart is unique, and there isn't a second one in the parallel universe. It cannot be imitated. Even our race's oldest extreme ice stone is far from the ice heart. Senior, can you give me an extreme ice stone? I don't need it to be that old. Anyone will do, Lu Yin said. Anyone. The ice master was confused. Was this person really planning to use an extreme ice stone to imitate the ice heart to trick the Eternals? That was suicide. Jiang Qingyue was worried. Brother Lu, your plan will not succeed. The ice heart cannot be imitated. Lu Yin said, don't worry, I'll think of another way. The ice master gave Lu Yin an extreme ice stone and did not try to persuade him any further. This Tao Master Lu was not a fool. Lu Yin stared at the extreme frost stone in a daze. It was cold to the touch, and it was much colder than the one he had obtained in the past. Evidently, the ice master had not given it to him casually, and it had to be quite old. The age of this extreme ice stone is not bad. The oldest extreme ice stone is the true life-saving treasure. Lu Yin put away the stone. I know. I've even used it before. The ice master was surprised. You used it before? Lu Yin nodded. The ice master looked at Lu Yin. That's not possible. Extreme ice stones that can freeze life force and save lives are too rare. Even my family only has one such stone. We did have a few in the past, but they've all been used up. Lu Yin did not retort, and he immediately took out Ming Yan. The moment Ming Yan appeared, the ice master's expression changed drastically. No! Lu Yin jumped in fright, unable to react in time. The frozen Ming Yan suddenly moved towards Bing Axin. Lu Yin was shocked, and he hurriedly tried to stop her. However, the moment his hand touched Ming Yan, his entire arm froze. It was a frozen sequence particle. Let go. The ice master grabbed him. Lu Yin said anxiously. She's fine. The ice master stopped Lu Yin, who stared blankly as Ming Yan entered Bing Axin. He was completely stunned, and his mind went blank. Brother Lu! Jiang Qingyue shouted. Lu Yin stared at her. Senior, what's going on? If not for the ice master stopping him, he would have been able to snatch back. The ice master opened her mouth, looking at both Bing Axin and Lu Yin in a daze. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Senior, what's going on? Jiang Qingyue did not understand. She looked at Bing Axin, but Ming Yan was nowhere to be seen. She knew of Ming Yan's existence. She was Lu Yin's most important wife. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be troublesome. Everything had happened too quickly. The ice master bitterly replied, don't worry, this is that person's fortune. Lu Yin did not understand. The ice master turned to face Bing Axin. That person should be about to die, which is why she was frozen by the extreme frost stone. Being frozen by the extreme frost stone is indeed useful, and one day, an extreme powerhouse might be able to save her. Now that she has entered Bing Axin, it's no longer just a matter of being frozen, but also her fortune. Not only has her vitality been frozen, but even her time has been frozen. One day, someone might be able to revive her. She might possess the power of frost, which is equivalent to the human ice spirit clan, and an extremely powerful one at that. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was there such a thing? Jiang Qingyue was astonished. She's both frozen and cultivated at the same time. The ice master bitterly replied, something like that. To them, it's a fortune, but to the ice spirit clan, it's a huge loss. It took a long time for Bing Axin to form, and freezing one person already caused us to lose a lot of laws. Now that a second person has appeared, we don't even know if Bing Axin will be used up. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you take out the extreme frost stone. Bing Axin is very greedy, and her favorite food is ancient extreme frost stones. The clan originally had a few extreme frost stones that could freeze vitality, but most of them were consumed by Bing Axin. That human was frozen by Bing Axin, and the moment the extreme frost stone appeared, Bing Xian swallowed it whole. The person inside is basically frozen in Bing Xian's heart. I was too careless. Lu Yin relaxed. Does that mean Yen is fine? The ice master was helpless. Not only is she fine, but she's also fine. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and stared at Bing Xian. He had not looked at her like this before, as he was afraid that the Ice Spirit clan would be displeased, but now he could not care less. With his celestial eye, he saw frozen sequence particles circling around Bing Xian. There were even more sequence particles inside, and he could vaguely see a figure lying inside. Yen Why are there two of them? There are two people inside. Lu Yin was shocked. Jiang Qingyue was startled, but not by Lu Yin's words. Rather, it was because Lu Yin's expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. Was it really that scary? The ice master replied, there was already one person frozen inside. Lu Yin relaxed, his heart thumping wildly. So that's how it is. That's good, that's good. He had thought that Yen had a split personality, and that she had two personalities to begin with. Such a guess had horrified him. Who's the other one? Is it a human as well? Jiang Qingyue was curious. The ice master stared at Lu Yin. You can see through Bing Xian. It's vague. Lu Yin did not hide anything. The ice master sighed. You're not even an extreme realm powerhouse, but you can see through Bing Xian. As expected of Tao Master Lu. He sighed and then looked at Jiang Qingyue. There's another person inside. You know her, Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue was puzzled. I know her. Right, your father forbade me from saying anything. Forget it, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Jiang Qingyue's eyes flickered and widened. It's her. Don't say anything even if you remember. Your father keeps this person's existence a secret, the ice master stopped her. Jiang Qingyue nodded. She smiled. She's not dead. That's great. Senior Ice Master, how did Yen come out? As long as a powerhouse who can save her arrives, they can bring her out. I can't do that. Lu Yin looked at Bing Xian with a complicated expression. Staying here was a blessing, but he would have to leave her for a while. For a moment, his heart felt empty. The Ice Master was in a bad mood as well. The Lightning Master had paid a huge price to freeze the person inside Bing Xian, but now, another one had appeared out of nowhere without paying a single price. No matter how she looked at it, the Ice Spirit clan was at a disadvantage. Brother Lu, how's the injury on your arm? Jiang Qingyue asked. Lu Yin looked at his arm. It's fine. I'll be fine after a while. His arm had been frozen by Bing Xian, and if not for the Ice Master's quick reaction, his entire body would have been frozen. Speaking of which, he should thank the Ice Master for saving Yen and Yen. To the Ice Spirit clan, the most valuable thing was still the extreme ice stone. It would be perfect if they could also create in Bing Xian, and that was something that Lu Yin might be able to accomplish. He left the Ice Spirit realm and did not immediately return to the Eternals. Instead, he wanted to upgrade the extreme ice stone and see if he could create in Bing Xian. Jiang Qingyue did not leave either, as she had come to the Ice Spirit realm to cultivate. Atop the snowy mountain, a snow-white tornado swept through the area. This planet was not suitable for living, but it was suitable for Lu Yin to enter seclusion. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it and began to roll it. He rolled one, and a powdery item fell out. Lu Yin looked at it and saw that it was a seasoning packet. He threw it away and continued. 5, and he could borrow an innate gift. There was no one else here that he could borrow an innate gift from. Lu Yin exhaled and took out an extreme ice stone. This one was much larger than the one that had frozen Yen. Lu Yin split it into two, and that was enough. He tossed one on and began to upgrade it rapidly. This extreme ice stone was equivalent to the previous one that had been upgraded about 10 times, and this upgrade had cost him 7 billion star essence. As he watched the extreme ice stones continuously drop, this amount of money was nothing to Lu Yin. He had close to 100 trillion star essence. As the extreme ice stone continued to upgrade, the frigid aura that it contained underwent a qualitative change. When one upgrade required 1 trillion star essence, even Lu Yin was a little apprehensive of the extreme ice stone's frigid aura. That was not enough, so he continued. Again, and again. Eventually, Lu Yin managed to upgrade it 10 times, which was equivalent to upgrading the extreme ice stone 20 times. This upgrade required 5 trillion star essence. This was not a simple amount, as repairing a single book of destiny had only cost 6 trillion star essence. As the extreme ice stone slowly descended, its surface suddenly cracked and turned into mist that surrounded the stone's surface. The entire area instantly froze, and the mist spread into outer space. A purplish-black substance appeared in Lu Yin's left hand, and he grabbed the extreme ice stone. If not for his Master Realm battle force, he felt that he would not have been able to withstand it. This stone should be able to disguise itself as an ice heart. This frigid aura was something that even sequence laws powerhouses would be wary of. Even divine sovereign Shaoyin had not truly touched the ice heart, which meant that he was more likely to believe that it was real. Furthermore, the extreme ice stone had not been upgraded to the peak, and there was still room for improvement. The only question was how many times it could be upgraded. If it could be upgraded to the level of an ice heart, would that mean that anyone who cultivated within it would gain the ability to freeze? Would that also mean that it would be possible to freeze sequence laws? Lu Yin's eyes burned as he looked at the extreme ice stone in his hand. This was also a path to becoming stronger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2956. Lu Yin put away the extreme ice stone and then upgraded the other one to the same level, spending a total of 10 trillion star essence. He had thought it through. He would give one to the Ice Master to make up for the losses that Yennefer had caused when she entered the Ice Heart, and he would use the other to trick the Eternals. As for his origins, he would tell the truth. He had already passed the time where he needed to hide his identity, and the Eternals had probably already identified several of his abilities. Upgrading external objects should be the first to be confirmed. Lu Yin took the 2 extreme ice stones back to the Ice Spirit Realm, and when he laid them out in front of the Ice Master, he was stunned. He stared blankly. Path Master Lu, this is... Lu Yin handed one of the stones to the Ice Master. I wonder if this can be disguised as the Ice Heart. The Ice Master picked up the extreme ice stone. Not only did the extreme ice stone's chill not affect him, but it even helped him cultivate. Their cultivation came from the chill, just like how one of his subordinates had been able to increase his strength by consuming poison. This was a method that outsiders could not learn. The Ice Master stared at the extreme ice stone for a long time before solemnly returning it to Lu Yin. Path Master Lu, is this the stone that I gave you split into 2? Lu Yin smiled. That's right. Although the Ice Master had thought of this and had asked about it, and he had even received an affirmative answer, he still felt like it was a fantasy. An extreme ice stone had been upgraded to such an old one in such a short period of time. This was not a dream, right? Lu Yin looked at the Ice Master's dazed expression, which was comical no matter how he looked at it. He explained, I have the ability to shorten the time it takes to grow. The Ice Master was speechless. This was shortening. This was basically shortening the time. He really did not know what to say. Lu Yin handed the extreme ice stone back to the ice master. This extreme ice stone is compensation for the damage that Yen'er caused to the ice heart. If it's not enough, I can help the ice spirit clan shorten the time it takes to grow. What do you think of this compensation? The ice master took a deep look at the extreme ice stone and accepted it. Path Master Lu, this ability to shorten the time it takes to grow must come at a great price. Lu Yin exhaled. It's worth it. He did not say what the price would be, but the more he did not say, the more the ice master felt that the price would be great. This price was close to the ice heart's price. It's a coincidence that your people were sealed in the ice heart. There's no need to make up for it. Sect Master Lu, please take it back. The ice master declined. Lu Yin insisted on giving it to her. Extreme ice stones don't mean much to me. Besides, I still have another one. Senior said that Bingxin likes to eat extreme ice stones, so I'll give it to her. The ice master tried to refuse again and again, but in the end, she could only accept. His impression of Lu Yin had changed again and again, and it was no longer a matter of admiration. He thought about how Lu Yin's ability would be of great help to the 5 spirit tribes. In the future, they might all need to rely on this person's abilities. The ice master's attitude towards Lu Yin was constantly changing, and Lu Yin could sense it. He had also witnessed the strength of the 5 spirit tribes, and the above heaven sect needed such assistance. The 6 Direction Society had the help of experts from the alien realms. That was a part of the 6 Direction Society. Above the heavens was above the heavens. Since he had propped up the heavens above heaven sect, he wanted to walk down the path that the heavens above heaven sect had once been at its most glorious. Back then, the heavens above heaven sect might not have needed the help of the outsiders, as they had been the strongest in their own right. They had been strong enough to suppress the Eternals, and they had even left the reincarnation spacetime and the wood spacetime completely speechless. However, things were different now. It was the same heavenly sect. Lu Yin wanted to continue the heavens above heaven sect's former glory, and he also wanted to surpass it. With the Ice Master's confirmation, the extreme ice stone that Lu Yin had upgraded could be passed off as the real thing, and he could give it to the Eternals as the Ice Heart. This was because the extreme ice stone itself was already close to the Ice Heart, and it had already undergone a qualitative change. If there was a problem, he could just say that it had split into 2. In any case, the traces of it being split into 2 were very obvious. Lu Yin was about to leave, but before he left, the Ice Master asked him to leave his coordinates in the Ice Spirit Tribe so that he could come over at any time. This was also the effect that Lu Yin wanted after revealing his own secret. Yen'er was here, so he needed to have the ability to come over at any time. In the Calamity Zone, the Shaoyin divinity found the ancestor after returning and told him about what had happened in the Ice Spirit Tribe. This mission had been to make the Ice Spirit Tribe confirm that the person who had stolen the Ice Heart was from the Trillionaris Alliance. This would cause the Ice Spirit Tribe to fall out with the Trillionaris Alliance. According to the Shaoyin divinity's original plan, the 7 friends and the old woman would lure away the progenitor from the Ice Spirit Tribe while he had Lu Yin lure away the Ice Master. He should have been able to successfully steal the Ice Heart, but the result was that Lu Yin had died, the 7 friends and the old woman had escaped, and the Shaoyin divinity had successfully stolen the Ice Heart. However, Lu Yin had changed his mind at the last moment, and he had been forced to take action himself. The Shaoyin divinity did not know what had happened. Perhaps the 7 friends had all died, and the Ice Master had believed his words and fallen out with the Trillionaris Alliance. Perhaps one of the 7 friends had not died and had revealed the truth, causing the mission to fail. Regardless of whether the mission had succeeded or not, the Shaoyin divinity could not be sure, so he pushed all the blame onto Lu Yin. Yibwa fled at the last moment. The ancestor was astonished. The Shaolin divinity spoke in a low voice and recounted the original plan. After 50 years of waiting, we could have succeeded, but that Yibo fled at the last moment and did not dare to act. I had to delay the Ice Master while trying to steal the Ice Heart, but I did not have enough time. I did not manage to steal the Ice Heart, and I don't know how the mission will turn out. I cannot stay behind, or else the Ice Master will definitely realize that I am from the eternal race. The ancestor was calm. Yibwa, is he dead? The Shaolin divinity replied, I do not know. Then the mission should have failed, the ancestor said. The Shaolin divinity did not understand. Not necessarily. I have already revealed that I am from the Trillionaris Alliance, and the ones who attacked were all humans. Are you worried that they will be captured and reveal that they are from the eternal race? The ancestor looked at the Shaolin divinity. Yibwa will definitely use his godly power when facing death. Once he uses it, we will naturally know that he is from the eternal race. The Shaolin divinity was shocked. Yibwa has godly power. You do not know? The ancestor asked. The Shaolin divinity was furious. This bastard had clearly told him that he did not have godly power. If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed Yibwa to attract the Ice Master's attention. How preposterous. This brat pretended to be smart and ended up harming himself. It was fine if he died, but he had also caused the mission to fail. The ancestor suddenly looked into the distance, and his eyes lit up. Yibwa is back. The Shaolin divinity was shocked. What? He looked back and saw Lu Yin quickly approaching. His face was pale, and his body was emitting a cold aura. It was obvious that he was severely frozen, especially his right arm. Lu Yin arrived in front of the two and glared at the Shaolin divinity. Senior, you actually fled at the last moment. The Shaolin divinity was stunned and did not react. The ancestor looked at Lu Yin's arm. This injury. Yibwa, who injured you? Lu Yin gritted his teeth. It was caused by Bing Xin. The ancestor was shocked. Bing Xin. The Shaolin divinity roared, Yibwa, you fled at the last moment and caused the mission to fail. Now, you dare to return. Lu Yin berated, you fled at the last moment and did not even dare to last 3 breaths of time against the Ice Master. I almost succeeded because of you. Nonsense. The other 2 attacked, but you did not move and still dare to quibble. The Shaolin divinity was furious. Lu Yin sneered. Quibble. Look at what this is. He took out the upgraded extreme ice stone from his cosmic ring. In an instant, white fog spread out and froze the void, spreading in all directions. The ancestor's gaze turned cold, and he raised his hand to take the extreme ice stone. This is. The Shaolin divinity was stunned. Although he did not see Bing Xin, he had made a move and almost snatched her away. He had interacted with Bing Xin's coldness before, and this coldness was similar to what he had interacted with. Could this be Bing Xin? How could this be? This is not Bing Xin. The ancestor looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression did not change. This is Bing Xin, a Bing Xin that was split into 2. The ancestor was shocked. Split into 2. Lu Yin lowered his voice and stared at the Shaolin divinity. In the Ice Spirit clan, this senior gave me the mission to steal the Bing Xin, but in reality, he told me to attract the Ice Master's attention while he stole the Bing Xin himself. I did not know beforehand and followed his instructions, but the Ice Master ignored me and focused on returning to the Ice Spirit region. With the Ice Master's strength, she could have frozen me in place in an instant. Not only did this senior not save me, but he also did not steal the Bing Xin. When he saw the Ice Master return, he fled without saying a word, causing the deaths of the 7 friends and another old woman. If I had not sacrificed one of my clones, I would have died as well. Nonsense. The Shaoyin divinity roared and could not help but want to attack Lu Yin. The ancestor looked at him. Shaoyin divinity, tell me what you experienced. The Shaoyin divinity gritted his teeth and recounted how he had ordered Lu Yin to attack, but Lu Yin had not responded. You're wrongly accusing me. How can you say something like that? To think that you're a sequence law powerhouse. Lu Yin was furious. The Shaoyin divinity was furious. I told you to attack, but you didn't even reply. Lu Yin replied, I wanted to steal the Bing Xan, and the Cloud Connect stone was obviously in my cosmic ring. How could I hear you? Of course, I couldn't reply. Also, the location you gave me was quite far from the ice spirit region, and I had to hide my aura to get there. Tell me, how could someone who was stealing something reply to you? The Shaoyin divinity's eyes widened. You didn't attack at all. Just as I was about to attack, you attacked. The ice master appeared and froze me the moment she discovered me. She didn't bother with me at all, Lu Yin retorted. The Shaoyin divinity was speechless and stared at Lu Yin blankly. Was that the case? It seemed like there was nothing wrong with this guy's words. The Shaoyin divinity had not been able to contact Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had been hiding his aura in preparation to steal the Bing Xan. He did not know that the Bing Xan was not there, so it was normal for him to hide his aura. It was also normal for him to be frozen by the ice master the moment he appeared. Lu Yin's strength was far from being a match for the ice master. The Shaoyin divinity had lured the ice master to Lu Yin's location, but she had not discovered him. Could it be that he had guessed wrong from the start? The Shaoyin divinity froze in place as he recalled Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin's words were impeccable. Had he really misunderstood him? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2957. Lu Yin glared at the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. Senior, as long as you were able to delay the Ice Master, I would have been able to steal the complete Ice Heart. This Ice Heart was stolen by one of my clones, but it was discovered at a critical moment. The Ice Heart shattered, and there was no way for me to bring it back in one piece. As long as you were able to delay the Ice Master for a while longer, it would have been fine. But you chose to flee at the last moment, abandoning the 7 friends, that old woman, and even me. Sovereign Shaoyin stared at Lu Yin. Wait, if this person had gone to the Ice Matriarch's place, then how had he managed to steal the Ice Heart? Bing Xan was clearly in the realm of Ice Spirit. However, it was not impossible. With his strength, as long as he was unfrozen, he would be able to reach the Ice Spirit domain very quickly. However, the time from when he attacked to when he escaped was also very short. Could he make it in time? However, it was true that his arm had been frozen, and he had indeed brought back the Ice Heart. What was going on? What was the problem? Reverend God Shaoyin wanted to go through the experiences of both parties in detail. At this moment, Ancestor Shi's voice sounded, Reverend God Shaoyin, why is Yi Bo the one who attracted the Ice Master? Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's expression changed. Lu Yin growled, that's right. I was supposed to steal the Ice Heart, so why did I end up attracting the Ice Master's attention? Speak. The Shaoyin divinity took a deep breath and looked away from Lu Yin. Instead, he faced the ancestor of the past. Bingxin has the laws of the sequence. Aside from me, no one can touch her. He then looked at Lu Yin. You touched the Ice Heart, so your arm was frozen. You saw the result. Then why didn't you tell me from the start? That way, I could have been prepared. Even if I died, I could have helped you stall the Ice Master for a while longer. That way, I wouldn't have been instantly frozen. Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin's face twitched. How was he supposed to answer this? Yi Bo was a true God Guard captain, after all. Doing so would mean sacrificing a true God Guard captain. It would be difficult to explain to the Eternals. Ancestor Shi's gaze turned cold. Reverend God Xiao Yin, do you know that the captain of the true God Guards doesn't need to cooperate with you to complete the mission? Yet, you are still sending him to his death. Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Even so, he still completed the mission and returned. Did Yebo reveal his divine might? The ancestor of the ancient era asked. Lu Yin quickly replied, no. Reverend God Xiao Yin frowned. If you don't reveal your God power, how can you steal the ice heart right under the ice master's nose? How did you do it? Yi Bo was cold and arrogant. Why don't you find out where I, Yi Bo, come from? Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin was confused. The ancestor of the past said, Yi Bo came from the primordial space and killed the ancestor in front of the Lu family and the four-way balance. No one could catch him and he is as famous as Qing Kong. He must have his own methods to steal the ice heart. Divine Venerable Xiao Yin's expression changed. Primordial space. He stared deeply at Lu Yin. It was no wonder that a person who could move unhindered through the primordial space and was as famous as Qing Kong could steal the ice heart. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely changed his plan. If he had really allowed this person to steal the ice heart, the mission would not have been so complicated. Thinking of this, Reverend Xiao Yin felt extremely regretful. The ancestor looked at Lu Yin. What about the other two? Lu Yin sighed. They died. I watched as they were frozen and their bodies shattered. Before they died, they were filled with unwillingness and resentment towards Senior Xiao Yin. Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin's face twitched. The ancestor of the ancient era didn't seem to mind. That's good. Does this mean that the Ice Spirit clan doesn't know that the eternal race is behind this attack? Divinity Xiao Yin looked at Lu Yin, as he was unable to answer this question. Lu Yin replied, absolutely not, unless there's a traitor among the Eternals. The ancestor of the ancient era smiled faintly. The Eternals definitely don't have one. There's a possibility of a traitor. It seems like the mission is completed. Although the complete ice heart wasn't stolen, a shattered ice heart can easily anger the Ice Spirit clan. Well done, Yi Bo, Lu Yin bowed. It was luck. The ancestor of the ancient era looked at Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin. The completion of this mission has nothing to do with you. At the same time, you will also be punished. Do you have any objections? Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin was unwilling. He was currently trying to become one of the 7 sky gods, so how could he not have any objections? However, he was indeed in the wrong for this mission. As he thought about this, he glared at Lu Yin and turned to leave. Lu Yin coldly looked at Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin's back. He has a very high status in the clan, and I can't give him any substantial punishment. I can only take away his contribution for this mission. I hope you don't mind. The ancestor of the ancient era looked at Lu Yin and spoke gently. Lu Yin replied, I don't mind, but I can't cooperate with this kind of person in the future. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. The ancestor of the ancient era smiled. I never intended for you to cooperate. The captain of the true God Guard doesn't need to accept his conscription. Lu Yin felt bitter. Yes, I wanted to follow him. Ancestor of the ancient era, what is going on with this mission? The ancestor of the ancient era looked at Lu Yin. Since you completed this mission well, I can tell you the details of the mission. The ancestor of the ancient era told Lu Yin about the 5 spirit races, the Lightning Lord, and the 3 Moons Alliance. Lu Yin had already heard about it once, and when he heard it again, he purposely acted surprised. It seems like the Lightning Lord has nothing to do with you, but when Yuhua and the others attacked the Above Heaven sect, the Lightning Lord's men came and saved the Above Heaven sect. Otherwise, the Above Heaven sect would have suffered heavy losses. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The Lightning Lord helped the Above Heaven sect. The ancestor of the ancient era nodded. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Then, I did the right thing this time. I made the 5 spirit races fight to the death with the 3 Moons Alliance and caused the Lightning Lord's loss. This indirectly caused the Above Heaven sect to lose their external aid. That's what I meant. Once the true God comes out of seclusion, he will have to completely deal with the Genesis Space and 6 Direction Society. It will be difficult for the Lightning Lord and the other experts from the outer realm to interfere. Thus, our current mission is to eliminate the experts from the 6 Direction Society. The 5 spirit races and the 3 Moons Alliance will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Is that so? Not only that, Lu Yin thought back to when Zhu Ji attacked Earth. The everlasting race had suddenly attacked the 5 spirit races and indirectly attacked the Lightning Lord. They were eyeing the 3 divine weapons in the Lightning Lord's hands. After understanding the mission, Lu Yin tried to get more similar missions from the ancestor. The ancestor told him to recover his body first as the injuries from the ice would take some time to recover. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. During this time, Lu Yin did not receive any missions. He wanted to receive missions related to the Genesis space, but since the ancestor did not look for him, he could not take the initiative to look for the ancestor. During this half a year, he frequently absorbed divine power, and the red dot in his heart grew larger and larger. Of course, it was still far from the other stars, but it was getting closer. He did not know how long he would stay in the zone of E, but as long as he confirmed that the true God was coming out of seclusion or that the 7 gods had returned, he would leave. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered. Looking at the divine power lake, Lu Yin recalled the 7 friends' words. Was there really a true God's 3 ultimate techniques hidden under the divine power? It would be good if he could obtain them. During this time, he did not stray far from his surroundings and stayed in his own tower. The tower was very monotonous, and it was just a symbol of status. There was no special meaning to it. As for the maids assigned to him, he did not use them much either. This was because he had not spoken for half a year. On this day, Lu Yin was still standing beside the divine power lake when a figure flashed past his head. It was the Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity looked down at Lu Yin. Yibwa, I have a mission here. Do you want to join me? Lu Yin looked at him coldly. The Shaoyin divinity sneered. You don't have the guts to go out after what happened to the Ice Spirit clan. Are you that free? Lu Yin asked coldly. The Shaoyin divinity narrowed his eyes. I didn't notice you during the last mission. If there's another one, I'll take good care of you. With that, he left. Lu Yin looked away. If not for the fact that the Grand Empyrean had left a backup plan on him, this fellow would have died long ago. You offended the Shaoyin divinity. A familiar voice came from behind him. Lu Yin turned around. It was someone from the Thousand Faces Bureau. Who are you? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau approached. You must be the new captain of the True God Guard. I'm from the Thousand Faces Bureau, and I'm also a captain of the True God Guard. Lu Yin naturally recognized him, but he could not recognize Yibwa's identity. Yibwa had come into contact with the Eternal Clan, but only as a spy and Qing Kong. He had not come into contact with other masters. We've heard of Yibwa's name long ago. The Genesis space is not simple. You're very powerful to be able to cause harm to humans in the Genesis space. No wonder you're as famous as Qing Kong, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau praised. Lu Yin was calm. You're the 3rd captain of the True God Guard that I've seen. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau seemed easygoing. You'll see all of them soon, but 2 of them are dead and 1 has been captured. We don't know if he's dead or alive, so you can fill in the gaps. Lu Yin did not speak. He did not know what to say to this person from the Thousand Faces Bureau. This fellow could control consciousness, so he had to be careful. You offended the Shaoyin divinity, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau asked. Lu Yin's tone was calm. Sort of. That's troublesome. Although that fellow is sinister, his strength is not bad. He hid in the reincarnation spacetime and managed to become one of the 3 divinities. He's a ruthless character. It's not good to offend him, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau reminded him. Lu Yin's tone became colder. I just want to take revenge on the starry sky tree. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau smiled. I understand. Who doesn't? You're not a corpse king, yet you joined the Eternal Clan. Everyone has their own reasons. What are your reasons? Lu Yin asked. He seemed curious, but his expression was calm. He did not seem to care. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau thought for a moment. Live. A very simple reason, Lu Yin replied calmly. Living as a traitor. Simple. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was indifferent. It's just my nature. The Shaoyin divinity just returned after completing a big mission. He's now trying to break through to the position of the 7 heavenly gods. Once he succeeds, even you and I will be under his command. If possible, let's resolve our grudges, the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau said and left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. A big mission. A mission that could break through to the position of the 7 heavenly gods. Could it be from the 5 spirit clans? In any case, it would definitely involve a powerhouse at the level of the Thunder Lord. The 5 spirit clans should be on guard. Could it be another powerhouse from another region? He had to think of a way to find out. Soon, another half a year passed. It had been more than a year since they arrived at the Eternal Clan. Yuho walked out of the tower, wearing a black robe. His strength had recovered a lot. The ancestor of the past had informed the captains of the true God Guards to gather. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2958. In the land of calamity, there was a tall shrine under the black mother tree with a waterfall of divine power. It was majestic and solemn, surrounded by red stars. The divine power waterfall washed the shrine from top to bottom, and the shrine was located within the waterfall. This was Lu Yin's first time under the Black Mother Tree. He had passed through the 7 gods' sky tower and walked into the deepest part of the land of calamity. The shrine was no smaller than the above heaven sect, and behind it was a statue embedded in the mother tree. It was the one true God. Lu Yin looked at the shrine in front of him and the divine power washing over it. The closer he got, the more he felt an illusion of heavenly might. Even with his strength and identity as the master of the origin space, he still felt this way. This was not only the deterrence of the true God, but also the land of calamity, the Black Mother Tree, and the everlasting race. He looked at the statue, and everything around him turned dark. Only he and the statue were standing in the dark space. The enormous pressure forced Lu Yin to bend down. He wanted to bow to the statue, and he had to bow to the statue. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his head felt like it was about to explode. But so what? He had felt this way when he fought the Cyclops King, and this was not the first time he had experienced it. He did not want to bow to the one true God. He could endure it. Lu Yin's divine power boiled within his body and suddenly surged out. He suddenly looked up and stared at the true God statue. At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and instantly suppressed his divine power, bringing with it a cool sensation. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he slowly turned around. The ancestor of the past looked at him with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I can't control my divine power." The ancestor of the past praised, "You have been summoned by the true God. He likes you very much." Lu Yin blinked. Was that so? Not far away, Yu Huo was shocked. "Yi Bo, how long have you been in the land of calamity?" "I knelt the first time I came to the shrine." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Kneel?" He would rather run away. The ancestor of the past retracted his hand. "Any creature that faces a true God for the first time will have to kneel if they do not have divine power protecting them. Only when one's divine power reaches a certain level can they face a true God. This is a privilege given by the true God. Captains like you can do it, and so can Yi Bo. That is why he can be a captain." Yu Huo exclaimed. The first time he used his divine power, it went very smoothly. "I knew that Yi Bo is very used to it, but I did not expect him to adapt so much. Yi, maybe you can also try to become one of the 7 sky gods." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Don't listen to his nonsense. The strength of the 7 gods is far from what we can estimate. Just relying on divine power is not enough." The people from the 1,000 Faces game came. Yu Huo let out a strange laugh. "That's because you don't understand how well Yi Bo has adapted to divine power. Just wait and see. As long as the position of the 7 sky gods remains vacant within 1,000 years, he will definitely have the ability to make a breakthrough." The people from the game of 1,000 Faces did not care and entered the temple. Lu Yin raised his head again and looked deeply at the true God statue. Now that he looked at it again, the statue no longer had that pressure. Was it because of the divine power in his body? Stepping into the shrine, the sound of the waterfall of divine power flowing was very loud, but it disappeared once they entered the shrine. The shrine was dark, and the ground was dark red. As they entered, candlelight was lit and extended into the distance. Lu Yin looked around and saw that Yu Huo was the closest to him, followed by the ancestor of the past. Even further away, under the illumination of the candlelight, the middle plate stood quietly. Opposite the middle plate was a stone with a black face on it. It was very strange, as Yu Huo had introduced it on the way here. It was called the Stone Ghost. Further in, Blackie was leaning against a corner. A girl with long pink hair was illuminated by the candlelight, and she raised her hand to block it. "Is everyone here? I still want to play hide-and-seek with my brother." Lu Yin looked at the girl. She was very pretty, but there was a childish feeling to her. When Lu Yin looked at her, she looked back at him with mischievous and crafty eyes. A hand landed on her shoulder. "Don't be naughty. There's something important." The candlelight flickered, revealing a handsome face. It was a man with short blue hair, formal attire, and a long sword at his waist. He looked like he had walked out of a painting. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, the man smiled. "You must be Yi Bo. Nice to meet you. I'm Dual Blade." Dual Blade was not a single person, but rather a pair. It was this man and woman. They were a team and also one of the captains of the True God Guard. This team was very strange. They weren't humans, but blades that had transformed into humans. "Hey, Big Brother is greeting you, but you don't even respond. How rude." The pink-haired girl was unhappy and glared at Lu Yin. The blue-haired man rubbed her hair. "Don't shout, it's too quiet here." "Who else is not here?" the ancestor of the past asked, walking to the front and looking at everyone. The ancestor of the past answered, "The boss isn't here." Lu Yin's eyes moved. The captains of the True God Guard were all equal, but according to Yu Hua, there was a publicly recognized boss who was the strongest. Yu Hua did not elaborate, only saying that even if the other 9 captains worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat Tiango. Lu Yin was very concerned about this evaluation, as even a sequence law powerhouse would not be able to withstand the attacks of 9 captains. They all had godly strength and could ignore the rules. Once the rules were restricted, the captains of the True God Guard were not weak, and they were all very strange. Since Tiango was able to convince them, Lu Yin believed that it was not much weaker than the 7 gods. It's that thing again. It's always so slow. It clearly has 2 more legs than us, the pink-haired girl complained. Yu Hua let out a sharp voice, it's probably looking for food. Lu Yin raised his brows. Looking for food. Was this Tiango the same as Tao Tai? It's here. The ancestor of the past looked into the distance. Lu Yin stared outside the shrine. The captain of the True God Guard, Tiango, was definitely a great enemy. He wanted to see what kind of existence it was. After waiting for a while, a figure slowly appeared, its shadow elongated under the candlelight as it slowly entered the shrine. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn as he stared at the entrance. When he saw the figure clearly, his expression changed as he stared blankly. This was Tiango. At the entrance of the shrine, a half-meter-long Xiaobai puppy walked in with its tongue out. It was panting as it walked, and its tongue was lolled so long that it almost licked the ground. It looked wobbly, and its stomach was bloated. Lu Yin was stunned. Whose pet dog was this in the disaster region? Wow, boss, you're so cute. The pink-haired girl leaped out and hugged the Xiaobai puppy. The Xiaobai puppy was startled and quickly ran away. The pink-haired girl chased after it. Boss, let me hug you. Just for a while. Woof. Lu Yin's face twitched. This bark had shattered his worldview. When Tiango arrived, the entire shrine's atmosphere changed. The pink-haired girl chased after it while barking incessantly. Yu Hua and the rest were already used to it, and their expressions were calm. Even the ancestor of the past looked on with a smile. The blue-haired boy chased after it as well. Come back quickly. Don't mess around. Boss might get angry. Boss never got angry. Boss is so cute. I want to hug Boss. Ha ha ha. Woof. The farce continued for a while before it stopped. The pink-haired girl still couldn't hug Tiango as it hid behind the ancestor of the past. She didn't dare to be impudent and could only stare at it as though she was about to catch it at any moment. Tiango's ears drooped, and its tongue lolled out even longer. It was very tired. All right, all captains have gathered. I will explain to everyone. The ancestor of the past spoke, and everyone's expression changed as they looked at her solemnly. The ancestor of the past swept her gaze around. True God Guard captains Tachibana and Lu Shan are confirmed dead. Heavy Ghost's fate is unknown after the battle at Heaven's Gate. We are currently missing 3 captains, and this is Yibo. All the captains of the True God Guard looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were still on Tiango. When the ancestor of the past introduced him, Tiango's gaze swept over him. Its eyes were round and sparkling, and no matter how one looked at it, it had a simple and honest look. Coupled with its dangling tongue and belly, Lu Yin really couldn't associate it with the captain of the True God Guard. This pet dog was something that the other captains of the True God Guard couldn't defeat even if they worked together. The man and dog looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, Tiango slowly walked towards Lu Yin. The ancestor of the past and the others looked at this scene. Tiango was the captain of the True God Guard, and if it didn't agree with Lu Yin becoming a captain, no one could say anything, including the ancestor of the past. Tiango's status was rather special. Under everyone's gaze, Tiango walked in front of Lu Yin and looked up at him. Lu Yin looked down at Tiango and wondered if he should squat down and pat its head. Woof! Tiango barked and walked around Lu Yin. When it reached the left side of Lu Yin, it raised its hind legs and peed. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he almost kicked it out. Congratulations, Tiango has acknowledged you and left its scent on your body. The ancestor of the past smiled. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and looked at Tiango walking towards the ancestor of the past before looking at his own leg. A dog had peed on him. A grudge was formed. Woof! Tiango barked again, attracting everyone's attention. The ancestor of the past looked at everyone. We are currently lacking 2 captains, and I hope that everyone can recommend good candidates. Today's gathering is for this matter. Yibwa, from this moment onwards, you are officially a captain of the True God Guard. Within 3 years, 10 corpse kings will be given to you. I hope that you can eliminate strong enemies for our race and unify the endless spacetime. Lu Yin's expression changed. Yibwa, understood. Woof! Lu Yin's face twitched. This barking really made him feel out of character. The stars collapsed, and cracks spread out into the distance. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with 5 progenitor realm corpse kings behind him. In front of him was an endless amount of strange bugs. This was a parallel spacetime, and Lu Yin had received a mission to destroy this spacetime. This spacetime was filled with these bugs, and there were no other intelligent lifeforms aside from them. The strongest bugs were at the progenitor realm, but they were rare progenitors without intelligence, and there were many of these progenitor realm bugs. Fortunately, they didn't have intelligence, and Lu Yin could destroy them with the progenitor realm corpse kings. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.